What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, to another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you, NAL style. We're continuing the glory from yesterday on the path to pro, the march towards Montreal. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone. This is it, down to the final four teams left. We've only got four left and three games left to finish out this bracket today. And we are starting in the upper bracket final. Want to pull that up real quick. You got to see Los walk the bracket from upper to semis to this final. And then CL4L, that X Makers team, taking down Mormon Leadership, SSG Academy, now into the final. And they have yet to drop a single map in the entire NAL Open qualifiers. I think that is 14 maps in a row for them. So they're going to see if they can continue that unbeaten streak against Los here. And we'll take a look. Where are we going? It is a fantastic set, and I know you're going to be excited. The map bans, my friend.
Okay, let's take a look. Consulate and Cafe gonna go first. Clubhouse and Chalet to follow, which means our first two maps, Night Haven and Border. Boy, those are very similar, very fun maps. You're right, I like it. Followed up with Bank and Skyscraper. So, should we need it? Should it be deemed necessary? This is the second time it's been picked here on the Siege Double Shot. LAIR to be the ultimate decider.
Yeah, and LAIR, that's going to be the interesting one, whether or not we get all the way through. I know we talked about it yesterday in that SSG Academy versus the CL4L X Makers team. They went to LAIR, and that was a 7-4 victory. And to me, it really felt like this Challenger League for life, this X Makers team had really prepared and was very much ready for LAIR. And it's interesting, right? You take a look at that map ban, it was CL4L that had the option between Skyscraper and LAIR. Which one did they want to play? And I think it feels strategic. I know that that Los has is the NAL team. They are the guys that have done all the prep. They're the guys that are ready for this, but they didn't get a chance to see LAIR in the NAL. And as a matter of fact, just taking a look back, Los, this is kind of crazy from them as a team. They have in two seasons of their two stages of the NAL, they have only won two games. And surprisingly, they had the exact same record between stage 1 and stage 2, 1-0, 1-6. Like
Oh,
the exact same record between both the
oh my.
first and second stage here for Los. And they only got one win this stage versus Oxygen, who was the second to last team in the NAL, and it came on Nighthaven. That's why I said earlier when Los picked Nighthaven, definitely not surprised. That's the only map that they got a chance to win. They lost on Consulate, LAIR, Club Chalet, Cafe, and Border. So the other two maps that we're going to get a chance to see potentially today if we make it that far. Both maps that Los has played and lost in the NAL this season in this stage. So it's a dangerous proposition for this team. This X Makers team is very very good. So I'm if you're a Los fan, I'm a little worried right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the top of T2 coming for the bottom of T1. And we're talking about a team who has not dropped a map, coming up against a team who can't seem to find one. So it's the battle for the top, and it's coming at you in a best of three style. Are we ready, Whiskey?
Almost. I think we're just getting the teams set up and ready. And I wanted to mention, when we looked at Los, this is again a little bit of a new roster, but the couple standouts, Sexy Cake playing along with Wizard. And Sexy Cake was that Brazil standout playing for Liquid. I mean, he was part of that unstoppable roster back in the 2019 through like 2021 time frame when Liquid was doing incredible. And Wizard, he was on that big notable player from NIP, but unfortunately in their time period after their highlight in when they won and then lost to SSG at SI 2 years in a row. He played for them during their rough stage.
Stalking.
So here's the question: can this combination of Sexy Cake and Wizard carry this team forward to the win over, like you said, the best in T2? We're about to find out, and starting off on Nighthaven, my friend.
Nighthaven. It's my absolute favorite map currently. Although Lair was definitely a fun one yesterday, but it hasn't eclipsed the Nighthaven feel. It's spread out, it's huge, it's got a lot of soft breach, there's a lot of avenues to attack, and some of them have become quite standard. Seeing the Maverick on board for opening up those top entryways into sight. We've definitely been seeing some Monty bands, obviously. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the bands are going to be in this T1 versus T2 league or game.
Well, I mean it's got to be starting off here with you called it the Monty. I mean he's banned almost 70% of the time here on in the NAL. So that's where we're starting to take the stats from because we're getting a chance to cast Los. Yeah, almost 70% of the time in the NAL. So really not surprising to see him go down. And the Deimos, we saw him used to great effect yesterday, so not surprising to see him being banned as well. So who else from this CL4L team do they not want to worry about on defense? This one I'm definitely curious about.
Valkyrie. You got to nerf her. Oh, nope, it's going to be the Two-Brow. For whatever reason it is, we see Two-Brow banned out quite a bit of the time. I don't know, is if it's the incredible amount of time that he can eat up and stopping you from getting into the building, or if it's the gun that is just absolutely devastating, but something about the Two-Brow says we don't want to play against him, and we've been seeing those bans come up quite a bit. It's the Architect to follow it up, which means no Kivas to hold on to that catwalk or that push into IT or connector. Yeah, it's a pretty standard bans outside of the Deimos, which we don't see too often, but it's completely understandable in a map with so much soft breach.
It does leave. I mean, taking a look at that, this defensive lineup does leave Mira available, and I think she does a fantastic job of holding on to that catwalk, like you talked about, very similar to the way we see it play out on Clubhouse. I think she brings a lot of value. And you said it. It's interesting that Two Brow's the choice over the Mira as the alternative. To me, definitely a bit of a question mark there.
Oh, looks like I'm having a little bit of a screen pause here. Is yours still going?
It is maybe the observer feed. Let's see if we can take a look real quick.
My feed is clean.
Okay.
No, sometimes it happens. It wouldn't be live siege without it.
That's
Without
the
some
truth.
issues.
That is the dang truth. You have spoken, and it is correct. So already, they just like it's funny that you reference Clubhouse because there are so many similarities to the way that you play Nighthaven and the way that you play Clubhouse, and one of them is putting that Mira on the main breach, which we've seen done a lot. What does that do? It stops a lot of your being able to open it up, right? It allows you to impact trick should you need. It's a way for C4s to come out. It's a way for you to have to be on the rappel to use or to be able to open up the main breach. So already, yep, you're right. Guard the catwalk or I guess guard your position from the catwalk and hold on to that main breach with the Mira. Back it up with the Bandit and the Cade, meaning they're going to double up. So that's going to be outside of IT and Connector that they're going to be using that denial on, and then Legion to slow them down. A pretty good defense, really focused on not letting all these walls get opened up.
Yeah, that's right. The hard hold, and I think that the two brow just makes that a little bit more difficult. So low starting on attack, not wanting to have to deal with the slowdown. I mean, even if it's a known quantity, you know exactly where the mirrors are. It's a piece of defensive utility that at least is very well defined. You know where it is. You know how to deal with it. Two brow he's got a lot more variability about where that can come in, where it can be used. Makes it a little bit more difficult for the attackers to manage. So turns out I think it's a good choice here. And the Grim, that's another one we saw banned out frequently yesterday during the rest of this open qualifier playoff. Grim was banned on, I think, 3 different maps we casted.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're able to take care of the mirror, watching onto the catwalk. We still sit 5-all with 30 seconds left on the board. Very little engagement so far as they test the waters on both sides of the board, trying to find out who's going to make that first mistake. A couple of flashes ringing in, but it's a pre-fire, holding everybody at bay as the bees start to come in. He knows somebody's there, and he's going to find one. That's going to be the first, and Adam is going to follow it up to tie, equalize on the scoreline, and then Legion falls, taking him off the board. Legacy to find it. Now Dokeby down as well, putting us into a 3-3. 10 seconds left, and they're going to find the push in. It's going to take him into a 3v2. That's the plan. Starting to go down for Los, now into a 3-1. As they're looking pretty good on round number 1. They are able to find the plant, which puts us in a post-plant scenario. So it's going to be Cade coming up the backside with a sniper shot. They know where he's at. They take a couple of pre-fires, reload while the other takes the shot, and that's going to be a decisive round for Los.
You know, there was a lot of discussion in the Twitch chat yesterday about Los, right? They obviously have struggled in the NAL, for sure. Like we said, 2 stages in a row, they only managed to end up with 1 win so far. But they still are one of the T1 teams. They are still a great team. You have got 2 very skilled players that we talked about in Sexy Cake and Wizard to go along with Arthur and Legacy and Farius. A great team here even at the bottom of T1 is still an incredible team. So we know that this is going to be a battle for the CL4L team. The X-Makers roster, like we said, they haven't dropped a map yet in any of the stages so far. So this will be the question for them. Can they hold on and hold off Los? It was a good round for them to start off with, though.
Yep, so going to head down as the defense trying to find a different way to get that W, and they're going to head down to the tank assembly area, and this time they're going to bring a little bit of that intel. Now, Valkyrie is somebody that you see banned out against Makers a ton. Why? Because Valkyrie is so great at creating those opportunities to get your kill and to get your refrag, plus a C4 to boot, which means any of that soft breach, it's a dangerous place to be standing with a Valkyrie on the board if you can see exactly where you're at. Now, we've seen this played a couple of different ways, right? Whiskey, they do. Ooh, Legacy gonna find that first kill onto Giddy, and that's a good one. Valkyrie gonna be relegated to her cams now. No more C4 to be had here. We've seen this play out a couple of different ways, right? Sometimes it's the just straight up open up both breaches and then put pressure on from the front. Sometimes they don't even bring a hard breach, and they'll be going for verticality only, which has kind of become a staple of that basement site.
Yeah, for sure. And it's surprising. This really feels like one of the only maps where you can sort of completely forego the hard breach and still manage a completely vertical attack. Whereas a lot of the other sites that you know you end up attacking from above, you still work on getting some sight lines in, right? Think the snowmobile in Chalet, you still spend a lot of time generally opening up those breach, but NIGHTHAVEN seems like because there's so much vertical play, you can sort of forego a little bit of that. But Packer coming in, Farius gone. Now the body count evened up 1.5 minutes into this round. We're halfway done, still working on the setup here on the low side.
That's right. So, the shotgun in hand. Not to be outdone, they are going to push in and find a second kill as Legacy going to put a double onto the round, now into a 3-3. This time, with 1 minute and 12 left, means we're seeing a lot more action a lot sooner. So Los already feeling like they're finding a way to adapt to the CL4L team. As they get aggressive a little bit earlier into the round. Last round it was like 30 seconds left before they started actually getting into any sort of engagements or putting themselves towards the plant. So feeling like they got it worked out, they're going to go ahead and start putting the send in. They got the gridlock here to block off the flank that Legion is probably coming down on right now. So 39 seconds left. We'll see if they've got it what it takes to find themselves another round on attack. That's going to be Bino to take Legacy off the board, and that's going to be Ace to fall next as well. Puts us into a 3v1, 28 seconds left, and it's all going to be on the shoulders of Buck, who's not going to be able to get a chance to pick him up. They do find 1 kill, now taking it at a 1v2, puts us into a 19-second scenario where he's either got to find some kills or get this plant down. Looks like he's going to go for the backside, but nope, they were ready sussed out and saw. They find the kill, and it was easy peasy, lemon and squeezy.
That's right. Bino hiding down prone in that little drop down area, just making it difficult for Buck. He's opening up walls, moving around with ease, but not able to push up and find that last player with quite enough time. I think it's a bit of a hallmark too in the great T1 and T2 teams is that 20-second meta, that late round execute where they spend so much time in the setup getting everything prepped in exactly the way they need. It sometimes, coming from the T4 T3 kind of range feels a bit slow, but I think that's part of the real methodical nature of the T1 teams playing out the game as Siege. So I expect that we're going to see this Los team move in what might feel like a little bit of a slow manner overall. So the question is, CL4L had it certainly at times adopted a really quick kind of a strategy, and we'll see if that works on attack and how that plays out. They seem to be playing pretty conservatively, at least to start off here on NIGHTHAVEN, and it is the first map in a best of 3.
That's right. Okay, so pace. Pace has been the big dictator here on both sides of it. And it kind of, you didn't think it was going to be that first attacking win when we were looking at like 30 seconds left and 5 all alive, right? That sounds like a recipe for the defense to go ahead and just smack them up, clean it up, and capitalize off the mistakes made, but it was not the case. And this time when the switch-up strategy happened and the pace of the game moved a little bit quicker, that started to fall into the hands of CL4L as they were able to find a win as well. So, yeah, a little bit backwards on some of the pace setting that usually happens. But we're going to rely on some old reliables here. Maverick going to start opening up that main breach. A fun op on the board, though. Sexy Cake bringing along that blitz for some of that Agent of Chaos capabilities.
We saw some great blitz play yesterday, and I've been for sure a certified D1 blitz hater recently, but we did see some great play. So I'm certainly willing to withhold the judgment here for a little while longer and see what can this Los team on attack bring. I know there's some Sexy Cake fans in the chat as well, so looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to pull this off and add to this attacking lineup.
A little bit of damage done onto the mute is going to take them down to an 86 HP as they start to take up some of that real estate and put the pincher move on towards this defensive player. So that kind of be the theme of up top that we've seen so far is definitely more of that slowed down, methodical, check every box, make sure that everything that you're supposed to do in the 1-2-3 setup has been done. But there it is again. Legacy going to take back off the board. Bino going to answer back, and then it's going to... Jeez, the trades are already coming out as Bino finds his life forfeit, and that's going to be CL4L down in the body bounce now as they put themselves into a 4v2, a 4v1, a 4v none.
4v none, yeah, falling apart there at the end. Oh, man, we're still just getting this thing started, just now trying to understand how are these two teams going to play. Like we talked about it. Still a best of 3, so if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the upper bracket final here in the Open Qualifier playoffs. The top 2 teams, the 2 undefeated teams left in this bracket, battling out for what is going to be that number 1 seed location as they roll into the last chance qualifier. So both of these teams are qualified for the last chance qualifier to face those 5 next lowest teams as part of the NAL, but got to see what the seeding is going to be as part of that. Where are you going to end up? And that is an almighty important position to find out which of those NAL teams you're going to start with. Because to make it through the last chance qualifier, you have got to take down Los and then another 5 of the NAL teams to make it. So it is a tremendous uphill battle for these T2 teams fighting for it, and the last opportunity for one of those Pro League teams to make it back to Montreal.
Ooh, yeah, stakes couldn't be higher here. So this is, even though it's a seeding game, it is all on the line, and I love it. I love it when the stakes are high. It's exactly what you want to create a dope story. Here's what we're looking at. We're going to see some up top action here as there's going to be a full extension going in that direction. Valkyrie back on the board for some of that intel and C4 capabilities. You're going to see the investment in the roam game here. Cade and Fenrir going to be sitting up on that second floor, making sure that that verticality has not been reached. On the other side of it, though, something that we have seen an uptick in is the glass play, right? And that's, I mean, he's got a good gun, he's got a great gadget, but usually these very niche in the times that you're going to bring him. Instead, we're seeing him picked as the primary option, and they're going in on glass rush kills. I love it.
Sexy cake on the glass. What a way to start this thing off. I think Los is showing in general a fairly aggressive approach to their attacking setup right now, and this Challenger League for Life, they don't seem as unstoppable as they had been. Again, it's still early though, and I feel like I'm going to keep saying that, but still plenty of time to try and work this thing out. I like the combination of the Fender
That is
and
the
Mira
greatest
there, like you said it. So
moment in my
here
life,
it is.
bro.
Which one is it going to be between these two teams? That combination of the adding in the Maverick as well. Arthur just going to continue to try and work on opening things up. I think he's for specifically Clubhouse and NIGHTHAVEN, seems like he's a perennial favorite on the attacking side.
Okay, first one to be taken off the board is going to be Tristan. That's going to be his life forfeit, giving the body balance back over to Los here. So they're looking to solidify their third in the first half here. Ash does get a bit of damage as they start to put some pressure on for the vertical. He's got those soft breach charges as well, and so does Ace. So plenty of opportunity to open up this floor and really create that fish in a barrel scenario. We're down onto the last minute here, 50 seconds as it starts to count down. And we're going to have to see some movement here, right? We've been talking about that with the 30-second meta and being on the attacking side of it, and how you really have to have everything just lined up perfectly if you're going to go for that 30-second execute. Now, it is a 5v4. They've got the man advantage, so the push-in could start to happen. One more on the kills would definitely make them feel a little bit more solid in that execute attempt.
Yeah, it certainly
Reach
would.
down below. Oh.
No. Yeah, what I was going to say is now we're seeing the plant go down, and you've got Mav in place getting that plant down. It's that hop right in the window, and I thought we were going to see the C4 from below, but not even necessary, as Bino going to go ahead and just delete 2 off the board, and now they've got to watch for that attacker outside, and boy, in a really tough spot right now.
But look at that.
No way.
No
way.
Oh, man. Came up from the backside. Got the knife. Oh, absolutely huge. Lo's going to find another one off the back of some cheeky shenanigans. A knife play, a melee. It's one of my favorite kills that can happen. I love watching it on stream.
That was dope. You're getting to see Sexy Cake as Glass walk up and knife the counter diffuse and then clean it up. What a play. And we're going to see our first time out. And to me, definitely interesting. Over all of the casting we did yesterday, 7 hours, I don't think we saw a single timeout taken. And most of those were elimination games for the most part. It was only those couple in the beginning that weren't. So teams were absolutely not taking the time out, not utilizing that resource that they had available. So for sure interesting. And it says to me, CL4L, this Challenger League for Life team, taking it very seriously, going down 3-1 to start off on their defensive half on NIGHTHAVEN, not the place they want to be. We knew this was going to be probably Los's best opportunity. Again, that's the map that they won during the NAL against an Oxygen. So this was going to be a great map for them. And a time to take a break and pause, and we'll see if the timeout buff comes in strong here on round 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what the deal is too, because map 2 is border. This is such a very similar play style that it does for NIGHTHAVEN, right? A lot of the same gameplay is being used, and you know what? There we get the glass that comes out there as well. So if they get a dominant win here on NIGHTHAVEN, then I would definitely be a little worried for CL4L when we go into map number 2. So down in that tank assembly area, they're going to run it back with who they brought before. This time it's only going to be bandits, so they're not going to be bringing out Cade for any of that hatch work to keep those hatches closed. And looks like it is a little bit of an investment into the extension here, as Valkyrie has made their way all the way upstairs with Mute as they create some avenues and areas that they can get back down into sight on. It's 2 people up top, means you're going to have to really focus on clearing that out before you can take any of that looking like free real estate.
Oh, boy. Look at this. I definitely feel like we're seeing Adam play in a little bit of a dangerous scenario there, sort of right in between the 2 windows in the hallway. But whether or not he catches one of these Los players a little bit off guard, and it doesn't have the C4, but you can see 3 other ones on the board for this team. They are certainly piled up, got the explosives set and ready. And, I mean, incredibly spread out, too, from this CL4L team. It's one of the things we've seen them do pretty frequently. 2F, basement, and 1F all the way across the board. Those orange outlines covering a huge area. So see if they're this Los team going to do a little bit more roam clear. They didn't really bring along the operators to do it outside of the Dokkaebi, and there she is as well, working on this top-down clear.
Yep, got to take them off, got to claim that vertical, and now they've had the Valkyrie drop off, so it's only going to be Mute up top, and he's going to be in the play life scenario. Now, Blitz is primed, poised, and ready to send himself in and get a little bit of that chaos coming out, but the smoke canister is going to put him at bay just a little bit, and that's a flash to come out, and then he's just going to take an easy swing. Packer going to take it off the board now, puts the body balance back in favor of Los here, and that was all of the vertical presence done, data, and dealt with. So now they get to claim all of that real estate and really start to work the pressure towards the site underneath. Little fish in a barrel situation. Blitz making his way inside, does hit a Legion Goo. He's looking for somebody to play along with his shield. Nobody responding as of this moment, maybe because he's taking his time getting there with all the Legion Goos in the shoe.
Well, and incredibly effective there. Like you said, Legion got those in every doorway that seemed to be important for this Los push in. But it is still 49 seconds left. You still have got 4 of these CL4L members alive. Everybody has rotated back down to the basement, and you called it fish in a barrel, but you know, the basement still is relatively large, plenty of places for this team to hide, and eventually Los has got to make the way down and get the plant down. Right now, it looks like nobody actually has the diffuser in hand, though, with 25 seconds left.
Where did the diffuser go at?
There it is. IQ just picked it up, dropped it, giving it to Blitz.
Dropping it around for the Blitz. We're playing past the musical case here as they start to push in towards that pillar area. And there's some more smokes just pushing them back now. Blitz onto that 5 HP. It's a 5v3 as they get themselves in and start to get the plant going. Now it's going 4v2 as they got it. And they're going to stick that post-plant scenario now all onto the shoulders of Legion. Wizard on the back of a triple kill. This is going to be Tristan to take one off the board as he starts to come back onto the body balance there. Takes a shot from the back end, but not going to do it. Wizard going to claim another life there.
That was a quad coming in for Wizard. I know we talked about him being one of the standout players on this team and absolutely showed up in round 5 with a 4K to shut down the timeout buff. CL4L not going to get anything on the back of that, unfortunately, and we're heading into round 6 at the end in a 4-1 scoreline. I got to say, this is definitely the most underdog I have seen this X-Makers team in a long time. They're got to turn it up on NIGHTHAVEN. Got plenty of opportunity here. Again, it's a best of 3, so this is not the end of the line, certainly for them, but it's almost surprising to see this team feel like they have a little bit of weakness. We really have not seen that out of them in a month.
Yeah, even the Kings can bleed, and now we see it a little bit here. 4-1 on the backside, NIGHTHAVEN. We've definitely had the sense of, for NIGHTHAVEN, The team that has the well put together attack team with the communications and the aim being on point is definitely going to be favored when it comes to Nighthaven, right? Is the defensive side of map all the way until you have a good attack-sided team, and then it's an easy way to start to run away with it. That's exactly what has happened so far. 4 rounds to Los as they find themselves on the last round of the first half here, and they're going to stick the blitz again. And I'm wondering, I'm curious if we don't see the blitz banned out during the next set of bans.
Well, I mean, that's the option, right? Do you leave the Deimos on the board? Do you leave the Dokkaebi? We're going to borders, so it's definitely going to be a completely different kind of play style. But look at this. All of those blue outlines stacked up and ready for the basement. We saw the hatch drop execute previously down into tank, but this time they're looking like they're setting up for the double and make the push in here.
That's right, and I like the roam game. Wish it was maybe somebody like a Cav or something, but that's just personal preference right there for me. So look at that. They just smoke it and push in, and they're going to get the plant going right away. It's a bit of a quick execute here, and they've found some shots. Thatcher getting his life taken away, but it's going to be off the back of some excellent play, right? Smoke goes down. Valkyrie's gone. They've got the blitz in to stop anybody pushing towards that main breach area. Legion is going to go reduce to that 22 HP, but look at that, just like that, they retain the body balance and put themselves into a 4-3, okay, now into a 3-2, but it's only 15 seconds left for them to be able to get the plant executed on, and they're not going to be able to put enough pressure on the outside to be able to stop this. Now, they've got the homie in place, and that's going to take one out the backside. Now it's all going to be sitting on the shoulders. They're going to get it. Is he going to be able to stick it? He's going to get in. They do. They find it and put themselves in the standard split. 4-2 going into the op swap.
Oh, Maker's asking for the tech pause there. I wonder whether or not we saw this early on in the game yesterday that one of the players had a little bit of a frame issue. And that time Bino dropping out, but what a round from the CL4L team. Los playing the basement, going for that quick execute into the assembly off the double breach. All of those players lined up, and the blitz played really well from Los 2 rounds in a row. And the combination of the smoke and the glass, I love it. It's not the NA play style in general, right? I mean, even though Los is part of the NAL, is a collection of really great Brazilian players, and they play more of that quick execute style, normally very, very close to the end of the timer. That one felt early, but boy, CL4L shutting it down. Great pressure from outside from Animus to just keep those defenders engaged while he long arms it from the corner. Perfectly played counter diffuse there from Challenger League for life.
Yep, great. Put them on the 4-2. Now we're going to see what they bring to their attack side. But while we wait for this tech pause, I guess we're going to send it to a little break. I'm not sure when he's going to get back in, but we're going to try to get it settled for you absolutely immediately. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the end of the first map. What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back Tech pause over, done data, sayonara, see you later, which means we're going to switch gears now and get to the op swap and see what each team is bringing to their opposite side of the half. Los on the defense now, CL4L going to go onto their attacking half, and they're going to have to do it starting out going into the basement. On the defensive side of it, going to see some similar roles here, although played a little bit differently with characters. Our air denial instead of the smoke is going to be the Goyo, so kind of trying to stop that quick execute that they just tried to perform against CL4L. Goyo, good way to stop that, and of course the mirror to back it up. It's like multiple layers that you have to get through to get that case down. And this is one of those instances that we were just talking about earlier, Whiskey. No dedicated hard breach on the board for a tank assembly operation.
Feeling very confident about the approach in. I like this bringing the Ram, right? We talk about Ram. She's got some very specific places, some very specific usages, and attacking the basement site on a couple of these, like Clubhouse and Nighthaven. We always talk about the similarities between these two maps, exactly where she needs to be. And interestingly, we're definitely seeing Los play sort of that standard setup. Nobody downstairs except for one player, maybe a bandit, maybe a Mira, trying to hold on to some of those breaches. But like we said, no one even bringing it. They're just going to focus on opening up all of this breach from above, as well as bring along the Ash to try and deal with the Miras directly. I like this setup from the attacking standpoint, and I know it seems strange that we don't have any of the hard breach, but we've definitely seen it work, and I'd love to see how this one's going to work out.
That's right. So can opener starting to open it up top, and that's going to be the Ram taking off the board. So they're going to find the first kill. The Vector ringing out as the Goyo is able to find that on the roam. Now puts him into a 5v4 with 1:30 left to get going. Vertical play, that's what we were just talking about, and it's going to find it. The DMR hits the bars and then hits the head, and that leaves the man dead, and the body count going to be equalized now as they find themselves in a 4-4 with 1:19 left on the board. Next little bit of a challenge here going to be on the stairs. He can hear him. He knows he's pushing up. He's waiting for the swing. It's a pixel that will potentially give away his position. It's the what are we working with here? It's that back to that Vector, which is so devastating in the hands of somebody who can use it.
The devastating Vector, and I know, some of the comments we were seeing. This is a 4-2 split. This is definitely a tough spot to be for Makers to start off with, but Los getting 4 rounds is definitely one of the highest round counts again they saw in all of their wins and all of their games in the NAL. But look at that, 2 floors up, tons of breachable floor, and Los not worried about trying to take those vertical plays directly against this CL4L team. And oh no, is he gonna get a hatch? Goes down. Bino is carrying this team right now at 10-5.
Yeah, well, and is that any surprise, right? We've seen it happen before. Bino is a playmaker, but Legacy, he's gonna go ahead and stop the plant from stop the situation from being overbalanced in one direction. It's a post plant Legacy. Break out the barbecue sauce for that 4-piece, because that man is also going absolutely crazy. 10-2, the clear frag leader for his side as well. Legacy and Bino, the 1v1 showdown around the world.
Of course, at the end, like you said, the 1v1 between the 2 top frags, of course, those would be the 2 guys left alive. And Los comes out on top, 5-2 to start off. This is definitely an unfamiliar place, I think, for the CL4L team. Now, been playing Siege, dedicated to this to these open qualifier playoffs this weekend, and spent a ton of time fighting. So now's the time. And the open question: can they hold on here on the attack and take down this surging NAL team? We knew this one was going to be the difficult one. So if you had to pick a map to take down, this is the Los map pick on the only one they won in the NAL Stage 2. I would not fault Challenger League for Life to lose this map for sure. They got plenty of opportunity left in Border and LAIR coming up.
Yeah, but Border plays the same. I don't know. Feels dangerous. Now, okay. Yes, they're down 3. That looked like a round that potentially the attack was going to get on, but it just started to fall apart. It's the gun skills of these players, right? Anybody can just start to pop off. The caliber of player being so high at the top of T2 and the bottom of T1. And you said it earlier, right? Yeah, it is the bottom of T1, but it is also the bottom of T1. So there is still going to be incredibly gifted players, and it's up to makers to show why they deserve to be in the NAL, right? This is a chance to do so, highlight some of those T1 beating capabilities. It's looking a little tough on NIGHTHAVEN here, but they're getting active, looking for the adaptation here. What is it going to be? Well, it's going to be the double heart breach. This time, going with the classic open sesame strat, is they're going to open everything up.
Yep, working that combination of the Maverick and the Thermite Thatcher. So a little bit of old, a little bit of new, plus the Ace. I mean, really, you got triple focused hard breach there. So they're going to make damn sure they get every piece of these walls open and cleared out the way that they need it. So no specific dedication, though, besides the Ace to the mirror windows, so not bringing along the Ash. That we'll see whether or not that was a good choice. Interesting, but opening up a couple of the walls in the meeting room to take a look at the open door, that should definitely help in there. We're going to see the Thermite Thatcher combo open this up, and Sexy Cake nowhere around to be able to try and trick that. Going to rely on just holding off the entry with a mirror window and handful of explosives.
Sounds like a country song. Okay, there it goes. EMPs go out as they start to open up that main breach here inside. Oh, geez. They got it open. A couple of quick shots, not going to amount to anything just yet. Sometimes we've seen it too, where they open up that main breach with just a quick C4 out to ruin the day of anybody close enough towards that breach. Not going to be the case this time. Couple of shots will ring out, but nobody there to pick up the order. Back onto the double breach denial, right? You bring 2, I bring 2 is exactly what we're seeing here. Damage done to both Ace and the Thatcher, but they live to tell the tale. They live to die again, which means they're still viable candidates inside of here. It's mostly just kind of a bunker strat, right? No, not even any sort of like deep extension into the other area. They're leaning on doubling up on their breach denial and then just bunkering down.
Yeah, everybody in either command or storage, with the exception of Mira in this quick drop. We'll see whether Farius is going to do anything. There it is. He made the walk upriver, going to find one. Well played. And it is Bino left alive again, all on his hands. But they can't keep putting him in this position. It's a little unfair to try and hold on and carry it, and Wizard is going to be the one that claims his life, though.
Yep, and that's going to be, man, that's a quick already onto that match point scenario. You said this was going to be a potential for the Los team to really come up huge, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're setting a precedent early. They're coming in, they're saying, look, we respect you at being the top of T2, but you're T2. We're here to show you how to play NIGHTHAVEN, and they are just banging it out. Back to the first floor for this next one here it's the last potentially the last chance for CL4L to put some life into this first map here.
Yeah, potentially. And we saw a little bit of that quick plant happen, but it's interesting that we've seen 2 counter diffuses in this map. I feel like generally they're relatively rare for under duress, right? Even if the defending team kills all the attackers in a 0 scenario, sure, you see the counter diffuse, but that was 2 that we had seen where the plant went down and the defense was able to counter diffuse. So the teams are getting it done. But it is really tough to try and hold against a team that's got great angles, great mechanical skill between them. So a lot of focus upstairs again from the defending side. 4 of the 5 upstairs on that second floor, leaving just Warden downstairs in storage to try and hold on. So certainly expect the Challenger League for Life to work on clearing out some of this second floor to start.
That's right. So on the defensive side of it, one of the fun ops on the board is going to be one of the newest, Sentry, coming along, and they're going to opt for. I can't tell what that second thing is. Must be the barbed wire and the proximity alarm. The ability to bring two different sets of gadgets, whether you choose to go the explosive route or the slowdown route. Sentry's just a goated player. Put that combo move with the Mira to really make sure that you're not coming up top to take over that space. This is a good defensive setup. And now, if I'm CL4L, I'm feeling a little bit of the pressure, especially with that C4 taking Giddy off the board.
Feeling a lot of pressure. To me, we're seeing this team is absolutely under pressure right now. And look, Sexy Cake working. He gets one, gets two of those ace charges. Going to be taken off the board on the back of some tricking. We were not seeing Los like aggressively go with the bandit trick, but we are going to see Farius with the aggressive play outside. This to me shows that this team is getting even more confident as this map has gone along, taking some more chances and just making this the CL4L team pay for it. So we've got a minute 20 left. Still plenty of time for these last three players left alive. You got some hard breach, you got some entry there with the Ash and the vertical from Buck. So they've got what they need to try and make something happen.
That's right. It's a 3-3 with a minute left, and that's going to actually be a 3-2 now as they're starting to mount to a little bit of a comeback, a little bit of life here as the last 60 seconds start to count down, but don't count them out. It is still Wizard and Sexy Cake alive, so the potential for a clutch here is still astronomically high. And you got to go for the plant, right? So you got the body balance to feel a little bit better with one more kill.
Oh!
Here's the challenge. Doesn't even look. Tristan going to find an easy one on the Sexy Cake, and that's going to leave Mute alone. Wizard, the last alive for the Los team, as they start to put the pressure on up top, looking for that vertical, and then pushing in plant off the pillar. So looking to get some of that post plant. They knew where he's at. Adam going to take the kill onto Wizard, and that's going to keep CL4L alive for one more round at least.
At least, we talked about it, match point scenario here for Los. Going to roll into the second opportunity now, and CL4L, again, a great team. They've got to win another 3 in a row here to force overtime, and I certainly think they can do it. Now we've got an opportunity to see how Los is playing. They've seen all 3 sites, so as we go back down to the basement, this was a site that Los won right after the side swap, but now CL4L's got a little bit of intel on how they're going to play it out, and throw in this play style that they've seen now for 3 other defensive rounds. They've definitely got the intel that they need to try and adapt and take the win. So on the defensive side, I like seeing the combination though of the Goyo and the Mira. That area denial works really well here in the basement setup. So CL4L going to have to work on dealing with that relatively early.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Ooh, the pressure.
5 seconds to go.
It's here. Let's see what they got. Got to be perfect for 3 more, Whiskey. And they did go for, you said it, a little bit of the switch up in the strat. Some hard breach, some dedicated roam game. They're really going to do their due diligence in sussing out where the heck these roamers are, and they're spread out like you were talking about all the way up onto the 2F. Now when we've seen this, it really makes you focus and spend some time. It's a pace setting move here, throwing the Legion all the way up onto the 2nd floor, giving him the backup of the Goyo, and it's worked out relatively well. Now they did, of course, CL4L find the win on the last one, and it was kind of towards the later end of the round when it started to come together, because at first it started to look like Los was going to be holding on yet again to another one. So as the first minute has clicked down, that's going to see the first kill going into the hands of Packer as they take Legacy off the board, and that's going to be, you know, who also hasn't gotten a kill since we mentioned him at that 10 of 5. He's died 3 times since then. Yeah,
struggling a little bit in the latter half of this game, and maybe really on, I guess that would have been the last 3 rounds, so it has not taken one on attack yet. So playing more of a support role though on the Thermite Ace combo, and putting him in a little bit of a tougher position to get the opening entry kills. Packer a little uncharacteristic on the 4, and Giddy for sure at 2. Those 2 guys looking for them to step up a little bit more with these last 3 rounds remaining, minute and a half left, all that they've got.
Okay. So the push back down the back side of the stairs means we're going to see him fully bunker back down into sight. Legion starting to make his way down through that cafeteria, maybe playing a little bit towards that stair still to be able to push down back into sight, and they definitely need to get in there and take a look on where he's at, because if he's not sussed out, I mean, the flank here is going to be absolutely huge. He'll have the ram up top, and then vertical access from the hole she's made and the hatches that has already been opened up. I mean, the potential to just pop off if the flank isn't sussed out is huge.
42 seconds left. You can see the Goyle canisters we talked about early already burning. Still got one more left if they're working on going for this the plant in the corner of tank rather than trying to push into assembly. And there it is, opening up. I think that was at the final Goyo canister now. So still we're a little bit in this 20-second meta, and that's it. That's all they got left, my friend.
That's right, gets down, sends in the nade to finish the job. Sexy Cake falls to that explosion. Some fire starting to ring out. That's going to slow down Mute, and that's going to be the double that rings out.
What?
Jeez, they said they had to be perfect. Well, they're showing that they've got the capabilities to do so. They find themselves another win, and that much closer to inching up to an equalized scoreline.
Okay, match points again. We've talked about it. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone here to the Blastar 6 NA Open Qualifiers. This is the upper bracket final between these 2 teams. These are seeding matches. Both of these teams have qualified for the LCQ. It's about where in that bracket are they going to be playing? Who from the NAL are they going to face first as they walk through that LCQ bracket coming up in the following weeks? This is an important one, though, for a little bit of ego and, we said, for that seeding match. So who is it going to be? The top of T2 versus the bottom of T1. Love the chance that we're getting to see these 2 teams played out. Now, this has been basically, statistically, Los's best map from we've seen in the NA Pro League. So this is their opportunity, their map pick. Going into Border, going into LAIR, as the second and third maps might be a little bit more of a dangerous scenario for Los. So looking forward to see what CL4L can do here. They need to get this one, and they're going to be in a great position.
Yep, and I love that we're bringing the Grim back out, right? The Grim is important. It gives you that intel, especially when you're making the big push with the Blitz. And I've seen it on both sides of the board. Neither one really afraid of getting their hands dirty shield-wise. And I love it, right? If you can't use the Monty, the Blitz will do, and if you got the Flash, we call him the instrument of chaos as he pushes in. Now, double hard breach to open everything up, which means when that Blitz gets in sight and those bees start pinging out those critical push points, it means everything's going to be opened up, so the crossfire will be set in place, and they'll be able to take a couple rotating out and around from the Blitz pushing in. So this is definitely a practice setup, that is for sure. Bandit tries to go for the trick. Does he get it? I believe he
got half. They went for both sides at the same time. He was able to clear out one side, so going to prevent at least the long shots in from the outside that IT breach into the rafters. So that's definitely the important side. Trying to get that open, it makes it much more difficult for the defense to try and hold that line of sight from the warehouse, and causes them to sort of bunker back down like we talked about into the command and server, which at this point, that's where everybody is. Everyone is back into those, but basically on site from the low side.
Smart play, right? They wasted a bunch of time, and then just get themselves back into a position where they can fight this 5-all with the potential to trade out every single one. It starts to feel a lot favored towards Los here as the last minute and 20 starts to count down. Blitz He's he's primed like a snake, and there he goes in through the window. Going to start making the push up. Ooh, geez, gets close. Looking for that player that's close with the shotgun. It's going to have to be perfect here because that shotgun is absolutely devastating, especially on the corner plays here, especially when all he needs is your shoulder or potentially your foot. Oh, there he is. Man.
What?
He's just going up and meleeing the blitz. Absolutely.
A
Yes,
man
sir.
after your own heart.
He went up and found the biggest, baddest player, and he punched him straight in the face. Now, didn't amount to a kill as the Blitz is able to get back. Now that's the Warden taken off the board. But a C4 by Sexy Cake to take Giddy down now puts us into a 4v3, really, as Mir is the next to fall. That's the Blitz pushing in. This is the devastation. The holes are opened up. Now finds himself in a bad spot. But what? Holy cow. That was crazy. Lost quite a few players there in that exchange, and now find ourselves into a 1v2. Bandit, the sole alive here, and he looks at that. He puts back into a 1v1. Flash is ringing out as they start to make the push. Looking for that swing. It's going to be this one or not.
No
Sexy
way.
to take it, and that's going to be a big GG's as Los is going to take map number 1.
Was that a triple there from Sexy Cake to finish that map off? Holy cow. 7-4 victory for this team. Looking very good. Yeah, that's the first time we have seen this this CL4L, this Makers team, look like they have, a kink in the armor. There was a spot open, and Los taking advantage of it, taking them down on their map pick. It's the first opportunity, though, the first in a best of 3. Still 2 more potentially to come. Border, and then if we're blessed, LAIR to follow, my friend.
Yep, AO, let's go. Okay, sit back, relax, folks, because when we come back, we're bringing you the second map. AO.
Let's go. the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badham.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, you joker.
Kiss my ash, you got 0 sense. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
a whiskey. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Man, I love that trailer. So freaking cool, man. Hey, if you're just joining us, you missed a hell of a game on NIGHTHAVEN where Los comes up clean, taking down the top of T2, solidifying their T1 presence here in today's matches. We got another one coming up for you. It's a best of 3. So where are we headed? We're going to border, baby. And it's very similar to the way that NIGHTHAVEN plays out. I'm hoping we see a little bit something different here out of CL4L. What do you think, Whiskey?
Yeah, this is their map pick. We knew NIGHTHAVEN was going to be the low stronghold. That's the map they wanted to play, the map they won. We talked about it, and they showed up for sure. And the first time we have seen that that X-Makers team, Challenger League for Life, look vulnerable. So that was a great one from that Los team. And the lobby is set. We are prime prepped and ready for border to go in. Now, Makers, the X-Makers team absolutely needs a win here to force that third map for us and you all to get a chance to see LAIR, and I'm looking forward to it, my friend.
That's right. Fingers crossed, baby, as we head to border. Don't attempt to board the helicopter, my friends. We're here in this map number 2, and it's going to play out a lot like what we saw on NIGHTHAVEN, right? This is another one of those maps that says if you have a well-put-together attack team, you're going to be fairly capable. Now, I'm a little curious on how the bans are going to go, because that's obviously going to tell the story of how this is going to play out and what kind of pace we're going to be seeing. Is it going to stick with the Monty ban? Not afraid of the Blitz, as they both were bringing them out.
Yeah, Blitz could still be the second, but I think even though he got some playtime, had some good opportunity, I think there is better operators that to spend the ban utility on. Now, Capital, though, that one's an interesting one. I don't know that I would have picked him on border as well. He's got some great plays as part of that the Armory Archive attack scenario out on AC from those kind of places, but still interesting. It says to us that maybe Los is worried about that from CL4L.
That's right. And then it's the Architect to follow it up. Huge, right? She's great at setting up these just... Excuse me, 1 second. Oh, there we go. It's great at setting up all of these little cheeky spots, especially on border with all of the soft breach walls that you don't necessarily know you're facing down a basically movable, deployable shield on the other side of a wall. So, yeah, get her out of there. And then to follow it up, you're going to see the Valk ban come out and take away some of that intel, some of that potential for the C4 below. So we head up. It's a classic. You start here every time when you come to border. It's 2F, Armory Lockers, and Archives. And we're going to go with a little bit different of a setup than we've seen out of CL4L, right? Now, we've seen them bring out the cap cam previously, but seeing it done so early, it's great, right? It's going to force them to make sure they're checking every door and window. And like you've heard me say before, it only takes one. Right? It only takes one of those EDDs to really just put you on edge and slow you down. So the cap can to come out. And speaking of slow down, we're bringing out my favorite, Mr. Castle, and they're going to put him on some of those critical push-in points. And I love the one on the door, specifically because if you push up to get it, right, and you have to use some sort of long gadget. You have to use the Cali, or you have to use Selma's, or something that has distance, because your toes become vulnerable as you push up towards that eastbound door.
Yep.
5 seconds to
Now,
go.
you know, the standout from the CL4L side on the defense, Bino for sure had an incredible game there on Nighthaven. Not enough to be able to convert it into a round win, but he was certainly the standout. And Giddy struggled a little bit as part of that last map, so looking forward for him to be a more important role. And playing the Doc, and I know sometimes you call him the cheese pick, but playing over in that security break area, holding on, that is a place where you were supposed to die as part of the defense, holding on and just preventing the attackers from making the push over. You talked about Blitz, Sexy Cake playing him again. Going to see whether or not he is part of a continuing menace for this team as they make the push in.
Defender has been discovered.
Yeah, Doc is the cheese op a lot of the times, and that's because he's good for very niche scenarios, and that, my friend, is one of them. When you're going to be playing life and you're holding down and you've got the castles to back you up so you have something to get behind, something to play off of, and health when the engagement happens, he has the potential to waste a ton of time. Now, unfortunately, it is going to be Wamai to go down first. And with that being the first kill, that means any of those discs that we're going to be helping with those projectile denial is going to be, I mean, non-existent, right? It has to charge it up, and so he won't be able to. Oh,
What? No!
way, Packer. Oh, well, not going to be impactful, Giddy, if you get taken out by the homie, that's for sure. Puts us into a 5v3 now, as... Jeez, that's tough. And you know what? That was something that we saw quite a few times yesterday, right? In these games that were getting so close and so tense, your finger just on a hair trigger, you see movement, you shoot. Unfortunately, it's the teammate. They find themselves now 2 down in the body balance, 3 down in the body balance as Wizard is going to rip the head off of Bino, now putting us into a 5v2. As they're making the push in. Blitz going to find the flash onto the cap can as they get pushed back into the little closet area. It's going to be a triple kill for Wizard. Now Blitz coming in. Oh, yeah! Takes the Blitz out, but unfortunately the buddy system is in play. Los going to come up with their first win on map number 2. And honestly, it just looks like it's continuing over from map 1, right? All the same sort of things. The early entry pick, the movement in together, the quick taking of the real estate. It's just trusting in the Los process, which didn't quite serve them well up in Pro League, but is having some great success down here at the top of T2.
Oh wow, what a run there for Los, and for Packer though to finally shut down Sexy Cake, sort of avenge a little bit the TK there early to take him down. Great to shut that play down, but boy, I think you're right. They're definitely going to want to reconsider whether or not they should have banned Blitz as a part of this. But I mean, the choice between the Monty and the Blitz. Blitz, I think, has still got a lot more vulnerability, so I think that's the good call between these two. Now, opening up the bathroom hatch early means they're going to devote a lot of this vertical control upstairs on the CL4L side in the office. Try and just hold on, slow it down a little bit, and this time it's putting the cap can traps on both sides of the door, hoping that might be able to catch one of these Los players off guard to try and make the push in. The bathroom site, really, I still think is attacker friendly, but maybe a little bit more so the defense has got a chance here.
That's right. So a little bit of a switch up to the strategy, right? The adaptation comes out here by Los. Even though they won the round, they're still going to get proactive. And I think that's the difference here, right? The X-Maker squad is just definitely being so reactive to the situation. Shoot when being shot at, swing when being swung on, you know, waiting for kind of just waiting and not the usual form that we see out of X-Maker. So maybe a little bit of nerves coming into play, maybe just trying to get those gears grinded up early. But either way, we'll see it's the Flores out, and that's going to start to take care of some of those castle barricades and put the pressure onto the players playing up top. That is the Fenrir, the castle, man, everybody. And look at that. They just took out the person down in sight, and just like that, they're getting in for the plant.
No
the
way. No way.
It was on the vertical hold, and they're just going to push in and take the plant, and just like that, they find themselves in a post-plant scenario with everybody still alive. Warden going to be the next to fall here in this 4v3, and man, it was tough. That's the problem you have if you're all vertical. man, you could just push in, punch the guy straight in the face, and then get the plant down. That's exactly what they did. 26 seconds left on the board. You have to have 7 to be able to get it going. Adam finds it onto one of the Lowe's players, and that's going to be
They did
down.
it!
So the quick plant not going to work. It is stymied, but just by the hair on their chin. 5 seconds later, and this would have been a different story. Instead, we're going to see X-Makers CL4L find their first win on their defense.
What an attacking run there by Los, though. The quick execute in, a great read by the IGL, understanding that we talked about CL4 was setting up for the heavy upstairs defense, having the hatch open, and even with some of those sound cues, it seemed like CL4L just completely missed that opportunity for stopping that before the plant went down. And Giddy got so close, right? Taking down Dokubi just a fraction of a second after she finally finished that plant. So that was close. They almost shut that down before it even got started, but a great finish there for CL4L to shut it down and convert that into a round win. That's what they needed. This is their map pick. Now, Los chose to start on attack here, so I think they knew that it's an attacker-sided map. Try and build the early lead, try and hold on, and I think, being that this was the X-Makers team map pick, they were ready for it, and going to get to see how they now handle. They're going to go back up to the 2F. And I think they had the opportunity. They just let Los come and run over them. The TK definitely slowed that team down. So if they can try and keep their full 5 alive, might be a different result for them.
All right, so gonna stick with the cap can, and normally what you'll see is they'll bring out the cap can. You'll see it on the wall a couple of doors. It might net you a kill, and then you put them back away for your next map. You bring them out for just a few. Instead, they're gonna stick it, and I like it, especially with the castle on the board. They're really gonna do their best to set the pace, and it worked on the last round. Now, well, I guess it didn't work on the last round because they were all up top and they got in and planted. So a fluke, I guess, statement there. But it was if the IGL makes the call out, there's only one in sight. They push directly. They get the plant in. A couple of gunfights go their way, and that was, of course, a different storyline. First going to go is Zofia off the board. They're going to rotate. Wow. It was ballsy, it was bold, and it almost cost him his life as he almost paid for his hubris. Takes a couple of pre-fires, looking to... Man, he's trapped in the corner now. Potential drone above him, watching for his location, giving out the constant pings. They're pushing up. They're not going to let him close off that last one because then they have to expend some gadgetry to get through those castle barricades. Nook going to find the next kill as they take Tristan off the board, equalizing on that body balance as we find ourselves now in almost an exact 4v4, even health-wise, as it's 38 and 40 to the 2 members who have taken damage already.
Wow. Already a lot of action happening in that early engagement phase, and then slowed down. Definitely the pace of the game just really slowing down at this point, and playing behind security, playing behind the desk. That's the down onto Castle, and then Arthur taking down Bino. That's huge, and a nade kill. It seems like we haven't seen those since the end of year 8.
Right, sends one in, catches it, and just like that, it's on to a 4v2, 4v1, excuse me, as it's all going to be left on the shoulders of Warden, which has been a familiar scene of the night. Right, it's going to have to be put on pace for basically the ace here. Takes a shot towards the metal, but just not going to be enough as the FNG is going to take them down. Go ahead.
Close enough range there that I know we were going to talk about we got the FMG9 got a little bit of a buff to the recoil pattern, but certainly not even necessary when you're shoving the gun in the chest of the defenders. So Warden not really having a chance and us not getting a chance to see it. But Wizard right now starting off an incredible game here on Border. This is Challenger League for life. The CL4L team's best opportunity. This is their map pick, so need to see them turn it up. It is definitely feeling like something is missing right now from this squad. So they're a great team. Not to confuse anyone out there about which team we want to win. The casters just want to see some great siege, but pointing out right now they seem vulnerable.
Yeah. I mean, they start out with some of the early entry, right? They got the Zofia off the board on the last one, but just couldn't maintain that body balance. It just pushed a little too far away from each other. So here's the win condition, right? Step number one, you got to kill Wizard. He's got to be taken off the board. He's an absolute menace, already coming in at 5-1 in 3 rounds. And then step number two is get back to your roots here, right? Get back to that buddy system in play, back to the refrags, right? Back to being a little bit closer to where you can act upon each other. And I mean, we've seen it work a ton of times. X Makers just lost their first map in this entire open or qualifier run, right? Since the beginning of the open qualifier, one map, and it just happened on the last one. So this is a good team. We know they could do it, but they have got to get their heads together, or we're going to have this one done early and done in 2.
And no one here, unless you're a Los fan, wants to see that. The NA crowd wants to see both of these teams push on, and certainly I think there's something a little bit magical, a little bit of siege poetry for getting to see the T2 teams fighting for their opportunity here. Now the good news is, again, both of these teams have already qualified for the LCQ. This is not an elimination game, just a seeding game, but where you get seated in the LCQ is going to make a big difference about whether or not you're going to have to fight through the bottom of the NAL or that mid part, and those are the teams that are going to be hungry to fight. So I'm glad that this is an elimination and both of these teams get the opportunity to play, but where you end up in that LCQ bracket going to make the difference between whether you make it to Montreal or just show up.
Yeah, or just show up as you sit in the seats. Exactly. And here's the other ramification, right? Everybody talks about Makers, X-Makers, CL4L being a T1 contender team, right? But if you can't beat the worst team in T1, then I don't know. Maybe the argument isn't quite made yet. So need to see something stepping up here, right? Back to some of that traditional CL4L play that we're so used to. They get the opening pick again as they take the Twitch off the board, and that's a huge one. So some of that util going to stay up, specifically those cap can traps. Trapped back in the corner here. He might be finding himself in a rock and a hard place as that vertical play is on the board. And they're going to take the Warden off, so that's going to be Packer gone as the body bounce get equalized here into a 4-4. Little bit of damage done to the Fenrir, but he's alive to put some more damage on. But Legacy, there he goes again, starting to get that chaos here. Is going to get the kill as the Legion also goes down, so that quickly puts us into a 4v2. All of it sitting onto the shoulders of Castle and Fenrir, as that Legion is going to be completely unreachable in the back corner, I believe. Now, the double rings out Whiskey, and that just quickly equalizes the man count as they looking towards this, and they're going to jump in the window. Adam on the quad kill, now on pace for the ace. Looking
He gets it!
To him, baby! He said T1 for what? Push him. Don't feed him one-on-one or he's going to eat. And the man just had a feast. An ace to get the score line tied back up.
He got it. Let's go. What a play there from Adam. And I was about to say during that, but the round just ended so quickly we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. But when Wizard went down as that opening pick, he had almost at 5 kills and the rest of his entire team had 6. So and he had almost doubled the rest of his team's, or matched the rest of his team's kill count. So having Wizard go down early, that was huge for this X-Makers squad. But and then we were going to say the standout player from the last map, Bino, really struggled here on border and hasn't been able to find his place on the defense, where he got 10 kills on that first half of the last map. But he is absolutely being his contribution being matched by Adam. It was at 3 to start with, the kill leader here for his team, and then ends up with an ace on round 4. What a round for them. That's a huge bounce back and a big confidence boost, I think, for defense here on border.
Yeah, absolutely. Tied it back up off the back of some individual heroics. Huge round. We said the win condition was going to be to take Wizard off the board, and Adam said, oh, Excellent. Well, hold my G Fuel. Watch what I can do. And he did it. Went out and hit every single one of them. Once he hit the win condition, he knew he won it, right? That was all I said he had to do. And so the rest of it was just easy. All he had to do was ace it at that point.
All he had to do was ace it at that point. I love this use of the Twitch, though. Los has done a great job in general of managing all of the CL4L utility. They've been clearing it off. I know we did see not a Cap King kill, but lost a little bit of health to it. After that, it seems like they have sort of been able to just clear it all out. We haven't seen the large number of Legion goos taking down players, just hitting all over the place. It seems like Los is doing a better job in this case on this map of clearing out the defender utility and just taking it to them. But the direct gunfights between these two teams at least keeping CL4L in this.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of kills ring out on both sides. First to fall is going to be the Capcan. Next to fall is going to be Just Jay's most hated operator, Osa, going to get taken down, just proving his point a little bit more. That maybe she isn't quite the play. I liked the idea of the shield coming in, but you got to be able to get it down first. Adam with a shot on the Wizard. Another retribution kill as he deletes him off the board. They're going to find another, and just like that, Adam, he becomes the win condition. He becomes the solution, and now they got to deal with him, or they're not going to be finding themselves around. CL4L looking to find themselves up, and Packer going to do the run out on a Sexy Cake, now taking us into a 1v4. Zofia Legacy, the last alive, the lone wolf. Now, if anybody can do it, we've seen him pop off before and catch himself a quad piece several times in the last map. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it here. It's a tough hill to climb up, and he's got plenty of time to do so.
Oh, wow. You called it. And to me, when we were watching NIGHTHAVEN, we saw that point in the map where Los started running out and taking the kills outside. That, to me, was the spot where you could tell they had the confidence to win that map. And we have absolutely seen that shift now for the CL4L team. Packer with the run out to get that kill. That to me just seems like they are making that change, making the push into the team that is going to win this map. And we would have said Border's a bit of an attacker-sided map, so the fact that we've already seen CL4L now pick up their third and are going to get at least 3 rounds on defense here on their map pick, this is feeling a little bit better for Border. I was feeling kind of down on how CL4L was doing back on round 3, but these previous 2 rounds, 4 and 5, they have absolutely come alive off the back of some heroics from Adam for sure, but they're feeling more confident, playing better together, showing Los that they belong.
Yeah, absolutely. And do me a quick favor real quick, Whiskey, check your DMs while I take us through the beginning of this part of the round. So it's a little bit of holding on to the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it is the classic phrase, and CL4L going to go ahead and live up to that, right? Bring the Capcan, bring the castle, really focus on those pace setting operators and they're doing a great job. They're slowing them down. They're forcing those engagements, funneling these people, the attackers, into those positions that are most advantageous for the defense, right? And now they find themselves 1 up on the scoreline, looking to get themselves on the standard split, albeit not in necessarily the direction that we thought it was going to happen. So a little bit of adaptation coming out by Los. They said, okay, a little fire with fire, gonna bring the blitz back out and put some pressure onto that security area and make sure that they take the win condition off the board, because that's gonna be step number 1. 10-2 Adam sits currently, as he has really just been having an incredible game and making Border defensive sided again.
Well, I would have said, if we were looking at Bino in a 0 kill kind of a game, that CL4 would be struggling, but Adam is certainly picking up all of the slack here, and carrying the rest of this team. Well, carry is definitely not the right word when you're talking about this X-Makers squad, but doing a fantastic job of picking up the kills when they need it. Wizard, though, going to prevent him from getting another, and Adam has just got his number. It's just unbelievable what he's been able to do on Border here to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, shotgun in hand, he's going to take a shot, but he's not even going to have a chance. Packer going to lose his life on the immediate head deletion. Is going to put the body balance tipped back in favor of Los here as they find themselves in a 4-3, a 3-3, as Adam is yet again going to keep getting kills. They can't find a way to kill this man. Now 3-3 as he finds himself pretty high up in the double digits, but just like that, look at this. Ace already inside. He's getting the plant going down. It's going to be a retake now as Legacy takes Tristan off the board into a 3v2. Blitz to find another, and they're looking at tying up the scoreline here, and it's got to be Giddy the one to do it, but no, gonna be denied. That is going to be Los to take us on to the 3-3, and that is the half of map number 2, and it leaves us kind of on the edge of our seat.
Right, 50-50. We saw a tremendous couple rounds there from CL4L on the back of some incredible Adam play. The ace and then round 5, and he looked like he couldn't be stopped even in at the beginning half of that round 6, but the blitz comes in. Sexy Cake does find a way to slow them down, and they were able to get the plant. So we have seen Los be very objective-based in general, certainly more than some of the other lower tier teams that we get a chance to watch. So it's an important part of their gameplay, and of course the defense. Just you get that extra anxiety from that constant beeping for those last 45 seconds. So managed to turn it in to a 3-3 half. Evenly matched between these two. This is certainly a better, the CL4L team is playing much better to me than they did on NIGHTHAVEN. This shows they were ready for this map pick, and they struggled a bit there. We saw a little bit of weakness, but they turned it around now when it counts on their map, and we got to see them continue it on the attack on what is typically the attacker-sided map. So this is definitely their time to shine, and Los is going to have to watch out.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Dang truth. Absolutely. Okay, so the op swap. Boy, it just doesn't actually get any better than that, Whiskey, right? 3-3. Both teams firing on all cylinders. The CL4L finally starting to wake up and bring out a couple of the fun operators that we saw utilized before. The glass for the long distance and the cheeky bit of a wish you would cross in front. Grim for those Bs. You suss out that those critical push points, specifically, over in the half wall there, back behind. And then the buck, verticality, send him in from underneath. That makes sense to me, especially because I believe they got one off the back of that on the other side of it, right? When Los was on the attack, verticality proved to be the bane of some of CL4L's players as they were just pushed out and then caught in the cross. So I like it. Take this first minute to get yourself some drone work done. Make sure you suss out exactly where these defenders are, or at least the one that you're going to potentially be trying to isolate. They're pulling the same strat on the other side, right? Is the dock being utilized here to hold on to that security area? You said he's meant to die, but he plays to live.
That's right. Backed up by Wizard, playing in the small office there. Even though they had the Grimbies on him, they know he's playing in that spot. Got a little bit of protection there, and Packer playing the Deimos. We know Deimos was banned out on NIGHTHAVEN, and part of the reason this CL4L team had been using him to great effect some of their previous rounds. So we are all tied up, and interestingly, they're also bringing out the glass. Adam now playing this that long range and suppressed as well.
Silent death. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. We get equalized on the body count here as the last minute is going to start to tick down. Some vertical to be used up here as they are looking for this player over off the backside. Now, vertical can be had both ways here, Whiskey, so open up a hole could be dangerous if he's paying enough attention. Glass starting to make the push-up from the east balk. It's a slow creep as he's trying not to give away too much of his location so the swing doesn't happen. Looking towards the back end, the bottom. I'm going to see some damage. Glass goes down. Doc going to be able to put himself back onto a full stem as he rotates into the fountain area, and that's going to be a Warden taken down now, putting us into a 3-3. 29 seconds left on the board as they're making that final bit of a push in. Grim Bees through the long hallway down from 90, giving away nobody's location. Nobody has actually hit those bees, so all in the relative safety. Scrolls through, finds one. He says, where's the mute? Full send. It's the shotgun. He was close. The crossfire was set up, and Bino's going to take Sexy Cake down, and
Yes.
just like that, we're looking at a plant scenarios. They just pushed right in. So now a retake here. Got a 1 second left to get it down, and they got it done. So, oh no, all going to rest on Doc's shoulders. He's got to get the stim in. He's 5 HP. He does. He's back to full health, but no stim where you're at now as Packer uses the shotgun to end his legacy.
Some siege poetry there, and boy, showing why Deimos was potentially the right ban on that previous map. Packer showing up like crazy there on the first round of their attack. So Los looking a little vulnerable here as well, giving up that first defending round, letting them walk in. Get the plant right on the corner of the door, right? It's that classic west side push. And even though the attackers lost quite a bit of their assets early, losing that the glass to try and protect it, he almost was a bit of a distraction right over on the east side, while Packer and the plant were starting to happen over on the west side. So well played there from the CL4L team to take that first. This is it, my friend. Round 8 with a little bit of an advantage to this team, but on the edge of our seats, the back and forth scenario that we've got going. Not sure how this one's going to play out, but what we know for sure is that the X-Makers team, they have got to win here on border to force the third map. And if you didn't catch the map ban discussion at the beginning, it is LAIR, my friend, and friends watching, going to get the chance to see it again here with the CL4L team, who I think played it very dominantly in that previous game against SSG Academy yesterday.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Jesus. A little bit of a technical difficulty there. Sorry about that. So Flores starts to get his drones in to get rid of some of that extension util, and you're seeing the same thing, right? It's the classic border play, I guess, for this match is going to be the castle and the Capcan combo. But the fun operator is going to be the orcs being brought out, right? He's able to traverse the map both horizontally and vertically faster than anybody else. So in the hands of Wizard, who was having an incredible game before Adam started to just become a menace, puts himself on it. We'll see what he's got here. Plenty of opportunities for him to get that opening kill here. So some flashes starting to ring in as they're waiting for the rotate around. They are going to find it on the outside. Legacy, Sexy Cake, and another to follow as Giddy finds his life forfeit, and that's going to be Tristan stopping the flow of bleeding, but Sexy Cake didn't take down the solution. Adam now, and it's going to put all onto the shoulders of Tristan. Now he does find one, puts it in 3-1 now with the flash that goes into the backside, forcing the Mac into the rotate down into sight. Still have two members, still have one member upstairs, Legion. So as the drop down puts himself down in the bathroom area, everybody now bunkered back down to the bottom. 3-1. Plenty of time to get it done. Got the skill to do it. But now that they're all backed up and in the home location, it's going to be a tough climb, Whiskey.
Starting with the climb up the metal stairs in combination with, he's not going to go up. He's going to focus on the down, but you've got somebody playing in customs, and trigger discipline there from Capcan, just holding, not waiting until attacker lulled into a little bit of a false sense of security since he didn't swing initially on it, and Tristan taken down pretty quickly so that one looking very good for Los, and they tie it up 4-4. So roll in here to round 9. Boy, I hate to talk about which team has got some momentum, which one's looking good, because this thing is just straight back and forth. Both of these teams right now showing that they could be the champions here in this NA Open Qualifier Playoff upper bracket final game.
Yeah, absolutely. But if we had to say it based on previously, yes, it's tied up here. But if Los just is 1 round better or 2 rounds better than CL4L, then the whole series is done. So, yeah, definitely pressure mounting. That you don't want the back and forth, especially if you're on the verge of getting the loss for it. So let's talk about the defense here as we head down into that workshop area. They're going to double up on the breach now, both Cade and Bandit being brought out. And this is a strat we've seen quite a few times here at Los, right? They really like to make sure that you're going to have to expend some utility to be able to open up all those crossfires. And why? Because they were so effective at it. Right, they were so good at forcing you out of those positions, those critical push point positions, and then catching you on the cross. Potentially one of the reasons that we saw the Capital burn taken out, because he's good at forcing them out. So we'll see. I like the mirror call here. I like the Fenrir call, and the one it's a traditional setup with a double up on the breach denial.
Well, and the combination of the breach denial as well as protecting the mirror windows, that's the other reason that I like the extra investment in some of this breach denial, because yeah, now you can help protect those mirrors. Going to make it a little bit more difficult. Adam's going to be the only one that can try and deal with that from that projectile, so keep it a little bit safer. He is going to go ahead and clear it out relatively quickly, but no, he's going to miss on the first shot and is going to have to take the second.
Oh, saw his head, went back for the repeat, but didn't get it. But the buddy system in play here for the defense. Lots of people around that front door to deny entry to any of the attacking members. A little bit of damage done to the Twitch, but nothing too bad. Still alive, still most of their HP intact. We find ourselves all tied up still with that first minute. A little bit of engagement, but not necessarily a ton, right? A little bit of the poke, a little of the prod. They're looking for that weak spot, for that one bit of mistake where they can really capitalize and collapse onto that player, and then of course onto the site.
Collapsing onto the site, yeah, a lot of the work a lot of this hold upstairs though. This vent workshop, a ton of investment usually from the defense in that 2F Armory Archives kind of area, and you can see you've got Wizard playing up there in addition to the Bandit holding on. And those two guys, I mean, Wizard had a great start to this round, but has definitely fallen off as the rest of the team though has definitely picked up the slack. Very much even across the board, and Arthur going to take down Giddy. Unfortunate with the C4, but a double from Adam to ring it out. How about a triple? Let's go, my friend. 50 seconds left, and it's all up to Arthur.
Yeah, no kidding. Bino takes Arthur off the board. But Jesus, Adam, he is just unstoppable at the minute. He said, you know what? I'm just going to go do it myself. The man has got 15 kills. He's on pace for dropping a 20 bomb here in map number 2 on Border. And holy cow, he has now become the win condition for Los as CL4L keeps grabbing that momentum back, keeps snatching that lead back up. And it's going to be here. I mean, the team that wins 2 in a row, right? That's what it is. It's so back and forth. If one team can collect 2 rounds together, they're going to be the ones that get it done and get the dub.
Yeah, the only time we've seen 2 rounds in a row was round 4 and 5. Way back on 4 and 5, where CL4L put together 2 in a row off the back of that Adam ace, and he has continued that momentum. Like you said, 15, 5, and 1. Feeling very good right now at shutting down this Los defense. But gotta watch on that overconfidence when you talk about the combination between overconfidence and just the right amount of pressure on this defense. And so far, I think Challenger League for Life has found a great balance, managed to keep it going, and they've won 2 on their attacking half to start off out of these first 3 rounds. So that's a great pace to be setting as we roll in.
Yeah, okay, so a couple of switches up here on the attack because we're going to see the Bravo finally being brought out. And I love the Bravo call, right? You can get rid of those mute jammers for sure, but mostly going to try to find those defaults, gain themselves a little bit of intel, and then have a great gun to back it up. Nomad for that flank watch, Grim for the location inside, a little bit of that intel, your entry on the Ash, and of course Ace to open everything up. This is standard on both sides of it, except for the Castle, who's going to help facilitate some of that extension. Every single player sticking to the top floor this time.
Yep, I mean, it is the Armory Archives, and typically you're seeing the attackers take more of a direct route, but Look at that, off the back of the Brava drone, opening that up. Adam's going to get the first, pinging out the mirror, who was playing in the corner there, right on that AC window. Now they just have to deal with the deployable and the mirror windows, a couple of these castles, and they're going to have the sight lines open to really put some pressure on this Los defense. Like you said, everybody upstairs in that 2F, and it's only the Frost who's sort of playing off on the security side to put a little bit of extra pressure on.
Okay, minute and 38 left on the board as the clock starts to click down, count down. You can see a little bit of the redirect going on, right? A little bit of they've taken some space, they got their entry kill, now just take a breath and then try to isolate one more of these players. And if there's anybody that you could isolate, of course, you want it to be Adam off the board for sure, right? Because he's just having such a phenomenal game.
Oh,
Off back
wow.
mirror play, not going to be able to get the kill, and Ash is going to take away that mirror, effectively turning it into just another barricaded wall. It's going to be the cross outside from Frost as they get out of security and back into the armory area. Oh, geez, the push in. They're able to find it. Huge double coming out, but Packer able to stop the flow of bleeding, puts us into a 2v3. The pressure starting to mount for both the defense and the attack as the time starts to click down. Of course, defense wants it to speed up just a little bit and really force these attackers into making some sort of mistake, right? Force them into pushing one at a time, force them into trying to go for the easy kill and not noticing that the cross is set up. Bees go in, nobody close to get pinged by it though. Looking towards the back end. Still not going to see it. Sends it just a little bit deeper, and that might get the ping on him. No. Yep,
Oh,
there it
yeah.
goes.
There it
They
goes.
did get it, but he's just going to go ahead and take the kill. Giddy on the double to get it done.
Great flank here, right? All the pressure coming from that east side. It looked like that's exactly where the plant was going to go. Both the defenders focused, and Giddy able to make the rotate around from the back. Aided by the Grimbees, it's one of the reasons that he gets banned, right? It's another piece of the roam clear and very, very difficult to try and deal with. And for the second time in the open qualifier playoffs in its entirety, we're going to get a timeout. This time, you talked about it, CL4L, who was going to be the first team to put together a string of 2 rounds in a row to put themselves on this match point opportunity. CL4L was going to do it, so Los taking that timeout, going to try and avoid getting sent to the third map, right? If you're just joining us, we're in a best of 3. Los took that first map, 7-4 on NIGHTHAVEN. We knew that was going to be the map they pick and the map that they were eventually going to win. The third is LAIR, and Los lost LAIR once in the NAL. CL4L won it yesterday against SSG Academy, and I cannot wait to give that one a cast again. But if you're a Los fan, you need to see them win 2 more in a row to force OT and shut down this CL4L team.
Okay, well, see if the timeout buff is going to play into effect here. It's kind of been pretty wobbly throughout the last couple of times that we've actually even seen the timeout. But generally, right, we see the team that takes it get the dub. We'll find out. Got to be perfect for 2 now. CL4L looking to secure map number 2 and send it to that coveted third map, the chance to win it all, and they have to do it here and then be able to take them to LAIR. So Valkyrie banned out. They're going to opt for the Mozzie this time instead. A little bit of that mobile intel, and here's a little bit of something that we've seen quite a few times in the past, right? Is going to be the pulse on the board, and he's going to be sitting in that customs area guarding that security area, which is going to be a little different than this defensive setup has been before, right? Normally they've been sticking a player in there. It's been Doc, it's been Frost, and this time instead they're going to put some pressure on it from below and hope to catch that double or that triple on the push in through the break room with those C4s. There's plenty on the board to get it done, 4 to be exact. They're going to look to blow somebody up.
This is It is definitely an interesting play, right? A complete change-up in strategy from a defensive perspective. The combination of the Pulse and the Oryx and the Mozzie, right? We have not really seen this defensive lineup come out from the Los team so far on either map. So interesting combination of operators. But you talked about it, yeah. The Pulse in customs, backed up with this Cade trying to hold on to detention. They're going to have to work from the CL4L side, put some pressure on him, got to get him cleared out to be able to have sort of a chance at putting some vertical pressure down on this vent workshop site, which is for sure going to be a piece of the focus. And you can see, yep, Ram working on it right now. We talk about her having the ability to open up a ton of this vertical space. Just going to have to watch out for Capcan, the Wizard, sitting and waiting.
That's right. And of course, they brought along the counter for the Pulse IQ on the board. So if he uses that gadget, he'll of course be sussed out. Couple of shots from the desk is going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough to really be impactful. Just enough to get him to get a drone in and suss out where exactly he was sitting at. So look at that vertical. He doesn't even have to get inside to put the pressure down on that first floor area. Pulse still active with the scanner, looking for any sign that somebody's pushed in. Get that kill, get that open entry, and just a step closer to finishing off this match point.
I thought they had detention open, but it doesn't look maybe they didn't actually get it open, or they're not putting any of that pressure on. Customs, the Pulse playing downstairs. That seems like a bit of a miss, but what we talked about Wizard being the guy early on, completely shut down since then. Back down at 6 after Packer takes him down as well. Adam still on the 16-6-2, just silently carrying this team through these last couple rounds, but that's the one we got to watch out for, that Pulse playing down below, and still 2 C4s on the board for this Los team.
That's right. Now, he did get reduced to that 50 HP, so he's just a few bullets away from being taken down. A flashbang goes in. They start to make that push towards the backside here. Boy, it's crazy how close that their crosshairs are to when they have no idea that they're on the other side of the wall. Just good game sense, ready for a swing, and look at that. They just push in.
Oh!
Push in, take the swing, and it just falls apart for the defense. It's a post plant. It's all up to Oryx now, but it's going to be a flawless round to send us on to LAIR.
7-4 victory for CL4L, and like you said it, the flawless, and we get to see LAIR. Boy, like we talk about it as the casters, we don't have any personal favorites except for getting a chance to see some more Siege. So that was fantastic. Great run by both of these teams, but only one can come out victorious, and this time it was Los. Great job to them for trying to fight back there on the second map, but X-Makers team going to find their win on their map pick, so each taking it to start off with. And like we talked about during those map bans, it was the choice between Sky and LAIR. CL4L makes the choice for LAIR, so really looking forward to what this one's going to bring us.
That's right. So sit back, relax, folks, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the third map. Ayo.
Let's go. the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badham.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
a whiskey.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back, and it was needed. It was decided. Fate has brought us a map 3 here, and it's going to be on LAIR. What a freaking game. It has just been a back and forth barn burner battle, whatever you want to call it. It's the top of the T2 versus the bottom of T1, and this is exactly what you wanted. They sit one apiece as we head into map 3. I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone. This is it. Both of these teams have qualified for the last chance qualifier. This is the seeding upper bracket final game between Los and the X-Makers team at Challenger League for Life, CL4L. And that name throws me all the time, but so far it has been a great matchup. Los winning on their map pick, NIGHTHAVEN. We knew that was going to happen rolling in. Border, a bit of a toss-up, but the X-Maker squad showing why they belong and why they are fighting for that spot in the NAL Pro League here. Now we get to go to the third map, and that third map was a choice for makers between Skyscraper and LAIR, and they picked LAIR. So this is it, my friend.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, haven't seen a ton of play on LAIR just yet, right? So this is only the second time we've seen it on the Siege Double Shot channel, obviously a couple of times in some of the other tournaments, but I'm excited for it. It's new, it's fresh. You know it won't be fresh, though. This first ban. Oh, it is. It is fresh. I mean, it's not super fresh, but it's not a Monty ban. It is the Deimos, and obviously we know the reason why. Just absolutely goated Deimos player on CL4L that just was causing havoc and destruction and making these players move and making them miss, and then ended up walking away with the dub for it. So it is going to be Deimos banned out first, and there he is. Okay, they weren't going to let him sneak through. Monty, he's gone. He's off the board. Not going to be utilized to take up some of that real estate and some of that space. If I had to guess, I would probably say that we're looking at a Valkyrie and a zombie ban. Intel being huge on this map, specifically all of the default cams, but added to it with those Valkyrie cams, it's just an unbelievable amount of information. And you know, information creates those opportunities to get those kills. You got to have one to get the other. So that is the Azami, the architect to fall. Who's the last one? Lay it on me. There she is.
Yeah, you talked about it. Valkyrie was going to be the one. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The Deimos certainly feels like a response to Packers' play on the Deimos there on border. And even though LAIR is certainly his quote-unquote map, you know, I still think that in the hands of any of the attackers, Deimos is a dangerous operator to be dealing with. We also are going to see on the defensive side, Skopos bringing out here as they work on defending that bottom site first. So interesting that he's going to be the guy. Ferry is going to bring her, and those double robots out. We're going to see where. I'm interested to see where they're going to hide the idle shell. Direct as a part of a deployable shield camera kind of a setup, or hidden in a place that's good for the potential flank later on in the map.
I think hidden's going to be the key word here, right? This map is so expansive, and there's so many just cheeky little hidey spots, close, narrow hallways that will force you into some engagements. The only time that we've, on the double shot, seen the Skopos play has been, I believe, on Clubhouse, and that was usually coupled with a mute. So they couldn't get drones in to take a look. They couldn't get any Twitches, Flores, anything around it, having to use some of that explosive utility instead. to try and force that Scopos play. So I'm excited to see what they're bringing to the table. Here's what we're gonna do though. We're gonna double up on, or not double up on the slowdown. It's gonna be kind of spread out, right? Sentry with the C4 and barbed wire, smoke to be that anchor and potentially that area denial to stop that plant from coming through. Cade for the walls and Malusi for the slowdown. So interesting setup being brought out here on LAIR, and you can already see the Flores drone getting to work, getting rid of some of that extension util, those barbed wires specifically that'll slow you down. And now with the recent addition, hurt you as you walk through them.
Yeah, that's a big change, and it just causes the attackers to have to slow down, think about it just a little bit. To me, it was always interesting that Siege was definitely in a huge defensive meta at the end of the year 8. Like, it was just tremendously defensive-sided. And we were working on buffing the attackers. You know, that was when the whole shield meta came out. So to me, it was a little interesting that barbed wire kind of got the buff, because it seemed like, in general, Ubisoft was still trying to balance out and increase the attacker's ability to make maneuvers. Although, from a realism perspective, I think having the barbed wire do some damage is probably realistic, and that helps out Siege a lot.
That is true. If you walk through some barbed wire, you're not going to come out of it unscathed for sure. No interaction so far as they start to move in towards this basement area, and not really looking like a play for any of that verticality, right? Everybody kind of set up below to try to force everybody back into sight. And look at that, there's gonna be the first kill. Adam, the hero of the last round, I didn't even see if he ended up hitting his 20 bomb or not, is gonna start out with the very first kill of the game, taking down the sentry, and that's gonna be Tristan to find the next. Now puts us into a 5v3. Just like that, Blitz made his way into sight, and that's going to be Bino to take Arthur down. And just like that, it's looking pretty good for Adam here. Finds a kill, and they can just push in, punch him in the face, and call GG's, go next round.
Literally with the melee there at the end, and Packer was very patient playing the Blitz. You had two of the attackers sort of like setting up on the warehouse barrel side, getting all of the intel as they worked on how exactly where they were going to approach this before pushing through missile into lab and forcing the defending team to react, right? It didn't even work on getting the plant down, but they were very patient as they set that attack up. And surprisingly, at least a little bit, not a lot of vertical play on that round. Even though we were in the basement, we didn't really see a whole lot of action happening on the second floor, first floor. A lot of it was much more site direct. And yeah, you talked about it. Adam getting 2 to start off, so that was a huge one. Sexy Cake, the only defender able to find a kill. Now, as we head upstairs to the 2F, for sure when we watched this map play out the last time, a lot of focus on that mask area in the master, on those multiple double breaches. So it's kind of a question is, how are we going to see CL4L handle it? The push in towards on the operational side, or big focus on that R6 room, which is kind of a strange name for a room in the game of R6, but you know, it is what it is.
It's Siege Poacher, bro. That's what it is. Okay, yeah, up to the second floor, and you're right. Yeah, Bandit going to be hanging out in that in the breach area, guarding both sides of it, and there was both vertically and, of course, a horizontal push being made towards that mask room, and we saw several instances where if they could just get one of the walls open, if they were able to stymie that Bandit long enough and open up one of those walls, then it was almost a free plant up against the wall. Now the problem is you got to be close enough to handle it once the diffuser is down, which is of course one of the things that we saw yesterday, where it did get diffused because they couldn't get there in time. On the defensive side of it, they're going to really be focusing on that slowdown. And real quick, folks, I just wanted to say a big, huge thank you to everybody who's hanging out with us today for this NAL. Getting to watch a Pro League take on the top of T2 is just an absolute blast. Thank you for the subs. Thank you specifically for the follows and allowing us to do what we love to do, and that's talk about Siege. So appreciate you being here. There's more of this to come, of course. as we go on through these next couple of rounds. But we've got to get through map number 3 first. Minute 34 left in this round, as not very much of the contest has been seen. They did, of course, make their way into the backside and try to put some pressure onto this bandit. He's looking for that verticality. He knows something potentially can come up from there. You know, to be funny is a gridlock through the floor.
It might happen. It occasionally does happen. And look at this. We had the bandit trick. Sexy Cake has been fairly successful at holding this down, but they have got the line of sight open and now can put a little bit of pressure on the wall, prevent bandit from making that push in. So that is sort of, we've seen that be one of the default plant locations, is right up on that double close to the operational wall. And they've got to push Sexy Cake out of Master to really gain some control there. And we've seen this is Farius holding on to that like mezzanine area above the lobby, and here's the push up to try and take that space back as Giddy makes the push.
And that's right, bees are going out, gives away the location. Legion going to be the first to get taken off the board. Now puts us in. Jesus, they are finding some kills just exceptionally well. This is LAIR. This is what they prepared for, and they are just pushing in and punching back. Now, Wizard is able to stop the flow of bleeding as he takes Giddy's head off, but the damage has been done. It is now a 4v1. Malusi, the last alive. Wizard able to take Packer off the board, but traded immediately at him, denying any sort of comeback or attempt to. Huge plays, and just like that, we find X-Makers up 2 as we head into 3.
Up 2 as we head into 3. A great start for this team. Just taking a look back, I know we talked about it. They won against the SSG ACAD team yesterday on LAIR in a 7-4 victory. On their attacking half, it was 3 in a row. They won the first floor site twice and the second floor once. So now that they've got a win in the basement as well against this Los team, I feel like it's looking up a little bit for them. Certainly, you know, taking a look at the sites, if not everyone has had a chance to see or play LAIR often enough, this first floor bunk's really that primary first floor site with a ton of the action happening upstairs in the in that R6 room. We saw some great plays by Rampy yesterday trying to hold on to that vertical space above the bunk. So we'll see whether or not this round kind of plays out in the same way. But talking about it, CL4L right now has got a little bit of momentum on their side on their first time starting off a game on attack.
Now, is this bandit hiding so he doesn't get spotted out by the drones? Maybe they don't need to know that they need to bring along that EMP. Could be quite cheeky because they definitely did not. So he's going to be back to his tricking capabilities that only bandit can do. And got to do a little sight setup as well. So once, if you're holding on until the round starts, he's still got to make up that time. And he is going to eventually get sussed out here as the Twitch making its way in. But look at that. A little bit of a spawn peek here. It's going to be Bino finding the first kill and the body bounce immediately shifting over to the attack side yet again. And that's the other thing, right? They're doing this on attack. They're finding these wins on attack when I feel like this should be fairly defensive sided.
Well, we're sort of seeing it play out in real time, right? A new map. It was played 3 times total in the NAL out of all of the maps that were played. I don't remember the site stats on it specifically, but at least when we're just looking back at the NAL, it was 3 times they got a chance to play it. In our case, it was attacker sided. I guess, well, it was a 4-2 half with the attackers losing it to start, but that was SSGA, so I think we need some more data points really to put a call in it. What we know for sure is that CL4L has been playing this map in particular very well on both sides.
That is the dang truth. Okay, so a bit of a hurry up and hold pattern as they're taking bits and pieces of real estate, but outside of that first engagement, not really much activity as they're going to get the drones back out. They're going to make sure and take a double look as they start to make the push in. A couple of flashes ring out, force some movement out of this defense. Bandit putting himself back onto the wall, ready for some tricking, but they've got a couple of people to deal with that. Get the vertical established, send in that Capitao, send in that Flores, and it could be a Dundada Chibata for sure.
Still a lot of this focus. I know we talked about it upstairs. You got 3 of the defenders upstairs, Warden, Frost, and Malusi all sort of playing in that area, but boy, Adam cannot be stopped right now. 6-0 off the back of his double-digit game that certainly helped this team win, and another one.
Yeah, I think you meant 7-0, and Adam just deleting Sexy Cake off the board, which I don't know. Is that a phrase you thought you'd be saying for sure?
Well, I didn't think that we were going to get an opportunity to cast this Los roster very often or this early in our casting careers, but it's right now. This CL4L team is putting on a bit of a show and showing why they certainly want to and deserve a shot at one of those NAL Pro League spots.
5 seconds to go.
That's right. And look at that. Frost, the last alive, open up for some vertical, trying to stop the plant, but it's not going to be successful. Finding ourselves in a similar situation where verticality can be had both ways. They take it from the bottom.
And, we were talking, so that's 3 in a row, and I'm wondering whether or not we were going to see a Los timeout here. So far, the timeout buff, though, has not been successful. 0-2 in this particular series, and really it had been certainly more like that 60-70% kind of range, but Los is just really struggling right now. I know that the big thing is both of these teams, again, have qualified to the LCQ already. This is the seeding game between them. Los has already played all of the NAL teams. They may be feeling a little bit more confident, but at least from a confidence perspective and walking into that LCQ, I think having a win against all of the LCQ qualifiers walking through this playoff bracket, I think would have been a big boost for them. So to have the CL4L team right now putting on a bit of a show, at least starting off on attack, is definitely not what Los wanted to see. So if you're Los fan, it's time to step up, for them to step up and show what they can do here on LAIR.
5 seconds to go.
That's right. Get out whatever good luck charm you got, because it's not headed in Los's direction at the moment, and they could use it here on map number 3. Somebody's got to lose, Whiskey. It's the part you hate the most about the game. Well, not hate the most. It's the only part you hate about the game, outside of a drone being in sight.
Indeed, my friend. And look at this. Oh, wow. Wow, Farius going for the Vigil spawn peak at 0-4, 0-3 at the time, and just not having the success, right? Everything is going the Challenger League for life way right now. Hitting their shots, winning the engagements, and even when it looked like Los was going to try and take a little bit of an extra step, that extra aggressive move, try and shut this CL4L team down. They answer back immediately.
They're just looking incredible on LAIR, just unstoppable. And this is what you want. This is the magic. You got to see something come alive out of Los, or they're going to find themselves similar to the season that they had before. And now X-Makers, if they win this, right, they only drop 1 map in the entire run through this whole series. So absolute incredible play. Holding on to the long angle, hoping to get a little bit closer to equalizing here on the body balance. They got to find 1 or 2, Gridlock being the prime choice. She's already into that low health scenario, but got somebody on the roof taking an extra look. And they've got plenty of time. Oh, Sexy Cake coming out and taking Bino off the board with a couple of body shots. They're going to get rid of this Malusi charge. It does get a little equalized into the scoreline now, as it's only the Blitz, Gridlock, and Flores left on the board, and Blitz still kind of holding on to that like wait, that Cobra sitting ready to strike type scenario, waiting for that green light to go in and cause that chaos. 57 seconds left for them to go ahead and make a decision on where they're going to be making that push into. Grenade goes out to get rid of some of that extension util, allowing that Blitz to be able to push in unencumbered from the Claymores, the Legion traps, or any Malusis that are sitting around close. There's the kill. It's a double as Giddy rings one out. Giddy on the triple, he says, let me have them. They're mine. Giddy does it again. No surprises there.
It was a that was a great split push there from the CL4L team, right? It was definitely, um, a the Packer combo there playing on the blitz, sort of misdirecting everything over on the one side of the map, and Giddy just comes in from the other side, from the 6 side, and knocks down both of the defenders as they were sort of occupied dealing with the very real threat from Blitz. So, well played on their part, and Los has got to do something on defense here. It's not. This is not even looking close at this point. And it's definitely surprising considering what we saw, that how they played Nighthaven out. And I know there's not a ton of similarities. Certainly, we're seeing how LAIR is played out very different from some of the other maps, but there's still a lot of vertical play that's happening. But it just seems like right now they're feeling a bit lost and just do not have an answer to this surging CL4L team. I know we're talking about the bottom of T1, the top of T2, very closely, evenly matched, but right now it's feeling all one-sided, and 4 rounds in a row is nothing that Los needs to or is going to have to deal with later. They got to deal with it now.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to stop the flow of bleeding. They got to change something. And I guess that begs the question then, Whiskey, what becomes the win condition outside of you have to stop Adam? That's got to be step number 1.
Well, you got to stop Adam, but then Giddy goes ahead and grabs a triple on the last round. So even when you've sort of got your focus on the attacking operators that are causing you some of the most trouble, this team has got even and balanced to make it work. Now, almost a complete vertical strat here from this defensive team, right? You've got 3 players upstairs, heavy roam upstairs to try and hold down, and you have to, because there's a spot where you can walk in on the bunks side, right on that main breach just outside the bunks terrace, and walk in and plant. And we've seen that happen with the blitz. We've seen that played out. So you got to have the vertical control in R6 to be able to prevent that quick plant in. So that's really the focus here from the low side. They're holding on upstairs, and CL4L, you can see those orange outlines are everywhere. They're just putting pressure from every angle on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they're doing, right? They're funneling everybody back kind of down into that site, trying to catch somebody isolated so they can take that early entry pick like they've been getting. So Gon 6 is poised and ready, waiting for that 3, 2, 1, go. It could be potentially devastating if they've got the intel in sight, and there he is. He just marches right up the stairs. Legion goo, proximity alarm, all the bells and whistles going off to let him know that he's coming up, and it is going to be IQ to find her life forfeit in the first bit of exchange here, so the body balance going to tip in favor of Los as they take that entry opening pick, and it was a good one too, right? So some of those some of those cameras, and they're present. They're everywhere on this map. What? Jesus. Legacy going to find one, but it's going to be answered back immediately. Puts us into a 4v3. It's 30 seconds left, so the pressure's starting to mount for the attack team. As Los about to be on their first round win here on the defense on LAIR. It is a 2-2, though, so 24 seconds, unless they're able to get Legion up, the body count is equalized. They still hold on to that top floor control, so 1 member each team on the top floor and 1 member each on the bottom floor. This could be over in a snap.
Oh, Arthur's going to get it, taking down Giddy. That was huge. And Tristan not in a position there to get the diffuser down. Had a little bit of a pressure from both sides. Needed to watch both. And the quick drop down from Alusi going to take it off. And, yeah, 1 minute left in that round. Oh, and we got Legacy. Unfortunately, a DC. We're going to have to take a pause. Oh, an FPS bug for him. That was, we were saying about that minute left, the best opportunity it looked like for Los to try and win a round, and finally they're able to convert one. So it is not going to be a sweep, which I think that would have certainly been unexpected playing a T1 team. Los put together a great round there, and now breathing a little bit of life into their game here on this 3rd map in the best of 3.
That's right. So a quick tech pause here as they get it all settled and taken care of, which means you can sit back and relax because when we come back, we're going to bring you the stunning conclusion to the third map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up? Welcome back, folks. Tech pause over. Dundada Chibata. We're moving on. It's 4-1, and the scoreline not necessarily indicative to how the gameplay has been going, right? 4-2 is being seen as the standard split, maybe on the defensive side, but it has been all CL4L except for that last round, and even then, it still came down to a bit of a nail-biter there. So, looking at the defense here, last round of the first half of the last map, and we're going to finally see some Vigil on the board, a little bit of that roam game investment here, and I like it. I wish we could see the Cav, Whiskey. I want to see somebody do the Cav play. I want some interrogations, you know? That's the big build-up there, but we'll have to settle for the Vigil and the Boss G, which is, of course, a menace of a gun.
Yeah, that's right. And during that quick tech pause, just went ahead and checked on one of the previous games. I know some of the players are here in the Twitch chat as well, but congrats to SSG ACAD for winning 2-0 over the Bello team. So I know we had the opportunity, went with a poll on X, which game should we cover here, and it was a tough one between all of these great teams available. So congrats to Bello to making it that far. SSG ACAD is awaiting the loser of this game to continue this qualification playoff there in the lower bracket final. So we're going to be bringing you that one as soon as this game ends. So look forward to SSG Academy taking on Los or CL4L, whichever one loses this game.
That's right. Okay. Last round of the half. Let's get into it. What's the defense bringing? A little bit of that slowdown with the Legion and the Malusi. Going to bring that area denial of smoke, the roam capabilities of the Vigil, who is gone.
Oh, wow.
Just gone. Immediately pushing in the Jackal, and I couldn't see who else that was. They find the double kill off the gate. Now it puts us into a 5v3. 56 seconds left on the board. I guess it's not pushing immediately. I forgot we skipped the prep phase. So only 46 seconds left. They find the first 2 kills and claim the body bounce, tipped in the favor of X-Makers here as the pressure starts to mount. Now, they do still have 2 gas canisters in hand of the smoke, so they'll be able to deny some of that push in. But it's going to be a tough climb up here. 30 seconds left on the board. They make another push in. Giddy going to find Arthur off the board. Now puts us into a 2v5. Looking for that potential rotate down the stairs. They're going to find another one, and it is just going to fall apart as now we find ourselves on a 5-1-1/2 for an attacking LAIR.
Well, if there was a question about whether or not LAIR was attacker-sided and defender-sided, right now, if it's the X-Makers team, Challenger League for life, attacker-sided, my friend. You said it. 5-1-1/2, going crazy. And really, on the low side, Farius is really struggling, playing that Vigil Boss G, going for some of those spawn peaks, and just not ready for the guns on this Challenger League for life side. I mean, not able to find a single kill yet there. If there's anybody that's got to step up on that team, it's him. Sexy Cake dragging behind a little bit as well, but certainly got the opportunity now on the attacking side. Change up the strategy, reset the minds. Here it is, the opportunity now. Change up how this game is being played. How is the Challenger League for Life going to handle their attack? Well, Packers going to bring out the Vigil Boss G as well in a interesting turn of events, and Giddy continuing to play the bandit, and we're going to see some of that bandit tricking happening in that mask master area, which is real important for trying to hold off that operational push that we see. Going to be a lot of investment, my thought was, from the ace, but they're going to stick with Arthur on the Maverick. To me, that seems a little dangerous. That push up into the mask master area is really exposed from the mezzanine area, so having the ace or even the Hibana to try and open up some of those walls, I think, makes that a lot safer. So I wonder about the choice of the hard breaches here.
Yeah, I mean, could be a little bit of a comfort pick here, right? Like the Mav gun a little bit better. You got the Zofia to back it up and open it. So, I mean, we'll see if he's able to get it done. A little bit of backup onto the windows could put some pressure on it and open up both sides. On the side of the defense, though, they've got several things to slow you down, right? Fenrir, even though he got that huge nerf, still just continuing to be a constant part of the competitive scene, and with good reason, right? It's tough to push in when you can't see, and that's going to be step one. You got to be able to see your target.
Yep, and so we talked, we're thinking from the operational side, opening up that mask hard breach, but that's exactly where they're going. But from the opposite side, right? They're opening from the exterior side of the wall, out on that courtyard balcony as the opposition to it, to try and again force Bandit out of that location, and then maybe make that a little bit easier. But no can openers. Maverick is the only one, so. We got half the round gone already, no kills, so it's moving at a little bit of a slower pace, which definitely matches what we saw from Los on NIGHTHAVEN. They approached the larger map a little bit slower. We talked about that being sort of one of the hallmarks maybe of the T1 teams, that they play very slow, methodical, and in the game of Siege, very tactical. So we're sort of seeing that balance out here on LAIR as well, and that might be going to their advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So Vigil, the only one to be reduced in his HP in that first bit of gunfight outside of the Capitao, who also took a little bit of damage. But look, the time has been wasted. We're still sitting 5-all. That means trades are going to ring out like crazy. Giddy to take Legacy off the board as he rips into his headpiece. They're starting to push him with a couple of flashes and smoke canisters, putting some pressure on from the backside, and just can't quite push in. It's the prone, pwned, and owned position as Giddy going to find one, Pack going to find another, and Bino to take Sexy Cake down. And just like that, it was just a huge collapse for the attacking team. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's a shotgun in your face as he says goodbye.
It's just close quarter combat, everything happening up there on that, up there in that mask master area, and completely falling apart for the Los team on attack. Oh man, a match point already, 6-1. I was really wondering whether or not, how this was going to go. And we know that we talked about Los lost LAIR in the NAL. The X-Makers team had lost it to the actual SSG Academy team, somebody said in Twitch chat, in an 8-10 extended overtime game. Not sure which one that one was, but right now it seems like from a map choice perspective, when it came down to Skyscraper and LAIR, Challenger League for Life was ready to play LAIR, and they have absolutely brought their A game and shutting this down. Various finally found one, but it's not going to be enough unless they can really turn up the heat here on attack. We are on match point, map point, series points, and here we are, the upper bracket final point in this best of 3. CL4L wins it. This series is over, and they emerge as that number 1.
Okay. Boy, that's some pressure, not just for CL4L, even though they're having such a great final map here, but really just the pressure onto Los, right? I mean, you come into this knowing that you're a T1 top tier team, and then yeah, Makers is X-Makers. CL4L is just having the time of their lives on LAIR. So, you know, maybe not as deep into the map pool for Los as they'd like. It's an incredible team, obviously, but just not able to quite put it together right now. So, got to be perfect for 5, Whiskey, to bring this one back into contention and take it out of regulation and a chance for Los to win it. And it's seeming like a tough climb back if you're asking me.
Yeah, potentially impossible, but like you said, Los got to be perfect for 5 in a row. Playing this first floor bunk site again, the only first floor site that we've seen so far in our casting of LAIR, and a lot of the focus again upstairs. You've got most of this defending team, everybody with the exception of Giddy playing that vigil downstairs. Everyone's up, focused on it, trying to prevent this Los team to make the push in. And Blitz being played again. Sexy Cake had a great run on Blitz, but I don't know whether or not it's going to be enough here.
Could be the play. We'll see it. We've seen some incredible blitz plays going on. So, a little bit of damage already done to some of the defense as Legion took a few bullets in that last exchange, but he lives to tell the tale. Backed up down into sight. Now the time's starting to tick down, Whiskey. Minute and 19 left, and this starts more and more to start playing into the defensive favor. We've got to see some action here by Los, and they have got to get in to do it. So getting rid of some of that util that is keeping him out. A couple of flashes that are going in. There's a smoke as he pushes straight in, but he's going to be taken down immediately.
Oh.
The trade does happen as Vigil also gets taken down, but that's going to be Striker off the board. And now Gridlock to follow into a 4v2. Only 49 seconds away and 2 people away from taking that number 1 spot. Takes the kill, and they're going to do it. Adam with the double. They're taking that number 1 spot. X-Makers can't be stopped. Los fallen in the 3rd map to a 7-1. Jeez. What a game.
What a game indeed. Holy cow, you called it out, my friend. Adam going crazy. I know we were just taking a look at those stats. I believe that was 40 for him between all 3 of those maps. He went 9, 17, and then that final game. Unbelievable, my friend. Adam having an unbelievable game, but backed up by a great cast of characters. Los, you showed up on NIGHTHAVEN, you know, put a little fear in our hearts and in the fans of the X-Makers team, but it turned around on Border and then absolutely shut the door there on LAIR. What a great game between these 2 titans of that small gap between T1 and T2. Just got a little bit smaller today, my friend.
That's right. Proven that they deserve a shot to take it to the top. The path to pro, the march to Montreal. Well, Makers is on their way there at this very moment, and they just did it in a dramatic way. So, folks, sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you some more maps. Ayo!
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, well, damn, you missed a hell of a match, and it, I don't know, it had everything, including an absolute whooping at the end on a 7-0 layer run, sending X Makers CL4L ahead in the seeding and Los down to play another game. I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think there, Whiskey?
Great opportunity here again for the Los team to play SSG Academy. I don't think they've had a chance to take this battle yet. So we're going to see, we've already seen how this X Makers team handled the bottom of the NAL T1 squad, and now SSG ACAD gets their turn. And it's going to be a fantastic game. I did want to take just a minute and pull up the process, take a look at the brackets, and just make sure everybody here is on the same page. We are here in the open qualifier playoffs down in that lower left side. Those 6 open qualifier teams have made it in, and there are only 2 left from those open qualifiers, Makers and SSG Academy. Congratulations to both of those teams for qualifying there to the last chance qualifier. Those 3 teams moving on, Los, SSG ACAD, and Makers, are the 3 that are moving to that last chance qualifier. They're going to need to await the playoffs in the North American League to decide where they're going to be. Now, the question that we've got to settle for the rest of today is, what is the seeding? Who is going to be playing who? What position are they going to be in? So this is SSG ACAD's opportunity to try and fight it out. Take a look at that bracket real quick, and you can see Los took down Bello, but that was really their only major win. They got a bye in that first round because the 10th NAL team doesn't exist still. So after beating Bello, they just lost to the CL4L team that we just saw on stream. They looked a little vulnerable on NIGHTHAVEN to start off with. Los did great on that map, but shut down after that. And like you said, 7-1 victory on LAIR to close it out. We want to take a look at what that lower bracket looked like, and what we're going to see for the rest of it. Here's that lower bracket, and that Bello SSG A game, that one finished out with SSG winning it, and that's where we are moving on here. So, who is playing in this game? Los versus SSG A, my friend.
That's right. So a little bit of some folks that you've seen before, Rampy, Dream, Focal, Xer, and Vil on the side of SSGA, and on the side of Los. Well, we've been saying their names all night. Take us through them, Whiskey.
Yeah, that's right. Man, the Sexy Cake Wizard combo on Los was definitely dangerous. They put together some great rounds, but on the SSGA side, Rampy and Dream, a pair of T1 pros that have absolutely been there, along with Focal, Xer, and Vil. This is definitely a great team, and one that's going to be a little difficult to beat. But the maps, the all-important question, where are we going? Who is going to be there? What's it going to be? Here we are, the map bans.
Okay, NIGHTHAVEN and LAIR going to be taken out immediately, and with good reason if you just watched the last set of maps. Cafe and Border to follow up, so Los not wanting to take on either one of those maps that they just lost previously in what we just watched, that best of 3, which means, and I'm sure you're loving life right now, Whiskey, Chalet and Bank to be the first map, and the second map, Chalet, Whiskey's favorite map, Bank, just an incredible map to watch. Skyscraper and Consulate taken down, which means Dub House going to be the decider should it prove to be necessary.
Yeah, that's right. LAIR and Border, right? Los taking the opportunities early in the ban phase, immediately banning the 2 maps that they just lost. This was it. They did not want to face either of those, and since SSG ACAD knew that NIGHTHAVEN was the place, right, heavily influenced at the beginning of this ban phase, and that absolutely fantastically left Chalet and Bank as the first 2 places that we're going to get a chance to go. And I'm not a huge Consulate or Skyscraper fan, so the fact that those 2 were the last banned, man, I am excited about this. This is great.
Flying high. This is your map choice right here, and we're gonna watch it play out. And a little bit of a redemption arc here for Los, potentially, right? Just got the bit of that mental chalk going on as X Makers, as CL4L just did quite a number on them in the last 2 maps that we watched. So some to prove here for Los as they're taking on SSG Academy, well, I mean, trying to keep moving forward. First ban going to be on the board, and it's going to be Ying taken down. Of course, you don't want to deal with those pesky Candelas, especially when you're dropping hatches into the, or when they're dropping hatches from that 2F into the first floor.
Yeah.
Second ban ringing out. Is it going to be the Monty? No. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, you don't see a lot of Monty play on Chalet as it is, but we still see him banned out an incredible amount of time. So incredibly, it is going to be the Deimos instead, and not a bad call. We've seen him be incredibly impactful through these last couple of rounds or maps.
That's right. Going to be the first opportunity we see. I know we've said nearly 100% ban rate for Monty in the games that we had casted as part of the Open Qualifier playoffs. I think that is only the second map where he hasn't been part of it. Ying was definitely a bit of a surprise to have her banned out. She used to be a perennial favorite in year 8 in the beginning of year 9, but really dropped off since then. So on, I think Los, got a little bit, had to deal with that Deimos and didn't like the way that it went on that second map with the X Makers squad. So gonna take him off the board. And I know we talk about Valkyrie as part of the Chalet play. There's so many great spots to hide Val cams up in the rafters of Chalet. It makes it really difficult to manage that. So not having to worry about where those cams are, not being forced to bring an IQ to try and fight it, I think really influenced that ban decision. So now we're going to have to rely on some other forms of intel and some other forms of some setting up, slowdown and obstacles as part of moving through the map. So bringing out the Aruni, the Legion as alternatives there with Azami off.
That's right. Okay, let's get into it. It's Chalet. It's we've seen this going back and forth. It's the first floor play. Oh, dang it.
Yes, we've got an FPS bug, unfortunately, and so it is going to be a very quick rehost to start this thing off, my friend. Unfortunate, but don't worry. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
That's right. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's time for round number 1 as the rehost is over and done. I'm excited for it. It's first floor, it's kitchen dining, it's taking the vertical, and we've been seeing this like vertical being played out in both ways, right? A couple players up top, one player down inside, and a roamer down below in the basement has been kind of some of that standard setup that we've been seeing for kitchen dining. Although we have been, when they have less players up top, they bring along a castle normally to help facilitate that hold and make sure that they can't just be rushed up on and taking the verticality quickly. Not going to be the case here. I'm going to start with that Malusi and Frost combo and Legion as well. So definitely designed to slow you down and then bring along the devastation of the DMR from Aruni and the mobile capabilities of Oryx. This is a good defensive setup. I enjoy it already.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yep, we talked about it. Frost making her essentially 100% appearance on Chalet. Always interesting that she continues to be just a perennial competitive favorite as part of this setup. So, yeah, you talked about it. Going to play this first floor site, and the question is, I'm wondering how aggressive is SSG Academy going to be? We have seen them play incredibly aggressively on defense, and we know that Los a little bit slower on attack, a little bit more methodical during the setup phase, and did not work out for them as part of that LAIR map just previously. So now is going to be the question: how is it going to roll? What is going to happen? This was SSG's map pick, so we're definitely expecting Chalet to go in their favor, but they're up against a little bit of a Goliath here in the T1 team.
Now, the question is the mental chopped? Right? you just lost a game that you thought that you were probably had in the bag, and the last one you lost devastatingly, right? 7-1. That's a tough one. That can definitely start to play in the mental. So not only did they just play a best of 3 that made it all that direction, but they lost the last one dramatically. Let's see if they've got the gut check potential, the gut check power to be able to pull this back in and continue their T1 reign. Look at that.
There it is.
Vocal's going to run out and take Arthur already. They're down to put the pressure on him, but he's holding on to the pixel. A couple of shots. They're going to get the case back up. A little bit of a pre-fire there, but nobody there to answer. So they got the... Oh, look at that. There it is. Missed it onto the door frame. That's going to be Oryx running into the other area. It's a good thing.
What a dash. What
Huge.
a dash. That was a risky maneuver. Boy, SSG Academy taking, to me, a few risks. Some good, some calculated, some a bit unnecessary. But to me, I think that just feels like this is a team ready with some confidence to play out here against this Los team. Yeah, Los is very good. They're going to have to watch and keep that confidence in check. And Feria is going to take the first on their side, so evening up this body balance. But, I mean, we're still talking methodical, right? 35 seconds left in this round, and they're still working on getting some of these sightlines set up and very little vertical control.
Yeah,
none.
that's right. So
they've got all of their players on the first floor.
And they just move in and they just start going for the plant. A little bit of that just get in and plant and hope for the best here. They've got Crossfire set up in place and the hatch is in play here. Almost going to get the double there on the stack up, but not going to find anything. Maybe just some damage, but there's going to be some shots from the backside as the trades ring out. That's going to be Dream to find one, Dream to find his life forfeit, and then Focal to take down Sexy Cake, putting us into a 3v2 in this post plan. They've got the numbers, but they don't got the time. Wizard on the double kill now puts us into a 2v1. Zofia, the last alive in this plant scenario. They got to have just 7 seconds on the board to get that plant going. They're going to take the swing. They're going to get there in time. And Oryx is going to get that defuse. Defense going to take number 1. SSG Academy on the retake, just being incredibly dominant. That Oryx play, probably the difference maker in his ability to just cause chaos and get the heck out of there, and then cause chaos on the exact opposite side of the map again. Huge play by the defense.
definitely not expecting to say that kind of a phrase there at the end of the round that Oryx was the difference maker, but a triple from Focal coming out. Well played. It was a great execute though by Los. They, focused on the direct sight execute rather when as soon as they realized that all of the defenders were upstairs holding the vertical. And I'm a little bit surprised that SSG even let them get that diffuser down, but well played, sort of in that area that's above the floor that can't be breached, right above the entrance into the dining area. So it was just well placed from them. The Zofia charge opening up that wall. They had no mirror. A lot of times you'll see the mirror and a little reinforcement on that wall, but free space given away. The problem was Los couldn't hold on. Great retake by SSG. To clear out round one. So this is it. I know we talked about it. We're in the lower bracket final. We appreciate everybody that's joined us to figure out, is Los going to find another one? Is SSG going to be able to hold on? Who is it going to be here in this next big game for the bottom of the T1 squad?
That's right. Huge win. Didn't we see that on Border as well, where they saw that everybody was upstairs and then just went site direct instead and got the plan off? I can't recall if that was a successful campaign or not. I don't believe so. I believe it was a successful take by the defense yet again. So it's there. Right, the idea is there. They get the plan off, but that's why the vertical is so important that you have to go up and challenge it because just because you get the plan off does not mean that you're going to win the round. And once the vertical realizes what's going on, then it's just a quick funnel down to exactly where you know they are. Kill them, defuse it. That's exactly what happened on round number one. Let's see if they'll be able to pull it off for round number two. Los, trying to get active here, Whiskey.
Yeah, a little bit of we saw, like you said, the same kind of problem on both times. We saw that quick plant from Los when they recognized the defense wasn't holding on. They couldn't get themselves into a position to cover the diffuse. They looked like they were sort of jumbled, running around, trying to find space and areas to cover. And just let the defense come back and get all those kills to be able to counter diffuse, sort of falling apart. So really seems like the piece. They've got the execute down, they got the diffuser down, and just have not been able to find good coverage there. So this is the second time we're seeing, Farius has got two. This is he's approaching better than his previous game, so starting to turn around. Maybe not that mental chalk you talked about. Not here for this team. They're firing on all cylinders, and that is another plant going down for this Los team.
Yeah, but this time they've got the body balance. They've got the crossfire set up. This time they checked all the boxes before they did it. So now they sit in a 4v2, and all the pressure is going to be put onto Oryx yet again. Push in towards the couch and going to take a couple of shots as they go towards the backside. Sexy K going to find him. That's going to leave it all into the shoulders of Vil, and Wizard's going to take him off the board. This time, a little bit of that side direct working just a tad bit better. They checked more of the boxes before they got the plant down, and it worked, right? Get the body balance in your favor, locate where the rest of the defenders are, get in on a sneaky plant, and then your crossfires held and set up on the second floor. And that was a Dundada Chibata.
Yeah, we have not seen I don't think we've seen Shaolei played between either of these teams. Like we said, Los did play Shaolei once during the NAL, lost that game. So there is a little bit of odd out there between how Los was going to play Shaolei. This was, like we said, SSG's map pick, and Los choosing to start on attack. So that's the second time they've done that. It's one of the highlights I think of some of the Brazilian players is. Even though slow and methodical, choosing the attack, choosing to try and gain a little bit of advantage on attack and then fall back on defense, which is normally what you see the team that has the map pick has to deal with starting on attack. So Los wanted to sort of flip the script there a little bit. And right now, 2 plants down in the first 2 rounds. They were able to convert on one. So as we head into round 3, Los is figured out the execute here on SSG, and they're going to need to watch about how they're playing the rest of this game out.
Yeah, absolutely. Exige funny in the chat. Tactical first death out of the XR W on cams. Hilarious. I love this game. Okay, so Monty not banned out. Well, I said don't get to usually see him on the Chalet play. Well, they're going to say, here you go, Mr. Whiskey. Here's a little bit of that Monty action. They're going to couple it up with the Rome game extraordinaires, Dokkaebi and Lion, to suss out where this Rome game's going to be at, and it's kind of spread out all over the place, right? They do have 2 members this time sitting down in on that first floor site, but only one of them still actually in sight. So I mean, if they're not careful, it's going to be a jump in the window and plant again if they've located where all these defenders are at.
The thing I'd say about Monty is, right, Los, even though they are part of the NAL, it's 100% Brazilian player team. So playing in Brazil, and we talk about LATAM and Brazil specifically in year 8, even before the shield buff, Monty was banned out at, we talked about, 22% of the time, which was significantly above his ban rate in NA. In NA, it was close to 0 during the tail end of year 8. But Brazil favored the Monty play on a lot of maps, certainly more than the NA squad. So that's rolling in. Now that Monty is even buffed a little bit more, here it is, going to make the push in the window, play direct into stock, and I think that's part of the reason we're going to see him more often on the low side because he's not banned. That could be a mistake here from SSG.
Yeah, almost definitely. A 20% ban rating means that, yeah, he's utilized a lot. And look at this. 3 rounds, 3 plants, now forcing the defense to get back into sight. Now, they are going to take it, and that's going to put the body balance. But it is Monty, right? So he could be fully shielded. Yeah, going to need some pistol pop and body drop and jumps out. No way! Oh, my gosh.
Dream.
Sheesh! Monty almost pulling out the pistol pop and body drop and found 2, almost a third. But Dream able to stop the flow. Huge round. Jesus. That almost cost him on that one.
Crazy chaos there, but like you said, at 3 rounds in a row, we've seen Los plant. This is some serious objective-based gameplay, and there's that Monty again. So they're expecting this again, this first floor back, and yeah, going to continue to push using the shield. We'll see whether or not they stick that, but the one thing we didn't talk about, the Dream playing that Doc in the library corner upstairs, trying to hold on and able to get a double off the back of that play. So great job by him holding on. Now add in the combination of the Mute, and we're going to see Focal play on the Oryx again, just to keep up with that little bit of a lineup that is working for them. So that is 2 in favor of the defense. But yeah, 3 plants going down for this team. Los is motivated right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my favorite type of gameplay as well, outside of just seeing, a knife fight or something, is the protect the president, right? It just shows that you've got strategy. You're not just all aim, no brain type plays. You're getting in, you're making the execute, you're trying to hold on. It's just the circumstances in which the plant going down, when you're down in the man advantage and you're going for that sight direct, it's a little bit tougher to hold on to because the refrag is going to, of course, stay in the hands of the defense. So on the attack side, we are going to stick with a pretty similar lineup, right? Gridlock going to be around for that flank to try and slow down that roaming Oryx. And then Ace to open it up. And outside of that, it's just the standard of what they've been bringing for the last 2 maps, or last 2 matches.
Yep, so ended up not sticking the Monty, changing out to the Ace, to the Hard Breach, and it's still interesting to me that we're seeing the new blood on the board, the operator, Sentry, not so much Striker, but here Los is going to play the Striker in this place, and he brought along the Claymores and the frag grenade, so it's kind of interesting. I think more often we were seeing sort of that like self-contained breaching machine, but not a lot of breach now being played outside of the Mute on any of the rounds so far on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. So first minute is wound down as the drones start to do what they do. Jesus, paid the price there. Legacy going to find that first opening kill, and that's going to take the Frost off the board as a little bit of real estate going to be gained from that action. Starts to count down onto the clock as you heard the Dokkaebi phone call going off, trying to reveal the locations. You still have Oryx tucked up onto the mez. They are holding, right? Just holding the angle. So what you'll see is somebody's going to come in from the backside, try to maybe get a grenade or something into there that's going to force him to move just slightly to the left and let the Aussie repel on the main window end that sort of hold, and then to be able to take that mez control. But the first thing is you got to get in, put the pressure onto Oryx, who's going to be holding pretty hard. And with a quick dash, he might even survive running across that open window.
I don't know whether or not Oryx, Focal realizes that Dokkaebi is laying in the library. She's going to make that call coming out. Oh, the C4 gets taken out by, was that an impact or a nade that happened at exactly the same time? Perfect timing there if you're the defense at preventing that C4 from, or the attack from preventing that C4 from coming up and potentially taking a double on those solar window repels. But man, the trade's just coming out. There's 30 seconds left. Falling apart for SSG. Oh, I don't know if we lost Whiskey, but with 21 seconds left and only 2 of these defenders left, there is certainly a ton of opportunity here for Los to find one. But they're going to go ahead and walk right into Trophy and lose 1, maybe 2. Oh, that's a dream finally going down. But the seconds are ticking. There's only 6 left. Legacy and Sexy are going to be the ones that find the end of that round. What a play from them. I thought for a second there that SSG was going to pull that round out.
Yeah, it looked like, and sorry about that technical difficulty. My mic having some issues there. Yeah, it looked like they were going to pull that sucker out. It was coming down to the last seconds. If he could have just hid, they just didn't have enough time to get that plant going down, and that would have been another win for SSGA on the defense. So instead, it gets tied up there, Mr. Whiskey, and we're going to head down to the basement for the next set of rounds, which means we will have some investment in the roam game. How far they take it up, not quite sure. Is it going to be a little bit of some first floor action for sure, but whether we get all the way up to the second or not. And we're not going to stick the Oryx this time. Instead, pull out the Warden with the shotgun. You see him on the deployable shield. It's holding down into that trench area and is a devastating place to put yourself. Yeah, it's so fun, right? You've got the shotgun in hand, so you have to get close. It's hard to launch into there with any sort of grenades because that tank is in the way as well, and it just really makes it difficult. You have to kind of knock a grenade backwards off the frame to get it to bounce down without putting yourself into danger from the garage, from the west main stairs, or from that trench area. So it's really a difficult place to get into. And I do like seeing like a Flores coming out to take down that deployable. No mute. No, they do have a mute on the board, so that also would not work. You know what? Monty it is. And look at him start to truck. He's getting the engines revving. He's going to come in there full steam ahead.
Yeah, and pushing from the backside of site rather than going for the snowmobile side, which I think is certainly the typical site take that you see here. You got to try and get that the snowmobile site open up those lines of sight. So you've got some of these blue outlines as they've gained a little bit of control in garage, but interestingly, pushing way up in and then completely backing off. I wonder if they identified a little bit of a gap here in the SSG hold. I don't think it's on that main wall. You've got Xer playing downstairs as Decade holding on to keep that wall closed, and 2 players upstairs. Now it looks like they are going to try and push the elbow, try and push the boiler deployable shield is such an important part. But Warden wasn't looking for a second.
Yeah, almost was gonna be able to get the pistol shot to the dome piece, but he turns around and takes a shot and doesn't allow the Monty to, of course, lose his shield. Warden, he knows that they're coming from the west main area and pushing down into that trench. He's gonna put some pressure on him real quick, but here's what we've seen before. Lay down, prep your C4, and as soon as they get close, let the boom speak for you. Look at that. The long bomb towards the back end. And they're going to be able to start opening up this trench, except for a little bit of a cave trick.
Is he going to get it?
Potentially. Is he going to make it?
No.
Just one of them is going to go off, but that's unfortunate because it does open up those head holes. It does put that crossfire in place, and with the Monty pushing in from the trench, it's exactly what they need to suss them out and push them towards the waiting arms of death. Now, they are going to find the first kill onto the attacking team. Zofia going to get taken down. That's going to put us into a 5v4. Still got a minute left on the board, but he's pushing in. We're going to look at another plant right now.
Located by attackers.
Yep, and this is unbelievable. Like, unbelievable. We're seeing 4 rounds with the plant going down, and there it is, and Monty protecting it. Focal on, like, no HP. Holy cow. And there he is. He's gone. Legacy going to finish him off, but Rampy, finally. Oh, he was finishing off a kill, so it doesn't count. Man, he's sitting at that 0-5-3. Dang, he's got to find one here. But Dream answering back. Let's go, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. As the clock starts to tick down, it's an 8 HP. It's got to be 2 headshots because it's just going to take a body to put him down. Time is starting to wind. You got to have 7 seconds on the board. It's not going to be necessary. Sexy Cake going to find it from the top of the garage in the back end. And that's going to be the score line going in favor of Los.
Unbelievable. And right now, that's the first time that we've seen either one of these teams win 2 rounds in a row. This thing has been absolutely back and forth. And 4 plants for Los. That's crazy to me that they've had this crazy streak. They are seriously objective based. They are focused, and now won 3 on attack. Certainly Chalet, the defensive sided map. So that standard 4-2 split. What we would have expected. SSG a little bit behind the 8 ball here in terms of their play on Chalet, and they're gonna have to fight back. One more round to do it to try and even up that score line and end with an even 3-3 split. And again, this is Chalet, their map pick. We're in, for those of you just joining us, appreciate everybody being here, for all the follows and subs. And we're absolutely trying to earn your follow as we bring you the NA Open Qualifier playoffs here. Best of 3, the first map, and this is SSG's map pick.
All right, okay, so 1 away from the end of the first half of the first map, and it's looking like potential for the tie-up, right? Potential for the 3, or maybe Los coming up on that 4-2 split, but on the attacking side of it. They've got a fun lineup that they're bringing out, right? They're sticking the shield play, but this time they're going to go with a little bit of that Chaos Agent that is Blitz, right? Send in that Flash, get a little bit of that disorientation, the Global Gadget of Finka to help keep them alive on that push-in, and then somebody we haven't seen from Los at all this evening, it is going to be the Zero, right? And his ability to get those intels is absolutely huge. With those 4, geez, hello, Fresh on the Desk, thank you for following. Absolutely huge for gaining that intel and creating those opportunities to get the kills. Now, Clash on the play tried to stay hidden from the drones while he sat inside of that closet area, but it did get sussed out, and he's going to make his way up to the library stairs, and first engagement going to be onto the Blitz as they find themselves with the buddy system in place. But here's the tough part, right? That electricity is definitely going to make it tough for the Blitz to get close enough to do any damage to the Clash, and as soon as it goes off, the buddy system is in play. Jaeger there to take him down for sure.
And I know if you're just joining us and didn't get a chance to watch how those previous rounds played out between Los and this X-Makers team, Sexy Cake had some incredible plays on Blitz. So if you had to pick a guy to play it, he's certainly the one. We talked about Ram, all of that vertical space. The basement on Chalet, one of those primary locations that we see, her being used to great effect. And Wizard, if you haven't been paying attention, his scoreline at 10-3-3 here on just their attacking half. He is having an incredible game right now. And so far, SSG Academy just not quite being able to match it, and really unfortunate for Rampy trying to find his first. They still have got a minute left, but no, the toss from the nade! What?
The grenade caught in the corner is going to pay the price as the C4 rings out, but it's just not going to get there in time. The grenade goes off and takes him down, so now the Clash alone on the back stair, putting the pressure onto the Finka. Legacy able to take Bill off the board as they're trying to get close and put the pressure onto this Clash. It's Blitz coming down, and now a smoke that's going to obscure the vision, so they're not going to have the buddy system in play, even with Cade coming with that sniper shotty. A C4 to ring out, but nobody there to answer the call. Does put us into a 4v3. It's only 30 seconds left here in the first part of the half, and they're still got a tight hold onto Blue. Pushing now towards Clash, pushing up. It's the Blitz, and he's going to get shot from behind.
Focal gets it?
Yeah, Focal takes down Sexy Cake. It's the LMG to take Dream off the board. Now puts us into a 3-2, but one of those players is still Clash, so 17 seconds left. Here's the plant starting to go down. Cade goes, and it's going to be the double to take him down. It's a 4-2 half going to Los, as they're now going to see their defensive side.
A 4-2 half, wow, and what a battle in the basement there to try and find out who was going to take it, and the battle of the shields that I can't believe Focal was able to take down the Blitz, but great coverage there from the West Main Stairs, just holding on and protecting the rest of that attacking team as Los finds a way to come up with the win. We're going to go back to the basement again. Oh, man, it's just 3 rounds in a row. Going to do battle in the basement. Now, the question is, SSG is our first chance to getting to see how they're going to handle their attack on Chalet. Los coming on really strong. You asked the question really early on, what was their mental like coming out of this the series loss against the Challenger League for Life, that X-Makers squad? And it seems like right now, totally focused. So many plants coming out. Great gameplay, great gunplay. This really matches that first map, that Nighthaven map we saw in that first series. So right now, if you're a Los fan, start to feel good. And if you're an SSG fan, now got to see these guys come together and show something special on attack here for Chalet.
That's right. It's kind of interesting, right? Because Los is just definitely being very methodical about it. The kind of took it back to their roots. They lost to the X-Makers, the CL4L team, and so a little bit of a traditional siege play coming out of them, right? Know that you just got to get in, plant the bomb, hold your angles, and then you're going to find yourself on a round win if you got your cross set up, and that's exactly how it's playing out. So now we're going to see what they're bringing to their defensive side of it, and going to be pretty standard here as far as it goes. Slow down in the hands of the Legion, deny that intel with the mute, hold on to those breaches just a little bit longer with the Cade and the Tuber out, and then there it is again. The Recruit going to be back on the board with a C4 and a barbed wire in the hands.
Look at this Sexy Cake upstairs holding on to the 2F, and this is a fairly heavy roam here as you still have got 2 of the defenders playing upstairs, but they're on the piano side, and they certainly heard that rappel in there for the top of Solar. And oh, they're going to make the push back down blue, a little rotate back. We've got a minute gone in this round so far, so still rotate or the flank watch being set up there by Gridlock, holding on to that second floor as we're starting to rotate back down. Everybody now either on the first or second floor as half this round is gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a great job at wasting time. Minute and 30 left on the board. Still have 2 players that are sitting up on the first floor, both of them holding down into bar. So the buddy system going to be in place. And, you know, if it's any indication of what we've seen, that the mute and the shotgun holding on holding on to that specific area right above could be absolutely huge, right? If they can't suss them out suss those 2 players out. Now, look at that. Legion rotated back up to the library stairs. So still intending to just play life and stall time, really making them go to that 30-second execute, which obviously has created some huge mistakes and gaps inside of the attacking team, which we've seen them absolutely lose before. So trying to Cade trick both sides of it. They're going to get one of them open on the trench, and that's Bo. So now they got to sneak way in. 40 seconds left, Whiskey, on the board. 5v5. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and it's going to start with Arthur ripping the head off Rampy, taking the body bounce to sit in favor of Los, and as the time ticks down, starts to really put the pressure on. Now, Dokkaebi pushing over from that kitchen side is going to find herself in an engagement as the pings go out. But unfortunate, the miss ping going to create a situation where he's going to find a double post pwned, and then owned by Legion, who pulls out the shot and finds another. It's going to be Trade City. Legacy on the double to end the round for this team.
Wow. Yeah, what a way to start off there. Yeah, unfortunate if you're the SSG side. So that is 4 in a row for the Los team. So they answered back very strongly on the attack and then winning that first defensive round. Definitely a great time for SSG to take the timeout. And I'm glad we're seeing that happen a lot more now, all three of those previous rounds. But the surprising thing to me was that we used to talk all the time about the timeout buff, that the team taking the timeout usually winning the next round 60 to 70% of the time. But I think it was 0 for 3 in that previous map. So see whether or not SSG can find something special. Because right now Los looking very good, nigh unstoppable here, similar to how they played out Nighthaven. But it is the first map in a best of 3. Plenty of time left to watch this battle play out between these two teams.
That's right. One round away from that coveted match point scenario in Los, looking to prove a dominant Chalet as they, didn't have such a great layer on the last one. So a little bit of something to prove, a little bit of a redemption arc here in the beginning of map 1. And of course, win condition, you've heard us say it before. We're going to say it again. It's going to be Wizard, and you got to take him off the board. He's not the only one that is putting up the kills. His Legacy and the Doc are both sitting at that 8 kill mark, but Wizard is just all over the place, creating a bunch of different chaos and then getting out and putting himself in another position back down closer to site. He's like setting up all of these layers, and he's taking 1 kill at a time, and it's proving to be very successful.
Now, there was a little bit of comments in the chat about the Dream also redemption arc. You mentioned redemption arc for Los. A little bit of a redemption arc here for Dream, as well as the team that Los, the only game they won was against Oxygen there in the second to last position in the NAL. So here's the question: is can they hold on? Can they find a way to win? I really want to see this SSG team surge a little bit here. This is their map pick, so we're gonna have to go to Bank next, which was the Los pick, and it's a little bit bigger of a map, a little bit more spread out, and I think it's got some similarities again to the way that Nighthaven plays out, so that could be a little bit of a boost to Los. So this is it, SSG, you got to pull something together here, try and make some changes and win a round.
That's right. And so they've got the intel being put out here as they scoped out both the Fenrir and the player playing back on that library hallway. Going to take a couple of shots, hoping to get that early entry. They're going to, definitely going to need to do something because they've got a pretty solid hold here, right? Castle being utilized to help facilitate that that extension, that hold, and force them to use a bunch of gadgetry to get rid of that util. Fenrir going to take a bunch of damage, so the intel proven to be quite good. He jumps inside of the window.
What a shot!
He's going to get taken out as well, as he can't see the player in the back because of the Fenrir gadget going off. So that's 2 taken down, the Grim and the Flores, at the cost of the Fenrir. So the damage has been done. It's now a 4v3 with 1:30, and we're going to need to see the attack team take a bit of a redirect now, as they got to kind of address the new plan of how to get the body bounce back into their favor and get themselves set up for an execute.
I gotta say, though, I'm happy Rampy got his first. That's it, the start of the clawback. So glad to see it and glad to see him take that one. Now, like you said, 3v4 though, still a minute left. Watching, they've got a little bit of library control. They've got the blue stairs, but boy, leaving that default up, giving a little bit of intel on what this potential play might be. Ace has opened up a few slots, but they still have got plenty of office control here, and there's that final Dokkaebi call going to come out. So the 50 seconds left. The defender's going to lose access to the cams. That's the big piece that they're losing here, but they still have got enough utility, defensive utility in place. Okay, Dream's going to find one there, but it felt like it was going to be real dangerous here for the attackers, but
yeah, look at that. Takes Castle off the board. Now that's the plant going down.
There it is.
It is the Ace that is out by the back door, so he's going to be retrievable, and that's going to be a post-plant scenario here in this 3v1. All resting on the shoulders of the Lone Wolf here. Sexy Cake got a big hill to climb, and he's not going to be able to do it as the devastation from the DMR takes him from a distance. Got him, coach.
Right into the frost mat. I love that noise. Devastating if you're an attacker, but Whiskey Glitter, I gotta say, love this game. Really happy to be able to be casting this match between two fantastic teams. And SSG Academy, timeout buff working. They get their win 5-3 as we head into round 9. Put together a great hold there. Won enough of those battles, gained enough ground upstairs to put pressure in, just back up low. So now,
Protect your bombs from being defused.
gonna play another first floor site. We haven't seen very often. We was, in the NA siege. At least in the T4, T3 sort of range where we do most of our casting, that first floor meta really rose. We saw some games where they didn't play it at all, but also like almost 10 rounds of first floor play. So here's the question. On the first floor, how is Los going to handle it? I like the bring out of the Mira. She is just so great at holding a lot of those first floor sites, and the hold upstairs in library, trying to prevent this team from even making some ground over on that side of the map.
Yeah, a little bit of traditional play here, right? Malusi gets a buff. We're going to see her brought out, and she has been utilized a ton, right? Slow them down, and that's exactly what this lineup is for, right? Warden, so you can't flash him and smoke him out of whatever critical push point that he sits in. Mirror to hold on to the long angle, making sure that library isn't taken, and then the slowdown of Malusi, Fenrir, and Legion. Every single part of that team, make sure that they can hear you when you are being slowed down. Now, here's the fun part. Bravo on the board, going to steal some of these gadget, and getting a Malusi, having to fight one late round, not knowing that it's been taken by a Brava, can absolutely be devastating to your push in, especially since we're sitting in that 20-30 second area where the execute is starting to come in. SSG Academy, they're very methodical, right? So they're gonna take their time. They're going to suss out where the defenders are. They're going to take a ton of gadgetry, and then when the time's right, it's going to be a 3-2-1 collapse onto site. And if they've got the body bounce, a lot of times that works out into their favor.
There it is. You talked about Brava stealing the Malusi. Because of some of these drone holes that are right on the bottom, in the hallways, and right into sight, this Chalet in particular, I think, has got a lot of utility for Brava. We see her played and banned, actually, fairly frequently. If you had to pick a particular map that Brava gets banned on more often, Chalet is definitely it because of some of those areas. She can just walk in, steal utility directly into the site, and yeah, Malusi gone, one of those, but here we are halfway through the round, still 5 stacked, so some of that early round engagement not resulting in kills, and gameplay just slowing down a bit. Everything's on the line between these two. Like we talked about, though, both have already qualified to the LCQ. They're both in there. This is all for seeding, but there's a lot of ego attached to this game as well.
Look exactly where he's holding. Thinks he's going to be coming from the other side of it to come down to the basement. So they got a little bit of intel that somebody is sitting down there. But there's been some damage done. Ace reduced to that 9 HP. And look, he's just going to push in and try to make a play for it. And he is going to get one. Exer takes Arthur off the board, turning this into a 5v4, albeit with a little bit of a low health scenario as the Bees suss out the player on the library stairs. They're going to find a kill. It's going to be traded out onto Vil. And then Exer going to take Legacy off the board. And it's a triple for Exer. He was on 9 HP in a dream, and he's living that dream, and finally stems the flow of bleeding. And speaking of dream, he's going to pop up and end that for his team.
There it is, 2 in a row as we see SSG Academy go closer in the scoreline, 5-4 as we head into round 10. So that timeout buff really working as they grab 2 in a row here on attack and feeling a little bit better. That halfway point in the round, I was a little scared if you were an SSG fan at kind of how that round was developing, but like you said, just crazy trades happening there at the end. Rampy getting his second and a little bit of a claw back. So now going to see go to the second floor. That was the first place SSG won on their attack. Los now's got the opportunity. They saw how SSG played this, saw how it played out. Going to maybe make some adaptations there and try and take a win.
Absolutely. Okay. So take it up to the top floor, 2F, and we're going to see the castle being utilized here. I'm wondering where these barricades are going to be at, right? We watched SBL use the castles on the library to great success, right? Open up the footholds all over the library walls and then castle off the 2 doors. So, yes, you can have the real estate for free, but getting out of there is a price that you'll have to pay with either damage from the toes getting hit off or some gadget and utility that is going to have to be taken to take those castle barricades down. We'll see where it's going to play at. They're going to stick one onto the highway window there. And yeah, they're blocking off a ton of stuff up top. So slow down capabilities all across the board. And check it out. It's the Nook, right? Just recently buffed the gadget. Now it doesn't move or it doesn't go down if you're not moving, allowing them to stick in some of those cheeky spots for a little bit longer, not knowing that potentially they've moved all the way up into your kill zone or you know, unsuspected spot. So now Ace going to start opening up onto that mez. Put some pressure on from the backside, and here it is. Nook coming in from below. Gadget already in hand and starting to creep down just a little bit. Look how slow that Gadget's moving down.
Yep, I think that was a great change, and it really speaks to how, you know, just subtle changes in the way that some of the operator gadgets, even the recoil in the FMG9 getting a slight buff, so making, increasing and changing the way that the game is being played. I love those small balancing changes and the fact that Ubisoft does, you know, continually make some updates into the game to see how and all of these competitive players how this all works out. Now the interesting thing there, when we were seeing the Ace open up that mezzanine wall, no real breach denial or none from this Los team. So interestingly that they were playing it out with more of the castle over on the office master bedroom side of the map with all of that utility, and really none on the library side. So like you said, giving up a ton of that real estate for free, including just letting them walk up in on that side.
All right. Speaking of walking up, that's going to be the first kill off the board. Wizard, the hero of the round, is going to be taken down, but it's going to get traded out immediately as Vil finds his life forfeit. So it does put the body balance in favor of no one here, as a lot of real estate is being taken up all at once. And so the drone work finished finally. Going to start to see some of the other attackers get close and set up to start getting those crossfires in place. They've already removed several of those castle barricades, so the crossfire going to be set up and important. I love the deployable in the bathtub. It's just fun.
What a turnaround here for Farius as well. Farius absolutely struggled as part of that LAIR round. We were talking about him just not being able to buy a kill to come into this map with 11, 6, and 3, eclipsing Wizard. We were talking about him at the beginning of the round at being, you know, unstoppable on the Los attack, but it's completely switched around. Farius is the guy that now they've got to worry about, and the trade's ringing out. 25 seconds left, my friend.
That's right. Focal to find one, Dream to take another, and now the body balance shifts heavily in favor of SSGA Academy, but there's only 17 seconds left. It's the hop out, finds another one, Legacy to take Focal off the board, now into a 2-2, and it starts to become dire for this attacking team, and it's looking like we're going to be put on a potential match point scenario as Grim goes down. The last alive is Ace, and he is going to be dealt with, and now Los finds himself on a match point, one more to take map 1 into their hands.
That's right. You called it, match point here. Again, we are in the best of 3 lower final between these two teams that have already qualified for the last chance qualifier. These are the seeding matches between them, but neither wants to give up any space, any maps to start this thing off. So SSG looking on their map pick. Can they win? Can they attack this basement site in a way that's going to give them the win? Oof, Los right now just feels like they're hitting all of their shots, and you know, that momentum swings back and forth like a pendulum on that LAIR map between them and Challenger League for Life, the X-Makers team. It seemed like Los couldn't hit anything, and Makers completely dominated that map. And I was really wondering whether or not Los was going to be able to was going to struggle coming into Chalet, but certainly they have not. They have been hitting their shots, and you've got, 3 of this team on double digits, including Farius at that 14, 6, and 3. What a turnaround he's made.
Yeah, absolutely, and it shows why, right? That's the story. It's how it's written. 6-4 match point scenario. We got to see SSG Academy be perfect for 2 rounds, or map 1 going to be over and done. So what do? They bring the Monty, right? It's the basement. You're going to take up a ton of real estate inside of that trench. and potentially pushing in from the snowmobile side. It's the potential for the plant when the Monty is on the board. Only one on the hard breach, so bring out a little of those impact EMPs, and already some damage done. A little bit of the footholes taking taking Monty down.
The footholes taking out Monty. That is crazy. And jumping the drone up on top of the bookshelf, but that was where Mozzie had the pest out at. That was crazy. I would have assumed that, typically on the floor, but up on the wall, fully expecting where SSG was going to be sending out their drones to try and gain some, so to watch for the run out there on Library. That can be absolutely devastating to attacking team spending a ton of time working on opening up that snowmobile breach.
That's right. First kill. Dream's going to take the sentry off the board. Does put the body balance in favor of the attacking team here. Is a good start to being able to try to get closer to tying up this scoreline. And now, with a minute and a half and the body balance, they get a chance to breathe, a little chance to redirect, a chance to get some drones out, find out where the rest of these defenders are, and potentially catch somebody slipping and put them sleeping.
Yeah, this bar stock hold that Mozzie is in, it's one you got to watch out for from a drone perspective, but there it is. Well played there by Focal, identifying where Mozzie's at, forcing him downstairs, so now they can try and get that jump in, put a little bit more space, and they've got mezzanine control. So right now, SSG doing all of the right stuff, getting all the right sight lines, and Rampy on the Monty. That could be a game changer here for this team. Add in a little bit of that extra health from the Finca. That is, right now, 5 stacked, 50 seconds left. We've got all the assets in place. Just one more hatch left to open, but I think that one's going to stay closed. Got enough in place here to make this push.
That's right. So the clock starts to tick down. 35 seconds left on the board. The Finca boost goes out as they start to take a little bit of real estate, trying to get some verticality here, waiting for somebody to make the Monty to force somebody onto the rotate. And they're looking towards potentially getting the plant here. He gets up onto the shelf.
There it is.
Down place, and there it is. He's going to start getting it down. But look at that. He can see his shield.
No,
You can
no.
get to it,
What?
friend. Going to take Legacy off the board, and Monty is going to get taken down before he can get the plant. Now with 9 seconds left and the smoke's starting to come out, it's going to be Ram to try to get it going again, and that's going to be another one. The Pixel, absolutely devastating from a distance, but they're going to take it, but they got to get the plant down, and they did. Now it's a post-plant scenario. Mozzie, the last alive. It's a 1v1 showdown here, and he's going to have to hit the shot on the head hole because the time is counting down, and all he has to do is keep shooting and running back. Keep shooting and running back, and there it is. Another shot onto the Mozzie. 18 health for the Thermite, but he's got to make the push. He's got to make the play. Instead, Focal says, I'm here to stay.
Wow, I was saying in my mind, Focal, do not ego peek this. Hold on. You've got time is on your side. The diffuser is down, and Mozzie has got to turn his back to you to be able to run back and try and counter diffuse. But no, he's going to go ahead and peek it and win the ego fight in the 1v1. SSG Academy holding on 6-5. Match point scenario on map 1. Kitchen Dining going to be the last opportunity here for SSG. They got to be perfect for one more to force overtime, and we've had quite a few overtime maps here as part of this open qualifier. Looks like we might get ourselves another.
Potentially, right? I mean, it's all leading up to that same sort of thing. So head back to the Kitchen Dining, and this time we're going to take a little bit more of a traditional approach, right? Bring out the Mira, bring out the castle, and what are we going to do with that? It's kind of there's two different options we can do. You can set your mirrors up downstairs where they're watching the long angle into the main lobby for when that main breach gets taken care of, or send it up and put it into the closet, which is what we've seen quite a few times, except for, I don't know, he's putting it on, yeah, there it is, setting up on the closet, going to be watching for that Solarium push, and making sure that they can't take the vertical up here. So probably one on watching the breach, one on the closet, and this is going to be a devastating hold. Couple it with the castle, right? Going to have to expend a bunch of gadgets and utility just to get in to put the fight onto that mirror window. And no Ash, no Callie to deal with it, no Twitch, so going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Get up and get your hands dirty.
Yeah, the ace can get there, but like you said, you've got to really get up close to try and put yourself in a position to use that utility. So, the Ella pick, this one coming out, and I can't remember which one of the goated analysts had said it, but Ella, I think, had it might have been Dez. Ella had one of the highest KDs amongst the pro league stage. So great to see her being played. Our first time, I think, in all of this NA qualifier that we've seen one of the teams play here. Pretty rare.
Yeah, absolutely. And went with the barbed wire as well. So interesting pick. We'll see how it plays out. I think might have been guessing that Amante might be in play, and that's a fun one to use against it because, of course, as soon as he hits that Grismod, shield's going to go up, and you can take a couple of knee shots and put the big boy down the mountain to crumble. But not going to be the case. They didn't bring him out. Instead, it's more of a traditional approach as well. Capitao to suss him out of that that library corner if they're sitting in it, or push them out of some of those critical push points. To start taking some of that real estate. We have three people up top, but there it is. You cast a curse right off the board. Sexy Cake going to lose their life as the headshot rings out from Gridlock.
Wow.
That's going to be the Ella done and gone. Body balance now going to shift in favor of SSG Academy. 1:20 left on the board. The hop in, that's going to equalize. Vil going to get taken off the board as he went for a bit of the cheeky play. There's a Grismot to go off and letting them know that they're down in that bar gaming area, but puts ourselves into a hurry up on wait pattern. Oh, Rampy taking him in the back.
Well played. Yeah, Farius, I'm not sure. He must have had a sound problem there with Rampy walking up right behind him to take him out, and that was a huge one. 15, 8, and 4. He is having an incredible game at this point. So they've got the push in, now opening that upstairs site. I'm going to hopefully force this defensive team back downstairs. You can see all three of them upstairs, committed to the vertical hold upstairs on Chalet. Potentially you got an opportunity for like a site direct kind of a take, but right now focusing on the upstairs and winning those fights 2v3 with 24 seconds left.
That's right. And a low health scenario for the Capitao is he is put on that 16 HP, but it's a one-shot headshot game, Whiskey. So his bullets can still be impactful if Aim Labs pays off for him here in this next engagement. 10 seconds. Clock starts to tick down. Starting to push in towards back end, but they're going to take the planner, and that's going to be double to take them both down. Now on the shoulders of Ace, and it's going to be too much because he's up top, and no case.
Way.
He finds himself on the wrong ends of some bullets, and that's going to be the map. Jesus.
I can't believe we just saw that one happen, my friend. Los winning that. I thought for sure. I was about ready to yell. We're going to overtime. And Los comes up strong at the end. Arthur, I know there was a little bit of talk about him in the Twitch chat, but he showed up when he needed to. Unbelievable for him to close that one out. Great round from Los. That's it. Map 1 done. And I just want to say we appreciate everybody with the follows and the views and continuing to support the community casters here, completely unpaid as part of our coverage here in the North American Open qualifier playoffs. We just love this game, love being able to bring it to you. So we really appreciate your support. That's what we get out of this, and we really hope to earn your follow. So appreciate everybody being here with us today. Get ourselves ready for map 2.
That's right, folks. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the second map. Ayo.
Let's go. of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no, Badger grabbing another. The pokey!
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you,
You
Joker.
can kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back for map number 2, and if you're just joining us, well, thanks. We appreciate you being here. You look really nice today. Is that a new haircut? Hey, we had a banger first map as Los took the win over SSG Academy, but just by the skin of their teeth. So we move on to map number 2, and it is Bank, and it is Los's pick. So the potential for the pressure to become overwhelming for SSGA is starting to mount. They need to bring a win here to take it to map 3 and have a chance at potentially taking down this T1 team. It's all magic, it's all story, and it's all going on right now. What you say, Whiskey?
I love Bank. I'm glad we got a chance to see Chalet, and I'm super excited we're going to get to cast Bank as well. One of my favorite maps, and you called it. Getting the chance to see how is Los and SSG going to respond to this next map. We worried about whether or not Los was going to have some mental issues coming out of a very devastating defeat on LAIR, but they turned it up, turned it around, 7-5 victory on Chalet. So now SSG's time to shine. You talked about it. That was their map pick. Los's map pick now here on Bank. See whether or not they can trade out, or is it going to end early for SSG? The rematch coming between Challenger League for Life, that X-Maker squad, they are waiting to see which of these two teams they're getting it to rematch as part of that grand final match here in the Open Qualifier Playoffs. My friend, we have had a tremendous September watching and going through all of these maps, but Nook, Grim, Cade off the board. I think that Nook is very interesting. I know there's a lot of opportunity in Bank. It's a huge map for her to make that push in. But the Grim is interesting for me for Bank. I don't feel like we see him played nearly as often as like on the NIGHTHAVEN clubhouse maps.
No way. No way. Absolutely. Grim is huge on here, especially for the hardest
He's
site
the guy?
on the board.
All right.
Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. When you're going for that when you're going for that kitchen hatch drop or trying to suss out that player in blue, those bees prove vital, right? Because it gives that location as they come around the generator. It gives them the locations for going down to drop for the plant. Grim just not only is the gun good, but the gadget is exceptional, especially for this site specifically. So the Nook, interesting, right? We haven't seen a Nook ban since the beginning of our like Siege casting, right? Because it wasn't a very viable operator. The F&G was a terrible gun with its recoil, and the gadget after they took away the silent step was almost just completely ineffective, right? So the Nook ban now, because of the buff, and because it has been so prevalent, Bank is a Nook map. There are so many places for Nook to be hiding, especially if that gadget isn't going to be wearing down. You're sitting underneath the camera, waiting for the rotate, waiting for that extension play, waiting for getting themselves back down into sight and catching them slipping, putting them sleeping. I love the Nook ban, and it's a bit targeted, not gonna lie, right? They were bringing out quite a bit of that Nook play, and it was proving effective. The one thing about it, with these bans, getting the Cade off the board and the Valkyrie as well, it leaves some very vital players on the board. Deimos being one of them, right? We saw a ton of Deimos being impactful on all of our previous maps today. And of course, that also means the Monty's around. On the defensive side of it, with the Cade and the Valkyrie being off, Azami in play, and Azami unmatched in her ability to create that static warfare, creating all these cheeky, peeky angles that normally you wouldn't necessarily be looking for because there isn't a thing to hide behind. So she's going to be in play, the Architect. This is going to be a fun defense.
To me, the interesting thing out of these bans, right? The second map in a row, we're not seeing the Monty ban. So SSG, I mean, free to play it, and we know Rampy had some incredible Monty and Shield play in his time, both on the main and the ACAD roster here for SSG. So that feels like, I don't know, a bit of a miss. Wonder why that you're choosing to go with the Nook instead. I know, like you just talked about, a lot of great reasons to have her banned out on Bank, but to me, Bank really feels like one of those maps where Monty can certainly shine. The interesting part, right off the bat though, Los not going to play him and are going to rely on some of these other more fast-acting operators. The Deimos available, and the Hatch Queen's just opening things up. Got a minute 14 left, more than half this round already gone, and they're working on getting the sight lines open. Everybody bunkered back down into the basement on the SSG side.
That's right. So it's going to be the hold into server as the smoke canisters start to ring out. 3 in hand. That's going to really stymie this approach of coming down those blue stairs. Instead, they're going to rotate back. Every single player now bunkered down. A little bit of damage has been done onto the tuber out, but with 45 seconds left and all 5 members still alive on each side, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath when the push starts to come in here. So it's Deimos into the servers as he looks to capitalize on the gadget use, and there's the Goyos. So Goyos and smoke canisters still in hand to be utilized here. That's tough. Right, 26 seconds left. That means the push is going to be stopped. I mean, you're not going to be able to get in to do it unless they're pushing up. He's too far back. So the Yin Candelas are starting to ring out, and that's going to be the first kill as Vector rings out. Wow. It's going to be traded out as Arthur takes him back, and then Focal to take the trade. Oh, my lord. Okay, Xer on the double now puts us into a tough situation. 5 seconds left. Arthur now putting himself onto the triple, and he's going to go for the plant. It's a 2v1 as they try to retake back into sight. It's going to be pistol popping, body dropping, as Arthur's going to lose his life on that one.
There was a bit of a question.
What did he shoot?
It was like his shoelace was the only thing that was exposed behind the back of that chassis. So SSG going to take the first. There was some talk about whether or not Arthur was the guy. Did he belong on this team? You know, he had a positive KD. He struggled on some of those previous maps, but really showed up there, but not able to close it out. SSG going to hold on to that basement defense, and we're going to get to see them play that first floor. Interesting, they're not going to go straight upstairs to the 2F site, and they're going to play, really, I think, the tertiary site on Bank, open area office.
Yeah, well, the thing is right, that second floor starting to go the way of a lot of second floor play in that it's kind of one of those solved sites, right? There's a pretty specific way that you attack it. You got to open up the walls. You got to put pressure on it from the rappel outside of the lobby, take the windows, and then it's crossfire set up, force them back into that fish in a barrel situation, and then pick them off as they rotate back. So instead, you can still play that same sort of gameplay, right? You still set up like you're on the second floor, but you keep it downstairs where they have to get through a multitude of gadgetry to get in, including the Kapkan traps, the castle barricades, the Fenrirs, and still the area denial of the smoke. So instead of going up and making it a solved site, you still go up and force them to take all of the same precautions and all of the same actions and still not be down into the site. I love this going on as the secondary site for sure. I think it's the right play.
All right. Well, I mean, man, you convinced me. I'm here for it. Let's see how Los is going to handle it. Talk about those places that Ram has got some utility. Where's a great place to play here? Those basement sites, but also up here on the first floor play for Bank. You know, tossing in the Boogie Time drones right through the window and opening up a lot of that CEO floor. Really puts a lot of pressure on the defense, and I think she's a great operator to try and play in, and it's caused a lot of chaos, but you called it. Look at this. Utility upstairs like crazy. And I'm wondering, between how some of these teams play the second floor and first floor a little bit on Bank with other rappel, are we going to see the run out? You know, are we going to see, you know, is Los ready for a potential run out here from SSG? Would love to see them try and take that sort of crazy approach.
Yeah, absolutely. So no claymores on the board though. So if they do get the run out, it is a potential for some huge devastation because there's no ramifications for jumping out. It's free, right? Get your kill, then get a slow jaunt back to site. Focal is going to take Legacy off the board as the first headshot rings out and the Dokkaebi call's going on. That's going to give the body balance tipped over in favor of SSG Academy as they have already secured one round, looking to do another here. They got to made it tough with the cap can being brought out early. Why do we love that? Ooh, there's the answer back. Wizard going to take extra off the board as the devastation from the DMR going to ring out. Take some body shots to end it. But it's geez, I don't even remember what I was saying after that shot.
Bringing out the cap can early is an important part, right? Forcing this attacking team to check every door, every window as they make the push in, rather than waiting and maybe catching them late. SSG focusing on slowing it down, and there was one, just heard it go off. Not going to take a kill, but losing a little bit of life.
Lose the rest of your life there is that Arthur takes Focal off the board, now puts his body balance in favor of the attacking team. It's a 4v3, but there's only 20 seconds left. Now Vil takes the next headshot, and that's going to equalize up on the body count here. It's a low health scenario for the ramp, but no smoke grenades left.
Dream.
And then Dream to take Wizard off the board. It's 7 seconds left. They got to get in and get a plant going, or they're going to find themselves in a bad place. And there's the down onto the Capital. It's a 2v1, and Defender's going to take it as Rampy and Dream do things that only Rampy and Dream can do. Couple of shots and the round.
There you go, shutting it down. If we thought that first floor site was the tertiary, they're going to take it and now get the opportunity to go upstairs. The tertiary in the SSG ACAD playbook with a 2-round defensive win. So, I mean, for sure. And we talked about Chalet being a defensive-sided map. It went 4-2 in favor of the attackers, but Bank also being defensive-sided, looking like this one is going to go in the favor of SSG to start off with. So they want to build up a cushion. You still are playing Los, the T1 NAL Los team, with Wizard, with Sexy Cake, a tremendous duo in this team that can really put up some numbers. So building up that... just piling on the rounds to try and build up a little bit of a buffer. It's what they got to do. So this will complete the round rotate. And I like the combination of the Castle and the Mira. It's a good hold. And then Azami. She was played really well downstairs, and we really never saw Los clear out any of her utility in that open area. And that was a big piece of why they were able to close out that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got a wall to hide behind and shoot that normally isn't there. It's an off angle, and bada bing, bada boom. Round is yours. So it's going to be the mirror windows to be played on facing that main rappel. So that also kind of where you would see the bees come into play here if Grim wasn't banned, right? It looks like a free site. Get something close to that Mira and get some intel on where they're at, and if nobody's there, push into sight, and then you're back to planting again, just like Los knows how to do. I'm going to send in the Floors drone, get rid of some of that extension util, specifically those barbed wires, looking to try to get this deployable off, because of course this is one of those critical push point positions that you have to take before you can even start to solidify your hold on the Mez area.
Yep, and we know that Los does a good methodical job in their attacking setup, taking plenty of time to clear out the defensive utility. And we saw when they had a little bit of a gap in on the previous round 2, allowed SSG to hold on and win that round. And Rampy, another one. Boy, what a turnaround for him compared to that first map. Love seeing him make a little bit of a comeback here. The redemption arc, Dream and Rampy both. The 3K leading the way here for this SSG team.
Yep. So it pays to have some strong leadership on the team, and those are pretty two people to have doing that sort of position. So, yeah, first kill goes. They're going to take the vertical off the board as the Buck not going to be able to push some of those players out of the critical push points. And you're going to start to see Warden hunting, looking. Who is the person that's going to be down, sussing out this roam game? He's going to be able to make his way back up to the top. It's the run out. Nobody there, so he's going to... He's going to find himself in a difficult position. They're not going to be able to get to him, though. He's going to drop down. And they know where he's going to be coming from, though. So the potential to take the Warden off the board greatly increased after that run out with no kills. And it's incredible to see us playing on the second floor and no Aussie Repel. A knife? Arthur takes Rampy down. Wizard to find Vil. Dream to answer back. And that takes us into an equalized body count here as we sit in the 3-3. 3-2. There was the Warden coming back in. I told you they knew where he was going to be at. So he was free for the killing and didn't get anything out of it, unfortunately. So 3v2 as the body bounce now sits in favor of Los as they've got 36 seconds to get that plant going. Made their way inside. It's going to force a retake scenario here off the backside, and they're both sitting in that CEO Trump area. So the crossfire is set up, looking towards that vending machine to probably start to put the pain on. The Monty, though, is still alive, and that's going to be a problem, especially when you get here into the late round. Except for they're just going to kill him. I guess that's one way to do it. Starting to get the defuse going. They got to push in and stop this. There's 23 seconds left on the board. They're going to stick this. The crossfire is set up, and that's going to be another defender win. 3 up, 3 down. And this is kind of what we saw a little bit on the first match that Los did, right? They had a great first match, and then they came back and looked like an entirely different team in the second map, and then didn't even show up to the third. So we don't want history repeating itself. Los got to step up right now. They got to have some way to be more proactive instead of reactive. I mean, they're just they're taking gunfights as they're being brought to them instead of going out and bringing that aggression, getting those early picks. Instead, they're just kind of getting trounced again.
Now, they did get the plant down, though, so, you know, continuing that objective-based gameplay that we certainly saw in Chalet in the plethora of plants that they were able to successfully get down, but great counter diffuse, good angles held, and that was one of the things we talked about was even if they're able to get the plants down, they weren't doing a good job of holding on to the angles and protecting that plant, trying to keep the attackers off it, or trying to keep the defenders off it. To me, it looked like they had the setup, they had the defenders, like plenty of space off site for them to be able to hold on to it, but SSG just playing a little bit more forward, a little bit more aggressively, and to me that shows a sign of this confidence coming into this map, right? Even though this one was Los's map pick, it certainly seems like SSG, you know, had something special waiting for Bank, and we're happy to be able to get a chance to play it. Los not bringing any claymores for holding on to the runouts. And really, when Focal did the jump out and was playing the Warden and was running to the basement, yeah, you know, they knew where he was going to be, but they really didn't have any resources in place to deal with him quickly. I think that could have been handled a lot earlier, but it's just interesting that they didn't really have anything in place there. We'll see whether or not that changes up when we go back to the second floor here, potentially in that 5th or 6th round.
Yeah, a lot of intel being fed right now by the Pulse as he's able to tell him exactly what's going on, that the Skylight hold is real. And now Monty starts to push up on the server. It's a prone position here for the Buck as he's sneaking on in, trying to get the kill off of a cheeky little angle. But the hatch above also still soft. So, oh man, was that the plant started? No, that wasn't.
That was, no, they tried to get, they were working on getting the plant down, but no, he runs. Oh, unfortunate there, Dream running down the stairs, falling apart there. That was the plant going down. They have slowed it down, so a quick execute there from the basement combination of the Monty, but it's stalled out a bit at this point, and still have got a zombie playing upstairs on that second floor, waiting for the right time to make that flank down, and Monty going to continue to try and eat up all of these smokes, just waste that utility and gain a little bit of time.
Absolutely. So one smoke left in hand, but here's the deal. We still have I almost said an employee. We still have a zombie sitting up on the second floor, now rotated down, and that's going to be Buck right behind the Monty, starting to make the push. Oh no.
Unfortunate.
He's going to forfeit Oh, wait, what? He survived. They got the plan off, and he survived as the Monty backed off. So, and they get a kill that equalizes on the scoreline. So all of a sudden, we find ourselves in a 3v3 post-plant scenario with a Monty on the loose, pushing up, not going to be able to utilize these. Oh, look at this. Oh,
No.
barriers in place. Almost was the play, but instead, they're going to find themselves alone with a Monty, looking to try and get that plant diffused here. He's gonna push up. He's got to do something. He's gonna take the shot. Pulls him off.
Oh,
Just
what?
Time.
There
Is he gonna have enough time?
He got it.
He got it. You had to have 7 seconds. Is he gonna pull it off? 1 second left.
Yes, he did.
Oh my lord!
It was like
What a
7.06 when he got on. He got it in enough time. Are you kidding me? What a round from SSG. 4 in a row. What an unbelievable round to see that thing play out. You had Lion upstairs covering the rotate down from anybody that was going to make a rotate and try and come down the blue stairs. So it was a great hold from the defense to protect that. They're able to get the plant down, but that post-plant play from Blows just falling apart. But, you know, the Azami coming in, blocking that off, that was the game changer. That is what won them the round. Incredible play, and just a little bit of comedy of errors, but just I love this game and love the way that we get to see these rounds play out, and the fact that we get a chance to see these players in, you know, they've already qualified to the LCQ. This is all ego match at this point, and man, it is a lot of fun. I love this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay, Rome game going to be established here. It's the Vigil and the Boss G comes out. Not my favorite combo. I mean, the Boss G's fun, right? Is a fun rank strat as well, but in the 1vx scenario, can be a little bit detrimental if you're getting pushed from all the directions, right? You got 2 shots, you got to hit them both. If there's a third, you're over. He's just not going to be able to switch to your other gun in time for the push. But if you get the initial and then get back to sight, then of course the Boss G is the play. Couple that up with the smoke, Castle, Fenrir, and Azami, so you're going to stick to a core 4 here, switching up who's going to be doing the roaming.
Man, I'm still just smiling at the end of that round. Smiling for this team. I mean, love getting a chance to be able to play one of the T1 teams, right? It's not often that you get the opportunity in competitive play to play the T1 team. So SSG just making the most of it right now on Bank. They lost their map pick on Chalet 7-5, but they are answering back in a big way. It is a 4-0 start. I mean, it is defensive sided. So Rampy completely missed that Arthur was just walking right up to him. I mean, that looked like it was clear in our field of view. What happened?
No idea, but people are just falling like ants or like rats or whatever falls, falling like stones. Knives, downs, everybody is just chaos. Now they're going to be able to pick up somebody. Oh, that was Vigil.
Focal.
Able to pick up Vigil. Now puts us into a 4v2 situation. But yeah, just rapidly devolving. The interaction here is the Monty just pushed up, found the biggest person in there, punched him straight in the face, and then just let the trades ring out.
No, they're definitely going to look back on that one and say, we have no clue what happened. That was a bit of a mistake there from Rampy. I don't know if he just didn't catch it or what, but it looked very clear to us. So unfortunate. Great play by Monty, and Arthur showing up. They asked whether or not he was ever positive in the KD. 7-4 currently is showing up. Legacy and Sexy Cake still just struggling a little bit. And Farius, he's the one that we talked about in that last map that LAIR just could not get anything going. Went crazy on Chalet and is back to struggling here a bit as they're playing on Bank. They need him to jump up. But you know what I was going to say right before all that craziness happened was it's still a 4-2 split is the standard, so Alos has still got an opportunity to get that standard, but they've got 37 seconds left to try and get it right now.
That's right. And they're beating them one at a time. That's going to be Habana down. Lion's going to follow, but the Vigil's going to find his life forfeit as well. So now it's going to be a Monty Ash versus the Azami. No Kiva barriers in place to get that cheeky play this time. So we're going to have to do it the traditional way with a little bit of gunplay. starting to get the plant down, takes it to 75%, and they're going to stick it. So yet again in these matches, we're going to find ourselves in a close plant scenario. But Sexy Cake says, I can have my cake and eat it too, and takes the zombie off the board, and that's going to be one for the attack.
There it is. Los did it. Now, we said we were trying to get through in that round was, okay, if you've got the 4-2 standard split, Los could still win these two, and you could look back on that first half and say, oh, standard. But, boy, for sure, those first 4 rounds, all SSG coming up strong. So we're going to get to see this second floor. And I wonder whether or not Los is going to bring any of the Claymores, whether or not we'll see SSG try the jump out of the second story windows again. I love that play, and at least for a while there, SSG was looking very confident on defense, and I think we're going to continue that. Even after they lost that round, I think they're still feeling very good right now with how this game has progressed so far and what they've been able to put up on this Los team.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's crazy too is 4-1. That's a standard, right? That's a standard for defense. So not necessarily indicative to the gameplay that we've been seeing, because it has been coming up all SSGA all day for Bank. And so 4-2 being the standard, if Los can find themselves the second win right here, they might feel pretty freaking good going on to their defensive half.
Attackers are moving out to
Ooh,
locate a bomb.
man. Yeah, this is SSG's time to shine. Like we said, really want to try and pad this round count a little bit. A 5-1.5 is going to go a long way in sort of shutting down the mental from this Los team. But like we said, they're a T1 team. Even if they're not at the top of the leaderboard, I think they still have got the mental fortitude for sure. I mean, you know, Sexy Cake, part of that nigh unstoppable Liquid team back in 2019-2020. So a little bit of a redemption arc for him as well. Is this going to be the game? Is it going to be the map? It is a best of 3. We're in map 2. So SSG in a must-win scenario on Bank if they want to continue this path forward into that grand finals versus the makers, the ex-makers, Challenger League for life. And boy, I cannot wait for an org to pick up that team.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Whiskey, here we go. Last round of the first half of the second map. Gonna bring along I think the exact same lineup that we saw the last time they played the site here. Static Warfare of the Azami, couple it up and combo it with the castle to help funnel this attacking team straight into their kill boxes, and Mirror to hold off everybody else. This is a goated defense. It works. They've won it this way before. We'll see what they're gonna do this time. What's the adaptation by Los? Well, they said if one shield is good, 2 shields ought to be better. I'm going to send 2 pistol popping shield players to take a bunch of real estate, and already you can see the push starting to come up from the spiral staircase as Monty already made his way up to the second floor, trying to bait out a couple of people to get that kill from the Aussie rappel there, but they're going to get a Kiva barrier on it, and that's going to stop them from potentially pushing up, and there's going to be a couple of shots. Now Monty locked off, not able to go back down the stairs. He starts pushing into the banana area. We've sit in a 3-3 with 60 seconds left on the board. It's a low health scenario for the Warden. Only going to take a few, but in a one-shot headshot game, he's still an impactful player if he catches one.
Yeah, we were focused on the Monty battle over on E3, but on the other side of the map, Focal just dominating and taking down the Blitz, so only 1 shield left alive, plus a couple of that distance hard breach here to back him up. But there's a lot of SSG warfare, weapons, and utility that they still have got to deal with, and there is only 28 seconds left, my friend.
That's right. Time started to tick down. Monty pushing up into the janitor area, and that's going to be Dream to take Legacy off the board, and then the switch down to vending as Wizard's going to take Focal down.
What?
And then
Oh,
Monty
there it is.
loses his life. Now onto the vending machine. He knows he's there, takes a swing. He's going to find it now into an old-fashioned 1v1. It's 7 seconds. You got to get the kill, and he's running around trying to find him, but Dream says, peekaboo, I see you, and they're going to take the round. That's a 5-1 half for SSG Academy.
Man. Well, they needed to pad the score line, and they did it. 5-1.5 on Los on their map pick. I don't think that is exactly what Los was expecting to walk into. Wow. So what are we going to do? get the change up. Now we get to see how Los is going to handle the defense here of Bank. And what are they showing right off the bat? The clash, right? Shield v shield. This is it. Going to start off with playing the clash. Arthur, was playing a lot of the Monty, played the Blitz in the previous round, so clearly a piece of the shield meta here for this team. But we'll see how that sort of factors in. We've seen some great clash play, and we've seen some just is absolutely throwing away rounds. So I'm a little worried for this Lowe's team because right now SSG is surging, and we're going to start off in that basement.
Okay, here we go. Basement, one of the tougher places to play here, right? Got to take that verticality. Not going to bring the castle along. We have seen that extension up top utilized a couple before. Might be what a zombie is going to be doing, right? Setting up in the square area, maybe towards that kitchen. Really deny the presence onto the hatches. And you have to have hatch play to be able to really start to put the pressure on. Now, they're going to open it up. So somebody is going to stay up top, and that's going to be their exit home as soon as the pressure proves to be too much. And it is going to be a zombie. So Ski Bear is going to get herself set up and really dug in for some of that static warfare.
Oh man,
utilized here now. Oh,
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
like this game has got using up a ton of energy trying to just. I'm like in shock at what we're seeing from this Lowe's team. This like the pendulum back and forth at the way this team plays, going from like great to seriously struggling is a struggle for me. They're not being this consistent T1 team that sort of we expected coming out of it. It's interesting to see the way that's playing out. And right now, SSG, they're playing a little bit slower, methodical. Love the way that this team is playing right now. Just a little bit, getting pretty close to halfway through this round. And if you're an SSG fan, boy, this is feeling great coming into the second map of this best of 3.
Yeah. 5-1 is a whole different story than 4-2, right? Not undoable, not impossible, but definitely a different story than the standard split. So yeah, starting to push in, starting to take some of that first floor control here, and they've basically now all bunkered back down. Decide going to rely off the shield play as the attack team going to start pushing in. No Monty to be had here, Whiskey. So instead, going to try to utilize those capital bolts to either force Clash into a position where they have to turn and have to run, or catch them on fire, right? A couple different ways you could do that. Of course, also trying to get towards those Kiva barriers. Capital, great for the distraction, great for the smoke. Oh, looking for the back end. Oh, no, they
almost
know not going to fall victim to that one today, but now stuck a little bit into the corner.
Yep, if you can sort of trap Clash back in that corner of the server, but oh, wow, so close going for the Capital boat rather than taking a couple shots. But there's the drop, a Dream making the drop down. They've got a little bit of map control here in the basement with 20 seconds left. Rampy, there it is, 6-3-3. Let's go.
Yeah, now into the last one. I was about to say now into the last one, but before I could even get it out, they're going to take the kill, and that is, man, this is a wild game. Los just, what do I say here? Match point scenario. Los just doesn't have the closing power that is necessary for going on into the late round, right? Looking incredibly good on their first maps on both sets of the series, but when it came into the second set, it's like the adaptation, they get read like a book, like an old familiar book, and then look at where we're sitting at. It was such a close game on map number 1, and we are now on a match point scenario where Los has only taken 1 round from SSGA. Now, SSGA is a powerhouse team. They sit at the top of T2 with Makers, Fluffy Aimers. Those are all incredibly high caliber players, but the gameplay from map 1 to map 2 is insanely different. Is it SSG Academy that is just adapted, that has learned the strat, did enough VOD review that they're like, bank, easy call. We know exactly how they're going to play it. Or does Los just not have the clutch power, that fourth quarter gut check required in a best of 3?
It's certainly what it feels like, right? We're seeing them sort of fall apart. It feels a little bit disjointed, and SSG seems playing better together as a team. And we know that, I think the Dream was a sub in here for this SSG Academy team. So, in theory, you should have the better team playing together, team house, T1 team, and they just don't seem to have it. You called it the staying power, the finishing power. They're just not closing out maps like they should. For sure, again, not a David versus Goliath kind of a scenario, but SSG Academy at the top of the T2 rankings, but I think you certainly expect to walk in versus a T1 team and have to fight a lot harder. SSG is just surging right now, and we're on our way potentially to the second 7-1 loss for this Los team unless they can find a way to win here on defense on this 2F site.
That's right. So on the side of the defense, let's take a look at it. They are going to bring the Mira up into play here. They're going to back it up with the Castle and the Azami as well, and Bandit to really hold onto those walls and really take away some of that that cross shot power, right? They want to open up that wall on E3 and put the pressure onto the player in elevator so Monty can come up and put the pressure on from CEO and Trump. But oh, look at that Twitch drone. A little bit of a sniper shot as they take one of the Bandit charges down. Still got 2 of them up there, and there's Capital Bolts to try and keep him locked into that E3 area. That's doing it, but he's still able to play life, right? No damage done, no pressure, no presence of another player. So it's I wouldn't say it's, no, I will say it. That was a wasted Capital Bolt.
Yeah, you're allowed to say it. I mean, even though SSG is having a great game overall, they can make some mistakes, but there it is. 1 run out. Vil at least able to take down Farius. So 3-8-2. We talked about him, man. He had a fantastic game on Chalet, completely falling apart, but not quite as bad as Legacy. What happened to Legacy here on this game? That's probably another piece of it that's really missing from this team is
Legacy can't buy a kill right now. Yeah.
Yeah. On the other side, though, I mean, Dream 10-4, fairly balanced on the SSG side and continue to put pressure. But right now, their best chance here on the attacking side of it, a 4v3 with 30 seconds left. There's that smoke coming out, getting ready for the execute.
There we go. That's the equalizer as Rampy takes Sexy Cake off the board and now puts us into a 3v3. 20 seconds left, Whiskey, between the moving on to a map number 3, a decider, and the potential for it to be over. Huge place. 10 seconds left, pushing up, takes shots from the back there, bending. He's going to take it too, and that's going to be extra to take Wizard off the board. It's got 1 second to get that plant down. It's not going to be able to probably do this as they start to come in. They're going to be able to find him, and they're going to take him out. That's going to be Arthur to take the kill onto Exer, and that's going to be another round, finally, another round for Los as they start to try to mount a comeback here.
There it is. All right, let's call it the start of the comeback. Los is going to win that round 8, so we're going to see a 2-6 match point. They got to be perfect for 4 more to force the overtime. Certainly the way that right now SSG is playing on Bank, that seems like a long clawback. But again, talking about a T1 team. So now this is an interesting pick. First floor, Teller's Archives. I probably count on one time in the more than 300 games that we've had a chance to cast here in 2024, the time that we've seen a first floor Teller Archives hold from a defensive team. This really seems like a bit of a surprise here from this defense. Yeah, they played basement, but they lost, so they had the opportunity to go back down to basement or play the other first floor site. I mean, this is definitely 4th on the list in terms of sight that you see in competitive play. So what that says to me is Los has got something special from a strat perspective to try and hold on with it. The problem is the reason it's 4th on the list is there's a ton of space upstairs that's breachable that makes this a very vertically oriented map, and SSG can sort of take advantage of that. You see Castle setting up Stronghold upstairs to hold on to it, but this definitely feels like a bit of a misstep for Los, and SSG, if they can capitalize, can shut this one down quickly right here, right now.
Yep, that's right. Now they bring out all of the bells and whistles, right? Intel in the hands of the Echo, who's gonna try to put some pressure onto what would have been a Monty. I guess they switched it out right at the last second. I didn't even see that. But so yeah, plant denial, make sure that they can't get in and end this round with a quickness, right? So Castle to slow them down, funnel them into those kill boxes, if you will, and then Fenrir to take away the site, and Legion to slow them down, and Orcs to move across the map. This is a fun defensive setup for this pocket strat that they're pulling out. And let's be honest, they need to. They need something special. They need something different. They need a momentum shifter if they're going to have even a chance at coming back. If they lose 6 or 7-2 on this map, my mental would be chopped. Right? If I got 7-1 on LAIR and then coming around to a 7-2 in an arena that I should be fairly dominant in, that really starts to play into it. Can make a map 3 very difficult. But of course, map 3 is Clubhouse. It's the great equalizer. So the potential to, oop, there he goes. A little bit of a flashbang. Rampy going to take Legacy off the board, and that's going to get body bounce tipped over to SSGA. And that's the Castle gone. The second one to ring out now is they're going to find Oryx as well. Puts it into a 5v3. Starting to feel pretty good for SSG Academy, and there's going to be the answer back as Focal going to find his life forfeit after the body shots there. Looking towards the head hole, sees him, runs across, takes a couple of pre-fires, but nothing to come from there. Still trying to play up on this top floor area as the whole defense is rotated now back down for the bunker. It's a 4v3 with a minute left. Now they're going to take a second look as they send in a Kludge drone to try and steal some of those Echo drones, potentially some of those Fenrir gadgets, and use them to their advantage here in the late round.
This to me felt like, man, the lack of intel that Los was denying and just giving it away to SSG, and they were acting off it. 2 of those early kills, I think, coming off of the back of some good intel, but 30 seconds left, my friend. It's a 3v4. Who's it going to be? You still have the Echo, like you said, but he's got neither of his drones available, looks like.
Jeez, that's tough. So Bravo really getting in there and doing the work. Ram opening up that floor. 19 seconds left.
Oh.
That does get the tie up as Arthur's able to take Xer off the board in what Exige called a tactical death. Now Xer onto the cams. Ram going to be next to follow as Wizard takes Vil down. Puts us into a 3v2 as the body bounce does tip into their favor. Now they're going for the plan, right? And they got to push up. Had 1 second left. Now, geez, yeah. He gets the kill, and then he pulls off for the plant, and that's going to be round over, and that's going to be Los finding another one. Starting to build up a little bit of momentum here.
Okay, so the pocket strat, we talked about that site certainly being not the favorite. The pocket strat coming out and winning, may be surprising. You toss the smoke right on top of the plant in that case. For sure, the defenders are going to know exactly where you're playing at. There was no element of surprise or suspicion there. Looked like they might have had an opportunity to try something, but you talked about it, just a little bit of momentum built up. That is 2 in a row there for this Los team on defense, on a defensive-sided map. So, all right, we were talking, 7-1 victory. Los is just falling apart. SSG's the team, but the T1 team, and they're making the claw back. The big change question here, though, Arthur on 11-6-1 doing great. Legacy, can he turn this thing around and pull off more than a single kill as part of this map, getting the rest of this team contributing here? So is the timeout buff going to be active? Is it going to be the one? We saw SSG win 2 off the back of their timeout on Chalet. Now it's Los's opportunity. Good talk, good talk. Hopefully, you're still there with us.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I'm here. Stupid Mike. Jesus. Okay, yeah, agree with you completely. Now we head on to the open area where they're going to try to mount it. They got to have 3 perfect rounds in a row to be able to take this and win the round. And if they do, momentum start building up, they're going to find themselves on the back of a double win for a 2-0. And
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, this is their map pick. It's kind of expected, right? So starting to build it up here. They brought along the same story that they've been bringing along almost the entire part of their defense on the last couple of maps in general. It's the castle for the funnel. It's the Fenrir to take away the vision. It's the area denial of the smoke. A zombie to help set up that static warfare. And on the other side of it, let's bring out the Monty, right? Push up, take that real estate, make them pay with somebody coming up behind, the buddy system, if you will, in place. And it's a really huge investment to the second floor here, as we only have, Fenrir and a zombie sitting down in sight.
Yeah, but you talked about it. I wondered whether or not we would see the mute come out at this point, just because of, we talked about the intel working really well in SSG's favor, and they're bringing out the Twitch to try and clear out some of this utility. Look, that they don't have the IQ to maybe help locate some of it. So having to work in combination here with the Flores, they're bringing out the extra drones, and that is going to force a zombie out of her position. She's going to quickly get that Kiba barrier back up, though. And we saw a zombie playing in that position on SSG's defense that went really well. See if Elos can hold down in that same manner, in that same location, is the important part. Still got 3 Flores drones left to try and clear her out, though, and she's going to run out of those Kiba barriers at some point.
That's right. It doesn't look like they're even putting too much attention onto that second floor hold, right? So really almost unconcerned with the vertical play that they have in place, and instead going for a bit more of a site direct take here as they're coming up from blue and from that E-box area to just kind of start to push into sight. You let Flores get in and get rid of some of that extension util. It's specifically these Kiva barriers, right? If they can't get a zombie out from this counter area, then all hope is lost coming into this site from this direction. You're going to have to find yourself on the backside of a redirect. So holding on, looking to get the kill through the smoke. Can't really see, but it's going to take the shot anyways. Monty starts to push up, and that's going to be a shot. It is going to get traded out as Xer loses his life in the process, puts us into a 4-4, 55 remaining on the board as it starts to count down. They've got the breach open. They know that the Monty is coming. They're looking for that extra pressure. Where is that second shot going to be coming from? Pushes in. Rampy's going to take Arthur off the board, and now they got themselves set up and in place to potentially get a plant down, and there it goes. A match point scenario in a post plant with a Monty, a 4v2 and 4v1, all on the line here. It could be too little, too late. All gonna be looking towards the lone soldier that is Castle, but it's a DMR to devastate him from a distance, and that's gonna be SSGA coming up huge and demanding a map 3, saying we deserve to be here.
Well, if you were here for the Dream Redemption arc, you certainly showed up at the right time. 12-4 on their way to that 7-3 victory over Los. What a round! What a game for them to come back and show up after losing Chalet. So they have traded map picks, my friend, back and forth, which means we're going to get to see that third map, and you called it Dub House. The great equalizer. Which one of these teams is going to be the one gets to go on and face the X-Makers squad, the Challenger League for life, waiting for this seeding match? Again, everybody's in the LCQ, but where's the ego? Where are you going to end up? It's all on the line on this map 3, my friend.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's going to be the stunning conclusion to this match. Ayo.
Let's go. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this community cast of the Blast Open Qualifier playoffs here in the lower bracket final. Unfortunately, Whiskey Glitter had to step out, but fortunately for us, Nomical available and ready to step in and fill those shoes again. Thanks for joining us, Nomical.
Absolutely. Glad to be back. I know you and I were here yesterday to get a great game between Fluffy Aimers and Bello, and I'm hoping that this map 3 between these two teams goes the distance once again. We had a lot of fun yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Los can bounce back. I was tuning into the Twitch channel for map 1 and 2, and it seemed like map number 2 overall, Whiskey, that Los kind of struggled throughout Bank.
Yeah, they really did. Almost, I wouldn't say fell apart, but certainly if it had been that 7-1, that's how we would be talking about it. They got devastated on LAIR by that Challenger League for Life X-Makers squad, and it looked like they were going to have it here. But boy, they're just back and forth was just driving me crazy. Was it going to be a great team? Was it going to be a terrible team? How were they going to handle it? And so far, we're going to take it all the way to map 3 to find out which of these two is going to take the win and go back and face Makers, the X-Makers team. Boy, we really need an org to pick up that squad. We need it. They need it, and they're ready. And who is going to face that team here between Los versus SSG ACAD?
Well, right now, if you're asking me, I think my money's on SSG ACAD. I think that last map is a big momentum builder for them. But in particular, you look at players like Wizard, who had a really rough map number 2. I think that's going to be the big key, is can these Los players who had a bad map number 2
Starting.
get back into the game and find some of that momentum right back and really build up the overall Los game? Because we saw SSG Academy did a great job of shutting down everything that Los was trying to do. And I think they will probably continue to do that because SSG Academy get the more favorable side here on Clubhouse. They get to defend first. So I'd look for them to continue to build on that lead they've got.
The question for me really is, we were seeing, each of the individual players have some fantastic games, have some fantastic rounds in between them. Which one is it going to be? Are we going to see the incredible Farius? Are we going to see a great legacy round? Are we going to see the zeros? Are we going to see the ones come out of that team? So a little bit of a change up, not sure how it's going to work. We know that they lost Clubhouse during the NAL. Like we said, the only map that they managed to win was that NIGHTHAVEN, but banned out by SSG early in this round. So not going to get to see the map that they won, only get to see the map that they lost. And boy, Monty and Ying talked about Monty being that nearly 100%, except for the first two maps between these teams. I guess they just had enough of dealing with the shields here as we go into map 3.
I like that Mira ban by Los. I think that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of great plays you can get with the Mira. In particular, I think about a strategy that Dark Zero liked to use, or at least used to use in the NAL, where they would use the Mira as kind of a interesting version of a bandit trick on the main CCTV platform wall, where they'd place it down and use it to where you can't really effectively exothermic the wall. So you'd have to rely more on like an ace to get that main breach open, which isn't really a great option because the breach isn't nearly as big and you don't get as many easy line of sight into the building, in particular thinking about over by rafters. So not having to deal with that mirror here as well, not having the Tuberow on the board, that's another great ban I'd have to think, because now you don't have to worry about that combination with the Cade, and it should make getting a lot of these hard walls
Defenders,
open a
protect
lot
your
easier.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, you called it. We'll see whether or not they make some of those changes, but not having the Mira, to me, it completely changes up the play style of the way that that Clubhouse is played. She's such a vital part of many of the site holds in the upstairs and in the basement, right? She's almost always played 100% of the time on Clubhouse when she's available. So this time we're going to get a chance to bring out none of the sort of the other operators. We're not seeing that Valkyrie, the big change up on the defensive lineup, that combination of Mute and the Vigil to me is the interesting one without having that Mira, but no breach denial in place. I don't know. I guess when you're playing in the basement, maybe it's not as critical. You don't need to protect the mirror windows because she's banned. Don't need to hold on to any of those upper breaches. Just gonna go ahead and reinforce them and waste some utility.
Well, we get into round number 1, and we got that blitz on the board, and would like to think that maybe Los are looking to go pretty fast here. The only problem with that is there's a lot of roamers throughout the map for SSG Academy. You got players on the top floor, you got that castle, you got the Goyle that can really slow down the attacking push. Although Dirt does look a little bit vulnerable, so maybe if Los drone that out and get some good information, Dirt could be a spot that they could potentially go in through quickly. But you do have to be careful through other portions of the map. You've got the castle inside a bar with a Bill. That's kind of a staple of these SSG Academy teams, Whiskey. You know, you have, going back all the way to 2020, the days of the old original SSG roam, where you have that castle there to kind of support your top floor roamers, and I really love to see it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they've got quite a bit of roam game here. You've got the mute upstairs plus the vigil. Yeah, they're playing heavy and not really focusing on trying to trick that kitchen hatch. But you called out that Dirt vulnerability, and that's exactly where we're seeing Sexy Cake make the push in. He had some great plays on blitz on that first map. Struggled a little bit on bank, but back on the blitz again.
Yeah, you'd have to think that Sexy Cake really wants to go for this here. He's got a couple players in other portions of the map nearby, specifically looking over by kitchen. You've got Legacy over here by bar and bathroom at the top of main stairs. You could have some value. Now, Focal does do some damage to Wizard with the Boss G, so going to put a little bit of fear into the hearts of Los, but they still continue to press forward here. Some of those Lion scans start to go out. They're just moments away from a potential engagement. Focal looking to take a fight with Legacy. He's got players over by kitchen as well. He's going to be very important here. If he can win one of these fights, it could spell disaster for Los. But the question is the timing. The first 2 fights actually do go the way of Los, but it's 3 kills quickly, right back for Space Station Academy. And that quick advantage that they got is suddenly gone.
Oh, the advantage gone. You called it. You got a little bit of roam clear here from the Jackal. He's still available. Legacy's found one, so, almost matched his kill count from the whole previous map. And you still have got Wizard, even though he's on low HP. But the fact that they don't have the diffuser and they don't have a lot of map control at this point, a little bit of vertical, plus trying to push in this dirt tunnel. But since that fell apart, I think this is a dangerous spot to push in.
15 seconds or 10 seconds left, rather, and it's a 1v3. Dream and Ramp, you'll lock him out of the building. Nothing really going well there for Los in the dying seconds of that round. And it's a pretty easy lockout for Space Station Academy. It got a little bit dicey there in the mid-round, but they're able to hold on through the late round. A great start there for the defending side.
Yeah, boy, if you're an SSG fan, this is a great way to start this off. You said it. What does Los need to do? When we keep asking ourselves that, the Twitch chat keeps asking, right? This is a T1 team. There's a lot of smack talk going on between these. Even though both of these teams qualified for the LCQ at this point, like we said, there's a lot of ego. There's a lot riding on this. Can this T2 team take down one of the Titans in the Pro League, a true T1 roster? On a good run for it, especially after that 7-3 victory on Bank, and to start off here on defense. I know it's defensive-sided, so, we still got plenty of time left in this map 3, but it's all come down to here. Neither one of these teams now have an advantage. Back to the single map victory to decide who is going to go on and face that X-Makers roster in that grand final.
Yeah, you mentioned ego and pride there a moment ago with what's on the line in this game. I think for Los specifically, it's really damaging to your pride. In the span of a couple hours, you lose to CL4L and then maybe SSG Academy. That's got to be a really big dampener to your spirits. But for SSG Academy, if you could pull off this win here and continue your way through this lower bracket of the Open Qualifier playoffs, that's going to be a big boost to your confidence heading into that LCQ, because you've seen that a lot of these NAL teams can bleed. We've seen Wildcard bleed a little bit. We've seen LG bleed. Oxygen hasn't looked the best throughout this entire stage. So I think there is definitely a lot of potential for some of these T2 teams heading into that LCQ to potentially have some success. You look at that CL4L roster in particular as one of the main rosters that's had a lot of success recently. But also, you could see a team like SSG Academy, who's got a player like Rampy with a ton of experience and can bring a lot of leadership to the roster that could potentially help put them over the top.
Yep, and I mean, Dream playing on this roster too has certainly brought a lot to it, but that core, Focal, Vil, Xer joining in, it's names that we know and love from the T2, T3 scene, and I love that they're getting this opportunity to try and take it to this Los roster. So on the attacking side, still working on opening things up. It's one of the hallmarks we had seen of the way that Los has generally approached most of the maps, with only a few exceptions. Slow and methodical as they work on opening up all of these sight lines. You can see the Ace, the Thermite working on opening it all up, and they're going to get Jacuzzi. No real press here from Dream playing that that Bandit. And they're going to get this one open, those sight lines into sight, but time is ticking away. Minute 13 left.
And I would just like to point out quickly that no, that was not me ignoring Dream. I'm just pretty sure that he's only a sub at the current moment for this SSG Academy
That's
roster,
true.
so he won't be
That's
sticking
true.
around. Not taking any shots. Dream is a great player. But we're about a minute left, and so far, really the only thing that's notable that's happened has been kind of that battle with the Bandit like you were talking about. They did get that main Jacuzzi breach open, but they haven't really been able to do much with it just yet. They haven't gotten any control over towards Bathroom. They haven't really gotten much control towards Construction. You've got Vil and Rampy still just sitting in this spot, holding it down. They've got Castle Barricades to support them. They've got plenty of utility still left, and the even bigger factor is Los don't have a lot of time to go ahead and clear this out. So Los are just going to have to go for broke necessarily and just try and bulldoze their way through the site, which isn't really a great strategy when you don't have construction or logic control. Now they will start to dump in some flashbangs here to try and negotiate some space. Sexy Cake will actually be the first one to get a kill, as it's the Dokkaebi on the board with the Boss G.
Well,
Now fighting from a man disadvantage. 2 kills going the way. Still favoring
No way!
Los here, and they're just steamrolling their way through. It's Rampy left in a 1v3. Maybe he gets a second one, and indeed he will. Is the coverage good? It certainly seems like it might be.
Oh no,
The
they
Castle
didn't
Barricade
prep
will be a
it!
huge benefit to Los, and they'll get the diffuser down. Rampy now stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Los are perfectly able to just reposition and wait out this time.
They didn't prep the castle. Oh, he goes and hits it once and it doesn't pop. Normally you're seeing when you've got the castle barricade in between the gym and Jacuzzi wall, you prep it down to 1 hit so that hopefully the defenders could open it up if they need that quick rotate in. Oh man, a little bit of an oversight, but Los coming on strong. That thing completely turned around from about that minute mark. Looked like SSG was going to get another defensive win, but Los comes up strong after getting that wall open, making the quick push in, and there it is. We're tied up 1-1. Los is certainly not dead, not out. It is 100% back and forth, and you're right. Dream definitely subbing in. It was Jabates who had lost a little bit of power at his house, I believe, due to the hurricane. So hope everything is going well for him, but certainly if you're an SSG fan, Dream is doing a great job as a super sub right now.
Oh, absolutely. Dream has come in and he's been doing great. I mean, look at that last map in particular, dropping double digits. He was their kill leader for map number 1 of Chalet, even though they did lose that map. But you got to look back at that last round, and if you're Los, you got to be scratching your head a little bit, because sure, you won that round, but you're a castle barricade away from losing it. If that castle barricade isn't there, or if it's prepped, like you mentioned, the player that was in charge of covering for Los didn't really seem to have a clue as to where Rampy was coming from. So he pops that castle barricade, swings to the right onto the planter with 0 time left, and we could have a completely different story on our hands. So you're going to have to be very careful here. And I think time management is going to be a big key for Los on these final 4 attacks as we get later into this half. Because we've seen so far that their time management has been a little bit questionable. They have been very slow through their first couple of attacks. And it's something that really needs to change.
Yeah, that's a good point. We talked about them, being a little bit methodical, but you got to couple that with excellent time management to be able to have enough time to get the execute down on an SSG team that so far has been playing really well in defense. That last round certainly could have gone either way, so it didn't feel dominating for Los until those final few seconds of the round as they got that diffuser down. But that's one of the things that they have been very good across all of the maps that we've casted them on, between the X-Makers game before this and the previous 2 maps here with SSG Academy, is they are a plant-heavy, objective-based gameplay team, and they're very successful at getting that plant down. The only part they were struggling with was continuing to execute after that happened. So we'll see if they can hold on here.
Ooh, a bit of poor timing there by Focal, and he'll lose the Kiva barricade in the process. Varius will get the opener onto Dream, so that castle off the board, and maybe another one lost as Focal crosses by the construction window. Will escape with just about 20 HP to his name, but he's got to be thanking his lucky stars there that the Los player wasn't quite ready for that fight. SSG Academy will fall back towards the site here, and already a much better round from Los in terms of their time management. They've cleared out this construction side of the map, and they've got a lot more control and that early opening pick to work with.
Yep, you can see all of those blue outlines there up at the top, working on making this push over. A little bit of con side with a little bit of pressure there from the highway windows. Not a ton coming over from the Logi side, so it looks like that's how we're going to see Buck make the rotate over, continue to put this excess pressure around, sort of split it up, and divert a lot of attention here from this Los team. But the mute jammer perfectly placed to deny the ace charge from opening it, had to rely on the soft breach instead.
Oh, nice shot by Focal there on the player on the rappel. And a huge double
Wow.
from Rampy. Give him a third on the round. And it's Legacy left in a 1v4 with very little time left and not a lot of hope in this round. He's got a couple of players from SSG Academy on low HP.
15
But with
seconds
where
left.
he's at out on highway and where SSG Academy are positioned,
10
it certainly
seconds
seems like
remaining.
this one is most definitely out of the question. He'll work his way into construction.
seconds.
Focal says, do something. Legacy will do something. He'll swing into the site, and he'll lose his life. Round number 3 for SSGA.
What a play from them. And just got to say, want to take a minute. If you're just joining us, welcome in everyone to the Blast R6 NA Open Qualifier Playoffs. We are in the lower bracket final here between Los and SSG ACAD. Both of these teams have already qualified for the last chance qualifier playoffs to face on the last 5 teams in the NAL, but want to say appreciate it. All volunteer here on the community cast side, and we appreciate all the follows and subs for you guys to bring this one in and support the stream. So thanks, Nomical, for joining me as we continue on this third map between these great teams. Holy cow, and the emotional roller coaster we have been on today between these two, it's taking it out on me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Not even just this series, not even just today as a whole, but yesterday was quite exciting as well. We had a lot of great games and a lot of great teams participating in this open qualifier playoff. Looking forward to going through the rest of the night with you, Whiskey. We've got, however, in round number 4, a little bit of an interesting switch up from SSG Academy. They've still got that heavy SSG style roam that you see on the basement, but instead they're bringing out an operator that I actually really like here. They've got the Scopos on the board, and I think this actually plays very well into the type of roam that they're trying to do, because you can position one of those Scopos clones, I guess is what they're called, down in the basement and have one on the top floor, so you can quickly switch from roam to anchor if Los decide to potentially roam clear or push directly onto the site. There's a lot of great, interesting plays that we could see here.
Yeah, we had seen the play a couple different times. The combination of the mute and the Scopos idle shell upstairs in the bathroom, really preventing any sort of denial from a drone perspective or a Brava or a Twitch to try and take out the idle. You needed some explosives to be able to do it. Doesn't look like they're going to use it in that way. Didn't see where exactly the idle shell went in, but without the mute, you sort of can't execute that piece of strategy. But it is kind of cool, really. Clubhouse being the only map I think we've seen a significant amount of Scopos play here in the competitive siege to start with.
Where it was that I actually saw it, but one player in a game I watched a week ago or so actually put one of the Scopos shells up inside a bathroom, like in the shower, and then position the other one like over by blue, and then kind of switch back and forth depending on where the attack came from. So I looked to see if that might happen again here, although Wizard seems to know about the fact that Vil is over here inside a strip club, and this should be an easy lockout for him if he's able to either find the idle shell or just kill the active one, which I'm sure you'd much rather get the active one off the board, because that would mean Vil is off the board entirely, although he will go ahead and switch over to the other one and get himself a little bit safer in terms of where he's located on the map. So Los will go ahead and reposition themselves and start to set back up towards that site exit.
Yeah, it looked like he did know. We saw a little bit of a drone outline there. They had him pinged out in strip, so that's why Scopos making the rotate back down to Church, as well as the rest of the team. We got 50 seconds left. Everybody bunkered back down. The Azami trying to hold on to the corner of Arsenal, and the bullets are flying. The utility is just popping all over the place. 40 seconds left in addition to those Grimbees, and we're getting ready for this Moto Hatch drop, and Rampy ready to pop that Goyle canister as soon as they make the drop. 30 seconds left.
Ooh, it should be exciting, and here does come the drop. Wizard's gonna drop in through Moto, but he'll be the first one off the board. Rampy to claim his head. Maybe a second one running in. Rampy with a pistol out. Another one off the board now. The fire burning away at Legacy's chances. Rampy with a third kill, going nuclear in this game. What can Farius do? He can maybe get one, but no, he's shut down by Dream, and it's a flawless round from Space Station ACAD. How about that?
Jeez, that pair between Dream and Rampy right now, this has got to be that best combination between them. We talked about Rampy struggling a little bit on some of those previous rounds. No longer 10 kills in just the first 4 rounds for him. 15 between Dream and Rampy together, eclipsing the total from all of the rest of the players in the server. Wizard had a fantastic map during one of those CL4L games earlier in the night, but absolutely struggling here to just start off on Clubhouse. Now, from a timeout buff perspective, we've been talking about all night, the biggest one we've seen so far, SSG came off with 2 off their timeout previously on that Chalet map, so we'll see whether or not Los can find a win here. They need to. They are just getting shut down, and man, SSG doing a fantastic job.
Oh, most definitely. SSG Academy have looked great so far on this defense, but in particular, that highlight player of Rampy, like you were talking about, absolutely the kill leader for this match. And he's put in a lot of work. We've seen him have impact with multi-kills now in back-to-back rounds, and he's keeping Los at bay. We'll see if Los can maybe right the ship a little bit after the timeout. As we go to the tertiary site for Space Station Academy, we'll see CCTV defended for the first time. And look for Rafters to be a very important part of the map here. You've got that Azami out on the board to make Rafters that little bit stronger than it otherwise could have potentially been. We've also got the Bandit to potentially do a little bit of bandit tricking over on the main platform breach. We talked about the mirror trick that can sometimes come into effect. We won't see that here, so you'll just keep things standard back to the olden days of Siege. I really like to see that. Things that have been done throughout the years just kind of staying relevant, like that bandit trick. And see if Dream can't maybe slow down that Los attack, because there is plenty of hard breach being brought out that he could potentially find.
Attackers are moving to
The only misstep I feel like we're seeing from the SSG ACAD here in terms of trying to hold on to that Rafters section. Yeah, you brought the Legion, but no projectile deny, no Wamai there to potentially stop any of those nades coming in. But Los not playing the Capital, he's not banned out. Really, I feel like he's an important part of trying to hold on. But one of the other keys that you could just barely see there, it looked like they did not have it looked like they did not have both of the lower walls reinforced in garage, so maybe a little bit of a dangerous play there, playing up in the rafters. So we'll see how that works out. The Maverick opening up, getting rid of those bandits, not going to be able to trick it, so Thermit's going to open that wall quickly before that first minute of gameplay is out. So they all rotate on to put some extra pressure from the other side of the 2F floor.
Quite sure what's going on right now that has Focal all riled up, but it certainly seems as though something Los are doing has him a little bit excited. Although it seems as though they're making good time right now. Like you said, they've got that main CCTV breach open already. They've started to rotate themselves over towards the gym bedroom side of the map. That's a great start. Rampy, that main fragger off the board first, taking out that mute, and that's a lot of control gain for Los as well. So they look to continue to press forward here and see if they can't get right to the doorstep of that site.
Man, what a great game between these two. And Rampy going down. If we had to pick a win condition, that might have been first on that list for this Lowe's team. Try and take down the frag leader. That's the mute. All of his passive utility, though, is out and going to be able to be in place. Not any of that active. You still have got both Azami and the Legion still up and still gaining and using that utility. So trying to slow it down a little bit. But this engagement here between Wizard and Dokkaebi, I don't think they realize Dokkaebi is going to make that push in. Yeah, they've got nobody there on up on that cache wall except for Dream. He's the only one trying to hold on to that site.
Barriers actually will reposition himself right into a kill. Great use of the drone work there to take down Vil. And that's going to be the cameras, potentially, if they weren't already hacked by the Dokkaebi, potentially given away.
Oh.
Arthur gets on the board with a kill onto Exer. And we saw a flawless round a moment ago from SSG Academy. Will it be the same way for Los? No, it will not. Focal will get one on the board, but Arthur will look to attempt the plant. That's going to make things that much harder for Focal to actually try and win this out. Down below, he's got a lot of work to do. The hardest thing to do in Siege is retake up a staircase in a post plant, and he won't get any more than that. It'll be the player at the top of red to shut him down, and Los finally get a round back.
All right, there we go. Round 5. They're finally going to get another. So you're talking about the standard split here on Clubhouse, the 4-2 half. Los winning after their timeout, the timeout buff in effect. And that one definitely felt like a bit of a momentum shift. They played that one significantly better. I would definitely call the Cache CC the tertiary site in the current meta, though, Clubhouse. So if you had to pick one you'd expect the defending team to potentially lose, that's it. Los did a great job of opening up that main breach really quickly, putting a ton of pressure on this defending team. So we're going to go back to this what I think considered the primary, secondary site. And without that little bit of a slip-up in how the castle was played in between the gym and jacuzzi wall, that first round that Los won back on round 2 may have gone differently. So this could be the resurgence and dominance here of SSG ACAD. They're going to get the standard split, or is Los going to find another and end it 3-3? One more round and a half.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, if Los find this round, I think this game gets a lot more interesting. We're talking about how it definitely seems as though the standard is a 4-2 split.
Attackers must locate and
If Los can pick up this third one here, you'd really have to think about them in a more favorable light heading into the second half. Although Focal, looking to get aggressive early on, might have something to say about that. Shoots open the barricade just a tad bit early. There was a player out there who could have potentially found himself meeting an early bullet to the head. But nonetheless, he'll be thanking his lucky stars as Sexy Cake will not be taken off the board, and he'll be allowed to push his way forward here.
Gaining a little bit of ground, but still everybody outside here from this attacking team. When you talk about Los being slow and methodical, this is it. This is the definition of it, just playing slowly. So they were working. They've got that main breach open on the CC side, but still got Bandit. Dream holding on to be tricking that jacuzzi wall, it looks like. We've got the castle barricades in place. See if Legacy potentially on that Zofia going to try and play spoiler there.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more out of Legacy, and particularly Wizard as well. Still having a rough go of things, especially after how Map 2 went. Really need him to step up if Los are going to pull this back and pull it over the line here through the later portions of this map. But Los continue to advance despite all of that. They're halfway through the round. They've got control of CCTV. They've got control of Cache. And yeah, that's a great little find there with a bulletproof camera taken off the board. It's a lot of intel gone for SSG Academy, and Los continue to find great value here.
I don't know that I've seen the bulletproof placed all the way up there at the very top of the ceiling. That's an interesting placement. But, of course, you've got the pros playing. They know it. They expect it. They cleared it. And there it sounds like opening up that jacuzzi wall as well. Must have been able to clear out the Bandit and not able to trick it. Yep, there it is. They've got it open. So Vil still playing in the bathroom, still protected by one of those walls. And Focal, the Azami, holding down the gym, one of those castles in place between.
Oh, no. He didn't see him. He didn't see Dream again.
What?
Dream allowed to slip by twice. He still doesn't know. Various. You just let a free kill slip through your fingers twice in like 10 seconds. Nonetheless, they'll continue to push forward. They've done some good damage to Focal, sure, but it's still a 5-on-5. Sexy Cake with a great read onto Exer, however, makes things a lot better. Wizard gets on the board, but
No
there's Dream on the
way.
backstab, gets a big, huge kill on the flank. A second one for Dream, shutting Los out of this round. It's Wizard 0-4 in a 1v3 with 10 seconds left. They got intel, they've got everything going. Shots flying down range from Bill. And it'll be the super short to end out that round. It's that standard 4-2 split that we so often see and so often expect. SSG Academy retain the lead.
I gotta say, to me, it even though that is the standard split, that first half of gameplay here on Clubhouse definitely felt way more SSG sided than that. I think we saw 2 of those rounds sort of fall apart for them very quickly, but from an overall play style, the way that first half played out, SSG felt much more dominant than a 4-2 half is showing. Again, Rampy at 10, Dream at 7, just really showing up for this team when they need it. But now the opportunity switches. We're going to get to see how Los is going to handle their defense. Going to start off on the basement. That was an undefeated site for SSG. They won it both times they played it. So here's the opportunity. Can they hold on? I like this combination. They played an awful lot of Capcan on Bank and this area denial with smoke coming out. I think it's a good lineup.
Oh, most definitely. I really like that. I think it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens here, especially considering it is that roam. You know, you've got that basement site once again, and with the castle on the board, look to potentially have SSG Academy go for a roam clear here from the top down. And if they aren't careful to check their corners, they could find themselves getting blown sky high by some of those Capcan traps. Although the good news is for them, they do have the IQ available, so well, they may fall victim initially. Once they do spot out the fact that there is a Capcan, you can use that IQ scanner to potentially suss out and find all of those traps that are placed around the map. So should be fairly easy to deal with. And actually, speak of the IQ, Bill working his way in pretty early here.
The only question is whether or not, even if you know where they are, if you get in one of those rush type scenarios, that last 20-second execute meta that we're seeing, potentially that's the danger spot when you just get in, the anxiety starts to get raised. But look at this, the dirt push in, Focal playing on this the blitz along with 3 other members. They are going for a site direct, and right now Los has no idea. Well, of course, except for Sexy Cake, who makes the drop from Kitchen. Boy, it looks like they just baited it out, and that completely went the opposite way I expected it to. Holy cow, my friend.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, great. It's seeming like it might have fallen flat on its face, although it's definitely not over for Space Station Academy. They've got a player deep in the site as Dream looks to potentially go for the plant here. The only problem is he's very cut off and isolated from his other remaining team member. You got to be careful here. But yeah, Dream will attempt the plant, and Los have no idea. Oh, look at this cutoff from Bill. This is perfect positioning. If he just stays here and waits, he should have no problem locking Los out of this round. Although Darius will slip by and potentially looks to shut down Dream.
What?
He'll swing right into it. That's a freebie with Dream on such low HP. But now, oh, what a potentially precarious spot this is, as Wizard and Farius have to try and get this diffuser, but with the IQ scanner, Vil can just sit up there and wait. But is the C4 good enough? No, it's not.
He shoots it,
out,
yes!
and this is perfectly easy lockout here. It certainly seems like it might be for SSG Academy. But wait, does he see him? He certainly seems like he does. Wait, there's no way. There's no way. Okay,
no!
At the last second, Bill wins the 1v2. That was crazy. We got to catch our breath after that one.
Holy cow, taking the shots through the floor, IQ, well played, unbelievable. To be able to see how that went, he's using IQ's gadget, watching for the plant, able to swing around, get the kill on the kitchen door, or swinging back and killing the counter defuse. Man, SSG just right now looking tremendous. 5-2. As Los is just feels like they're scrambling a little to try and find something to cling on to get a win here after losing to this X Maker squad, the Challenger League for life, who's awaiting the winner of this game. You know, Los has had some great moments, but also they lost that series, and they are on the verge of losing this one as well.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting for Los. They, had a little bit of a rough go of things back at stage number 1, not even making the LCQ. And here they are potentially in danger of falling as the lowest seed coming out of the Open Qualifier playoffs if they lose this match to
10
SSG
seconds to
Academy.
go.
Which SSG Academy are only 2 rounds away from locking this out. So
5
they
seconds
definitely got to be feeling really good here. And I think that last round in particular speaks to how good they're feeling, because they went into their first attacking round and was like, hey, let's challenge Los here. Let's go for this rush early on and see if they're ready for it. And it seemed as though initially they might have been, but the positioning from SSG Academy, once they were allowed to get into the site, was just so good. And then you saw Vil win out that 1v2. It was absolutely beautiful to watch.
Yeah, what a roller coaster of emotions, right? We go in, we see the forest stack getting set up in dirt. They make the push in. We think this is going to be it, but the kitchen hatch is open. Sexy Cake drops down, and you lose half that rush. But they were able to answer back, and, it looked like all SSG, all Los, they answer back, and then SSG comes, gets the plant down. I mean, just this roller coaster of emotions back and forth between these two teams, man. What a game between them. Getting a chance to see it, but Arthur is going to be the first to take one.
Attackers have recovered their
Vil, what a shot. Here we are, 4v3, 3v3. This is all in the first minute of gameplay, my friend.
Yeah, trades going back and forth, but Wizards got the read at the top of main stairs. That round was over in a flash, and it's close to shut down that attack. Fairly easy lockout for them there, as SSG Academy not able to get away with the fast take 2 rounds in a row, and they draw just that little bit closer here. Maybe a little bit of light for Los here.
Yeah, a little bit of life. We talk about them being slow and methodical. Some of those rounds going a full 2.5 minutes before anybody even dies, before we even see any real engagement. This time, Los throws a bit of a curveball and completely shuts down SSG before they even get a chance to get anything going on attack. That's a great hold upstairs there on the 2F site. So they're going to take it back down to the basement. Maybe change up the way that they hold dirt. We'll see. That was a great defense from Los, and they got close. But Dream, his planting stats over the course of his NAL and post NAL career, I think have been some of the best. And he was the one able to get that plant down here. So Los trying to match that. We'll see. Got all these hatches done and a little bit of a hold upstairs potentially in this first floor.
You remember yesterday how during that Fluffy Gamers game you and I did, it was Bella who got like all but 3 of the opening picks in the last map of NIGHTHAVEN Labs?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same exact thing happening today. Different teams, of course, but it seems as though I'm kind of a curse for that department, because Los have gotten all but 1 opening pick to this point, yet they find themselves down 3-5. That's not great. They really need to do a better job in the late round. I feel like overall the late round has been a huge problem for them. Their early rounds have been pretty good, but on attack we saw they were really slow in the late round, and they always found themselves stalling out. So far through these 2 defenses, we haven't really seen them get to the late round. At least in the last round, they didn't have to get to the late round. They had a great early round shutting down that rush from SSG Academy. But in round number 7, we saw them here on Church have a good early round of shutting down a lot of the initial rush from SSG Academy. But as the round progressed, they didn't have enough presence on the site to be able to lock it out, and they found themselves falling victim to that late round post plant. So they really need to do a better job of staying vigilant as that time starts to tick low.
I'm amazed by that stat again. I mean, whether or not it's a curse, it depends on which side of the aisle you're voting for in terms of Los or SSG. But the fact that they have not been able to convert on that opening pick that many times, that's a crazy stat, and definitely something they're going to have to look at, because you called it. They're just not able to finish out on their rounds, not able to close it out, and we saw that. That's why they're down here in the lower bracket final, because they lost to that X Makers roster already once. So could be it's going to be obviously a rematch between one of these 2 teams taking on them, but right now SSG carrying a little bit more of the momentum in their favor. But back downstairs in the church basement. This is definitely historically a site that is very difficult to attack and a great defensive hold here on Club. So Los not out of it yet.
Well, Los had a great early round once again, keeping all 5 bodies up, getting back towards the site, and starting to bunker up for the potential execute that will eventually come no matter what. The only problem is they don't have that opening pick, but I think you'd rather keep all 5 bodies up than potentially sacrifice a body or 2 for an opening pick. And they could just sit back here and hold all different angles of the site. You saw dirt opened up, you saw kitchen going to work on by that buck. And they look to potentially drop here as the Toxic Babes look to stall them for as long as they possibly can. Still looking to go in here through Moto. Might be able to catch somebody off guard over by Blue, but it's actually Legacy to get on the board first with Exer. Vocal with a quick trade right back inside of Dirt. Maybe a second one. Nice shot from Vocal, but a shotgun blast from Arthur levels Vil, so we stay even at a 3v3. But the time starting to tick low. SSG Academy needs to go. Rampy the last one alive as Vocal's off the board, and it's Legacy and Farius to get on the board last. Los bring us back within 1.
My goodness, what a round there again as that thing completely fell apart for the SSG attack. Basement, man, it appears to be was a little bit of a good read there from Los, but that when we saw it back on round 7, it was so close. SSG just barely coming up with the win. So Los seems like definitely taking the advantage of that basement hold, and now we get a chance to see the tertiary site. So this best opportunity potentially here for SSG to continue to pad that and put themselves on match point. They are 1 round away. Got to slow down. That's 2 in a row for Los, so maybe a little bit of momentum building. And, geez, the roller coaster ride continues.
It's definitely not shocking that we're here in this scoreline on map 3 of Clubhouse. Clubhouse is kind of that map that was Oregon before it got taken out. It's the map that everybody knows and loves. It's pretty default overall, but there is always that chance that you can get a little bit of flair and spice thrown into the mix of things. But then again, it is generally the map that both teams should know how to play at least the fundamentals of. So I'm not surprised to see both these teams that have a lot of experienced players playing it to this caliber. And I have to think that with how Los have started to wake up, I don't know about you, but I definitely feel like this game could go to overtime and set us up for a very exciting finish.
I mean, at this point, after going overtime in the full best of 3 that we previously got to cast together, I would not be surprised in the least. Additionally, you've got some of the best teams here playing Siege. The top of T2 taking on the bottom of T1. It's guaranteed to be a great matchup.
SSG Academy looking to see if they can't have anything to say about that. Exer needs to wake up here. He's been put on Thermite, and he will do his job as Thermite. Get that main CCTV wall open wide up. But now, what is the rest of the game plan from SSG Academy? They've got that primary angle open, but what else are they going to do here to cement themselves an opening into the building and the site as a whole? Seems to be the garage is going to be the play. You got that Capital to potentially flush players out of rafters. But what else do you have? You've got a lot of utilities still to deal with. You got castle barricades, Kiba barricades from the Azami, Valkyrie cameras. There's just so much that Los have here that is going to impede SSG Academy's progress.
Not ready to go.
Oof, man, what do we do here? Again, wait, we saw one of those rounds where everybody was dead in the first minute of gameplay. This time, SSG being much more methodical as they work to make the push up. And, well, you talked about it. Los getting the opening pick, Sexy Cake taking another one of this SSG team down, and that is Dream. That's huge. Like you said, Rampy, he hasn't been able to do anything since those first 4 rounds. He got all of those 10 kills in the first 4 rounds. Exer is the one that really needs to show up, though, and right now this is completely falling apart for this SSG team. This is very much looking like 3 in a row for Los on what should have been their best opportunity to win here on this tertiary site.
Wizard will be the one to lock him out there, and you kind of saw exactly what I figured it might be. The utility proved to be too much for SSG Academy. They got halted as they tried to enter the building and actually go through and try and chip away at that utility and chip away at some of the lives that Los had set up to try and block their entrance. Los did a great job of repelling that initial attack. And we find ourselves tied up 5-5. No matter what, this game is going either the regulation distance, all 12 rounds are needed, or we get that coveted OT. We want to see it. I'm here for some OT. Come on, Los, get us on that match point and
Attackers
put
need
a
to
little bit of
locate and
pressure
defuse
on
as many
SSG
bombs as
Academy.
they can.
Yeah, this definitely right now is feeling like an overtime incoming between these two. Neither one wants to give up. Neither one wants to lose the ego, right? The last chance qualifier is not on the line. They've both already made it that far. But it's the question, how late is the next best of three about to start, my friend? Neither one of these teams wanting to give up. And if we go that full distance, boy, everybody, players, the fans, going to be waiting an awful long time to get set up for that.
10
But
seconds to insertion.
5-5, you called it. Round 11, all tied up here between these two, and still making some changes. I like the combination of bringing out the Flores here. You talked about the SSG needing to clear out a lot of this Los utility. It's a great way to do it to start with.
And once again, there is a lot that they will have to deal with. You got the castle, you got the Azami once again, but now on top of that, you got Malusi and even Warden bringing a little bit to the party here. You got that shield in his back pocket to potentially burn through some of that SSG Academy utility once again. Really, the only thing they've got is going to be that Flores, so they're going to be putting a lot of stock in that operator, and they're going to have to be very careful with how they actually decide to use it. Because instead of that, they've opted to bring a couple of hard breachers. You got the Grim to help with the execute. But other than that, you don't really have much to be able to cut through a lot of what Los have been bringing out here. And it's going to be very hard for them to actually take control of CCTV and cache because so much of said utility has been set up there.
This to me feels like a little bit of an opportunity if SSG Academy can try and find this, right? You've got, like you said, a ton of utility and players all set up on the cache con side, right? With basically nothing over on the other side of the map, right? And I don't think they've got any players. Warden's the only one back in bedroom, but everybody playing like right on that con side. But wow, they've all, just as we say it, all rotated back, maybe expecting a little bit of a shift in play, but certainly giving up a ton of real estate here for SSG. But we're halfway through the round, so maybe Los is saying, all right, now's the time to give it up. Bunker back down into our all those power positions back directly on site, and it felt like they wasted a ton of time, and maybe SSG missed a little bit of an opportunity there.
Yeah, I really like that play from Los. Love the fact that they chose to fall back and keep all 5 bodies up. But not only that, the utility that they put over there is still going to persist. And SSG
bomb has
Academy,
been
if they
located.
aren't keen to drone, are going to have to be very careful with how they swing some of those spots because there might still be that phantom presence that they aren't not necessarily thinking about. They might be worried about somebody sticking around a little bit longer than they otherwise would have anticipated. Now, Foco will be the first one off the board, so the Habana not going to be having any more impact in this round. With 40 seconds left, SSG Academy need to find a quick trade onto that. Otherwise, that could spell disaster, and Los could find their way onto match point. But SSG Academy look to be a little bit scared here. They're kind of just sitting outside of the building and over by construction with that man disadvantage. They don't necessarily know what it is that they want to do to try and get their way into the site itself. They are also being met with Arthur on a shotgun just inside of Logi. That's going to be very hard to get over. Exer will find a trade on Defarius, but it's 2 quick kills right back. It's all now on the hands of Dream in a 1v2 with 5 seconds left. Los will just run away, and it's 4 rounds in a row. Match point and series point for Los.
Wow, 4 in a row. As we were coming out of that round 7 saying this is all SSG, it was looking like it was going to be a steamroll map at this point, and I can't believe we've seen this this incredible turnaround from Los. We were talking to anybody in the chat and us talking about whether or not Los's mental was a little bit chalked, or they were going to be struggling. You look back at that round 7, unbelievable shift here between what we've seen on the Los side. So SSG taking the time out, slow it down, talk about it. You have not been able to see Rampy do anything since back on round 4. Dream's trying to carry it, but they're just sort of falling apart here on the attack. So Clubhouse very much defender-sided as far as this one goes, and you called it. Los is on map points, series points, and lower bracket final point. It's going to find out whether or not they're going to go back and face Makers again in the grand final.
SSG Academy calling this time out here. They want something to say about it. Sure, they've lost 4 rounds in a row, but they're definitely not dead yet. They got to pick themselves up off the mat and throw that answering punch right back to send us into overtime. They've lost a lot of that momentum. They haven't won a round since that church rush back in round number 7. Other than that, their attacks just have not nearly been on the same level as we've seen, not only throughout this series, but in the last map. Just even that first round, everything is seemingly gone off the rails for them. They need that kind of leveling presence of Dream to step back up here and get the team focused again and see if they can't pull this back over the line.
Oh, what does this attacking team need to do? Yeah, like you said, just get over the line. I got one more here to force overtime. I think certainly SSG ACAD can do it, but they have not shown right now ability to win on any of these sites. We've seen Los win on the 2F Gym Bedroom, Cache, and Basement all. And Basement once, and SSG has won it once. So it's a battle of the adaptation. Who is going to take what they learned back on round 7 or round 9 to take this one in and win it? And boy, if Smoke is in a really dangerous position here. I love I love a little bit of aggression when the defense plays it, but is now the right time, Los? Is now the right time, Arthur, to be making that play?
Man, oh man. 30 seconds in, actually 40 seconds in, make that as the time starts to tick away for SSG Academy here. Rampy needs to have a big round. He started the game out going 10-2, but since then, 0-6. Quite unfortunate for Rampy. Needs to step back up here, especially with the fact that he's playing on that really aggressive and very much frag lenient, or favorable rather, operator of the Deimos. He can have a lot of value here on this roam clear and put a lot of pressure on Los to fall back towards the site and maybe fall into a waiting crossfire of other SSG Academy players. Although that doesn't seem to really be the case here, because about halfway through, about a minute and 15 we'll call it, everybody seemingly from Los will go ahead and fall back, opting to play their live rather than playing for some of that extra space.
It was a minute 45 when all of the defenders had rotated back down to the basement, so they were fully bunkered back down relatively early. The question is whether or not SSG recognizes that and does not take too much time up here trying to clear the second floor. And boy, based on what we're seeing right now, Exer needs to get himself downstairs quick. Okay, good. Making the rotate over, because this is, if they're wasting any time upstairs, it's going to be exactly what they don't need. And just moving a little bit too slow. You talked about taking too much time. That's what it feels like right now in this SSG attack.
That time slowly but surely starting to take more and more in favor of Los here as we get to 45 seconds left for potentially SSG's chances in this entire series. They need to find something, and they need to find it quick. Otherwise, they're just going to run out of time and run out of chances. Bill looks to be the first one to work his way towards the site. He's got a shotgun of Arthur right around the corner. This is a very dangerous and crucial fight for SSG's chances in this round. Rampy's there, thankfully, for a quick trade if it so happens to be needed. Exer with the opener, Rampy with another one on the leg.
Okay.
Trading back and forth constantly. SSG Academy retains the man advantage, but with only 15 seconds left, they have to go. It's a 2v4, 1v4, everything going SSG Academy's way in the late round, and it's Sexy Cake left all alone. It'll be Bill from long range to end him out. And Whiskey, we are going to overtime yet again.
Wow, when SSG ACAD needed to step up Absolutely, they did. You called it. We are going to overtime. They won in the basement twice, and finally, we got to see some of this. These players were struggling to get something going. Exer, Rampy finding kills there on that round. 6-6. That's what they needed. Now they've got to try and do it on overtime though, because they're starting on attack and puts them in a difficult place. But neither one of these teams wanting to give up a bit, and I am not surprised in the least that we're seeing overtime between these two great
Attackers need
teams.
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, you and I are 4 for 4 now in terms of maps done together here on the Siege Double Shot channel, and getting overtime. Just bring me on here a little bit more often. You'll get some great games every time. But then again, I'm just playing. There's no way that I can even, remotely live up to the legacy and reputation that Glitter has. You guys do a great job over here on the Siege Double Shot. And as always, the community thanks you guys for everything that you do.
Attackers have
Doing
located a bomb.
the most here in the Siege amateur community. But, Whiskey, what are your thoughts here? Can Lowe's prevail, or will SSG Academy buck the trend and give us those all-important attacking wins?
They're heading out to
The
defuse
dangerous part here, like we said, starting on attack, and they showed like almost zero life in terms of attacking the second floor sites, and of course that's where Los is going to start. The basement was a dangerous place. They go downstairs. We see SSG win it twice, so they win that battle of adaptation. On the second floor sites, though, we really didn't see SSG come up with anything to try to manage and deny some of this space, this util from Los. They just did a much better job of managing upstairs. And again, heavy on the Cash CC side to start off with from a defensive perspective. Maybe a little bit of a relocate here, maybe an adaptation from SSG, but they still seem to be focusing an awful lot on this side of the map and really nothing over on the Jacuzzi side. It feels like a miss again. So, boy, this... if you're a Los fan, this is looking good.
Looking good indeed for Los. Time ticking away slowly but surely for SSG Academy. Pretty similar lineup to what we've seen them bring through most of their attacks. But I have to wonder, is the Lion going to be a big enough difference to actually get this over the line for them? They sacrificed the Grim in the process. I actually really think that the Grim would have been a huge benefactor here for them, forcing some of these Cash and CCTV players out of position. Ooh, Exer nearly lost an exothermic charge there out on the CCTV breach, as Dream wasn't quite ready in position to actually help him out with that. But with about half the round to go, way behind schedule, quite honestly, the wall will finally get opened up, and SSG Academy finally have a way into the building.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Yeah, you called it, and this is a gym bedroom. This is a gym bedroom site. They're spending so much time over on the Cash CC side, like we talked about. What just happened there?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. SSG Academy just snapped their fingers and walked right into 3 huge kills. Now a 4v2 in favor of the attacking team. But Arthur catches Rampy lacking as he jumps into the gym window, and suddenly Los are right back in this thing. It's a 2v3. Very much winnable here as the time starts to tick lower and lower. Under 40 seconds to play now in this round. And SSG Academy need to regroup here. They need to get these drones going in and spot out these final 2 Los defenders. Exer will spot out one. They know kind of generally where Sexy Cake is playing, but do they know about Arthur? Doesn't seem like they do, as he's currently positioned over by the A bomb chassis inside a bedroom. Oh, Vogel nearly flicked onto his head. A huge miss there potentially. And now Arthur can just bunker up and wait with the shotgun. SSG Academy need to go with the time running low. Exer gets one. Can he get the second one playing around the shield? No, it's a down for Arthur. Maybe he has the opportunity to get the diffuser, but he's kind of trapped here. As Vogel can just wait. He's allowed to escape. Maybe, just maybe, he has a chance here, but the final 2 members from SSG Academy will jump back out onto the highway. He gets one, almost flicks onto the second, but Vil saves the round for his team. SSG Academy on series point.
Let's go. The series point again. My what a roller coaster that these two teams are putting us and all of you through. I can't believe seeing this back and forth. It absolutely looked like Los was going to dominate. The first time we saw SSG do anything up there on the second floor, they managed to find that wave, that triple kill wave that really set them up to find a way to get a kill there. And I thought for sure that with all the effort that they were putting on the con side, master bedroom side, that Los was going to make them pay for it. But they get the diffuser down, protect it, and the run out, boy, that just couldn't have gotten any closer between these two teams. Overtime match point as we're on round 14 of the final map in this best of 3 in the lower bracket final. What a game so far.
Well, I was reading Twitch chat, and apparently Nanos wants me to glaze a little bit more, so I'll add one more comment, and I'll just say, Siege Double Shot are the absolute goats of Siege. Nobody is better than them. Amen. That is all.
Yeah, much appreciated. I know we said it before, but this is completely unpaid, only for the community casting, and we love to be able to bring all of this to all the viewers. So, like I said, much appreciated. All the follows and views going on. To be able to bring it out, it's been a real treat for us. So I'm glad you could join me. Now, the question is, if you're a Los fan, I feel like it's a little bit of an NA crowd for the players, right? I know Los is in the NAL, but they're on the outside looking in. So if you're a Los fan, now's the time to step up and show up, because got one more round or SSG is going to take it and win.
Yeah, a little over 30 seconds in here on this church defense, and SSG Academy opting to play a little bit more passive with it. You got Focal down below. Eggs are just waiting things out. As Los try to get some intel going in. They've got a little bit of information about the top floor, mostly thanks to that line with those EED scans. But what else will they have going for them? They got a really heavy execute-based lineup with the Lion, the Blitz, and the Grim all on the board. The question is, what value can they actually have with it? Well, I'll tell you what value they can have. They could try to get rid of one of those Scopos shells. Apparently, they'll actually get it with the pistol to the head. So now Phil going to be a little bit more limited with his mobility. But I think he'll be okay with that. He'll keep himself alive back down towards the site. And SSG Academy stay in a 5-on-5.
Clearing the way.
Yeah, here we are, a minute and a half into the round. Los taking a little bit too long to get this execute set up. Great job here by SSG trying to hold on and just waste a bunch of time. They're still working on opening up hatches, still working on clearing out some of this utility. That Cade from Xer coming in clutch right now, slowing a little bit of that down. They still have got to work on getting vertical, but everybody bunkered back down into the basement. Could be a fish in a barrel kind of a scenario, but still got a little bit of time left before the execute happens, and holy cow, where did he come from?
I'm not exactly sure, but that's a great read by Farius. To just run his way in through blue, get an easy pick onto Exer. And now that Cade off the board means it'll be a little bit easier for them to actually get some of those hatches open. Oh, but look at this from Focal. He's got a Blitz staring him right in the face. Focal's not much longer for this world. Off the board to the hands of Sexy Cake. And now a 5v3 in favor of the Brazilian squad of Los. They got a lot of things going their way right now as they set up for this execute. The Grim Bees are going in as well over by Kitchen, but they're kind of being halted at the doorstep. But another kill by Farius will certainly help with that. His Dream now off the board. Farius just running in through blue. Legacy on the board as well. And it's a flawless round to propel us to round 15, the final round of this series between these two teams. We're going all the way.
Well, I don't know whether or not it's a curse or a buff, but you called it, Nam. We're making it to the double overtime here. This is it. There's no more opportunity. One of these two teams going to win right here and take on that X-Makers Challenger League for Life team who's been patiently waiting to see which one of these two teams is going to make it. And Los upstairs again, they're going to try the other second floor site. We talked about how much SSG had struggled with that second floor sites in general across most of the Los defense. This is the big question. They turned it around in OT. Can they do it one more time? Everything on the line here for SSG and for Los.
Ooh, baby. One final round between these two teams. One of these teams will end up in third for this Open Qualifier playoffs.
Attackers have
One of these
located a bomb.
teams gets another chance to potentially propel themselves up the rankings
Seconds left.
with a date with CL4L awaiting the
5
winner.
seconds to go.
The next 3 minutes are going to decide the fate for both these two teams. And let's break it down. We're on CCTV and Cash. We got the Azami. We've got the Wamai. You and I talked about it earlier that we needed to see these teams bring out some utility denial, some of that projectile denial in the form of either a Jaeger or a Wamai. And Farius will listen to us. They'll bring it out right here. And I would imagine that Garage is going to be a very hard spot to deal with for SSG Academy.
Yeah, you called it. The thing that they brought that they didn't in one of the previous rounds, though, the Capital. I think that's definitely one of the things that they were missing some of those previous attacking rounds. So I like that brought out. But the addition of the Wamai to try and help hold down that projectile denial we talked about, a little bit of a miss. And boy, this a concerted effort here from the Los to keep that main wall closed, and so far they've done a great job. A minute gone, that wall is not open yet, even with the combination of the Thermite and the Mav. Fully stacked, 5 apiece. We get into the last 60% of this round, and it is the final round.
Rampy, you got to step up big here to win this attack for your team. Called him out earlier, and he stepped up big in round number 12 to get us to overtime. He needs to step up here again. Only 1 kill since round number 5. But it was that all-important one in round 12 that helped push his team to where we are now. With half the round to go, he's on that Capital, so he's going to be very important overall for the team to get control of wherever they choose to come from. Likely is going to be that they will try to negotiate space over by Garage. You'd have to think that that's going to be very hard to deal with for reasons that we've already talked about. They still press forward. They're finally getting that main CCTV breach open. And they're also looking to actually finally start to put pressure towards the top of Raptors.
It feels like a little bit too little, too late kind of a scenario right now. We're sitting with a minute left in the round. You still have got complete control of Raptors here by the defense. You just now have got that main wall open, and it's only one part of it. Yeah, okay, there. You're finally going to take down one, but, boy, you still have got 45 seconds left and no real pressure coming over on the con side. They know which place the push is coming from.
Oh, the Capital Fire going to start to burn away at Legacy, but he hits a shot long range onto Focal. Not enough to get the kill. Oh, but Rampy tried to run up through Raptors. Sexy Cake from long range is ready for that to cover his teammate, and still Raptors remains in control of Lowe's. This is going to be a devastating blow for SSG Academy if they can't get this, but with only 20 seconds left, it seems almost impossible. Exer gets 2 big kills, however, on the run-in. Maybe a third with the Azami still just waiting.
That's
here.
Diffuser!
That's a 2v2 with 10 seconds to go. You said it, the Diffuser's down. SSG Academy, what can you do when Arthur and Legacy are floating? Los moving on. SSG Academy fall flat in the final round, and they will be your 3rd seed.
8-7 victory there for Los. They turned up exactly when they needed to, exactly when they had to. I can't believe we went the full double OT between these two teams. The back and forth was incredible. What a game between them. Wow, my friend. The full game again, and we still have got one more best of 3 to go. Who's going to take it to the next level? Los, the rematch we were all waiting for. Los taking on that X-Maker squad.
Absolutely. I think Los are going to be out for blood here in this next game. They want revenge. They want to prove that that first game of the day was a fluke, because we saw that CL4L team kind of stick it to Los a little bit. They really came out guns blazing in map 2 and 3. We'll have to see if they can't get a little bit of redemption here, Whiskey, as that's our first game of you and I done. You know, you have been going for a very long time, but that was a great way to get things started for me, and I'm really looking forward to what else we have in store.
Yeah, that's right. We're just over 6 hours here trying to get through all of the open qualifier playoffs. Next game coming up, so we appreciate everybody here joining us, and all the views, follows, much appreciated, supporting the community. So we're gonna get ourselves set up for that next round. Sit back, relax. We'll be right back. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are 7 hours into this cast, and it is time to start the next best of three, the grand final, in fact, between the rematch CL4L Challenger League for Life taking on Los, who just came off of that tremendous win over SSG Academy. And what a close one that one is. Again, joined by Nomical, my friend, filling in for Whiskey Glitter here. What do you think, Nomical?
I'll tell you what I think. I think Los have to be very scared about this game. That's exactly what I think. I think looking at this CL4L team, they've already beaten this Los squad today in fairly dominant fashion. It was a 2-1 scoreline in the first matchup of the day, but it definitely left some to be desired for Los. The second map was or the third map rather on LAIR was a 7-1, and I gotta tell you, just from what you were telling me about that game, I mean,
Slammed.
Los need to, Los need to come out with a lot more than what they showed in that first one.
The thing is, though, that was the first time we had seen this X Maker squad drop a map at all throughout all of their NA playoff run. It was amazing. They were at that
10 of 10 in
14
lobby.
and 0, so it was crazy for them to see it. But just in case you're just joining us, here's the two teams we've got lined up today. This CL4L taking on Los.
Yeah, I mean, this CL4L team has definitely seen some changes over the past month or so. Of course, losing both Woos and Kobe Lax. And Kobe Lax has shown in Pro League that he's very much a player that was worth getting that spot. Dark Zero finishing atop the NAL. Los, of course, finishing at the bottom of the NAL. And now this team looks to further cement their spot for seedings in the LCQ. And we'll see where exactly we will be going. We'll start things out on Skyscraper, picked by Los. CL4L will then move us into Consulate, which over the summer was one of their, if not their best maps to play on. So I'd be really scared if I was Los heading into that game about their chances of map number 2. And we'll finish things off with one that we just saw Los win on of Clubhouse over SSG Academy.
Yeah, that one, if Los loses Skyscraper to start, we may be looking at that 2-0 victory. Like you said, Consulate, very good for this team. The teams are ready, though. It is time to start this game.
Starting.
I'm not surprised LAIR was the first one banned, though. Like you said, 7-1 victory between them. And we get a little bit of a repeat. We're going to go back to the two maps that we got a chance to see between Fluffy Aimers and Bello to start that round off yesterday for us, but we're going to close it out on Clubhouse. But it is time for Skyscraper, my friend.
All right, getting things started on Skyscraper, like you said, very much a defender-sided map. So I would look to see for CL4L rather start things off with a very big lead. They get the defensive start here on map number 1, and with how this map plays out, it's kind of you start on one side of the map, particularly on the top floor, and you'll work your way from the or to the other side rather, depending on where the site is, because you have that central focal point of the map, like drum and like shrine that you have to clear, and that are generally so hard to clear. And if you don't clear them, usually, if not always, your attack will likely be doomed.
The Monty and Deimos, boy, Low sort of learning their lesson. You got to keep Packer off that Deimos, but that does leave the blitz available. And we know that Sexy Cake did play a lot of blitz earlier between these two teams. So, maybe a little bit of a risk because I think CL4L had some more success, but leaving him up and open, big change up. And the Azami plus the Cade on the defensive sides definitely going to change up the way that those walls are played. But both of these two teams had some great success with Bandit tricking. So I imagine we might see Bandit played. The big operator, though, on the defensive side that's left open, Valkyrie. Ton of information going to be available to both of these teams. Giddy playing her right off the bat.
Oh, I definitely have to agree with you there. I was just about to say it before you mentioned it. I'm not a very
Attackers
big
need to
fan of that
locate
Cade
and
ban,
defuse
quite
the bomb.
honestly. You don't really see a ton of impact with the Cade on this map. I would have much rather seen, like you said, the Valkyrie ban or the Tuberau ban, quite honestly. And not having the Cade is not going to be a very big hindrance, and it's going to mean that we will see that Valkyrie in round number 1. And I would imagine that way we'll maybe still see the bandit 2-round combination because there is so much value in being able to delay some of that hard breach that these teams will bring out.
Oh, it looked like we're having just a tiny bit of problem there with the observer feed. 2 seconds while we see what we can do on that side. I'm not sure what was going on there.
Attackers recover.
Let's try it again. Oh no, still a little bit of that delay. Just some issues there on the feed coming in from the observer, but we are going to get a chance to see. Boy, we talked about Blitz. Arthur going to be the one playing him, taking out the smoke on the stairs, and that is the Packer, the first to go down.
Yeah, a great little bit of team play there with the blitz of Arthur and Farius on that Capital playing right behind him to get that opening pick, and that's full top black control in favor of Los, and a great little entry point for them to potentially work with. We've also got players out on the rappel and outside of top black to potentially work their way in towards Karaoke and T. Karaoke looks to be the focal point here for this attacking side, and rightfully so, quite honestly, with the control that they've got. They really don't want to take a fight with anybody over on that shrine portion of the map. But here comes the blitz, working in very quickly, looking to get that plant down. Will they have the control to be able to make it happen? They will. Furious with another kill, and it's suddenly a 4v3 as Bino's looking to fight his way back in. Not able to find the kill, but he sees
there
the
it is.
Arthur down to a 3v3, but these trades continuing to happen. Bino on the board with his 3rd kill of the round, and now we find ourselves in a 2v2.
Yeah, crazy amount of trades early in that first minute of gameplay. The diffuser going down, shots being taken, all the way down to this 2v2, and now we're going to play out this final minute in a much more, it appears, controlled manner between these two. But wow, what a crazy set of interactions there to start with, and you still have got one of these attackers outside the building. It's one of the things that Foxay talks about when he talks about skyscrapers. So difficult to even get in the building sometimes as an attacker. It's a difficult 5-1 the standard half in general, and there it is. Sexy Cake down. Defender's going to win one.
Wow. Just wow. Bino taking matters into his own hands. Round number 1 goes the way of the defense. It looked a bit precarious there to start things off, but Bino has a gun in his hand and blood running through his veins still. He's allowed to stay alive, and he's almost single-handedly dragged CL4L through that round. And that's kind of what you see from a lot of these players, is any single one of the players on CL4L is capable of having a great game and just taking over, winning rounds, winning 1vx situations, dragging around back that seems like it might be unwinnable. I know it's not necessarily the most recent event, but when I had the pleasure of doing XGS Season 7, Adam was by far the best player in the league. He was, at one point, I believe, plus 40 in terms of KD. So players like Adam, players like Bino, if they're showing up, they are capable of beating some of the best players in all of NA.
Well, and Adam certainly had an incredible best of 3 to start the day off today. I know you weren't able to cast it with me. Whiskey Glitter was there for that one, but I believe Adam had 40 kills between that best of 3. Went absolutely nuclear, including an ace here in competitive play against a T1 team. When he was on, he was absolutely on and helped carry that team, particularly for a couple rounds. The dangerous thing for Los is that anybody on this Challenger League for Life X Maker squad can do that, and that's what they got to watch out for.
We're back out on the board, our Los. One big thing that I'm noticing here that I'm not a huge fan of is the fact that there is 0 breaching capability for this low squad. Not only that, they don't even have a shield to play with. You don't see Sexy Cake bringing out that blitz. So I have to worry about what exactly their plan might be. Are they looking to go fast here? Looks to be that might be the case, as they're just trying to work their way right into the site. They're just going for it. They're running right in. Bino's there to greet him for his 5th kill in 2 rounds. But there's a quick trade back from Wizard, although he's not much longer for this world. It's a man advantage situation for CL4L. They forfeited some of their site control, but that doesn't matter because they're fighting from the back foot. They're fighting from outside of the site. They're winning all of the engagements, and they've got themselves that 4v2.
While running in, trying to grab the diffuser, Packer's going to finish him off those. They had, you know, a little bit of faux control there in sight. CL4L just letting them have it and goading them in, baiting them in to make a run for the diffuser as they had the cross angle set up. CL4L again starting off. 2 wins again. We're on defense. Standard split on Skyscraper 5-1, so let's not put too much stock in it. But this is again a matchup of what we saw almost what ended 3 hours ago between these two teams. Los has been battling all day. CL4L got a little bit of a break. That to me is also a pretty significant thing you've got in place. Los, based out of Brazil, if they are on that timeline 2 hours behind NA, it's getting very late and very long day of siege.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Playing for that long is very much a marathon. I mean, you've been casting that long, so you certainly understand at least some of what they're feeling. But that was a little bit of a crazy round there. I didn't really expect it in that quickly, quite honestly. I got done talking, and then suddenly 2 seconds later, the round was over. I thought surely Los would at least try to make a fight out of it, but nonetheless, they stalled out there a little bit. They got caught in isolated spots. And it just hasn't really felt like they've had that coordination that they need in order to actually pull some of these attacks over the line. And they can't really be making mistakes like that because attacking wins on Skyscraper are so much at a premium. Whenever you get the opportunity to potentially pull one out, you just can't let it slip away.
Well, Bino definitely had something to say about that along with Adam. 5-1 to start this thing off, 2-1 on Adam's side. So Los is going to have to find a way to deal with those two gunners right now to start off on Sky. And they've got some people to do it. They're bringing along a lot of the assets here to try and clear out utility. I like the Twitch combo plus the Ash, a little bit of entry, a little bit trying to clear that out. But upstairs, got the Bandit. Tristan's playing just straight in the hallway in a big vertical hold here. You can see all of the almost all of the defenders upstairs on that 2F. Just Legion playing downstairs, so they're expecting this Los team to make a big push upstairs to play vertical.
Things going CL4L's way once again as it's Giddy to open up onto Arthur. No more Nomad available, but he did get all of his air jabs down, or at least 2 out of 3, so not going to have to worry too much about a potential run out here by Barbecue. But I am curious as to what the play is from Los. They sure lost that opening pick, but they continue to press forward in other portions of the map. You've got Sexy Cake taking a forward position over by Pantry, but other than that, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is here from Los. They're pretty much all just sitting outside the building.
Yeah, and in this utility dump here from Ying trying to toss them in, but Warden playing, Adam up there holding on to Geisha. You've got the sight line into the window, jump in downstairs in the kitchen, and the defense against Ying if she tries to swing in up top. So, yeah, like you said, what exactly is the play? What are they working on? They're definitely more direct here downstairs in the basement, and Bino going to take down Sexy Cake, continue to pad his KD. 45 seconds left for just this pair, Wizard and Legacy.
Putting Wizard in the dirt. Legacy, the last one left for Los. A lot of work to be done, and that diffuser's miles away. Bino guarding it with his life from long range with a T5 will shut him down, and it's a perfect site rotation to start things off for CL4L. And Whiskey, I'm gonna be honest, Los might need to call a timeout here. They don't really seem like they're really in this match.
All right, great question. Is it time to call the timeout this early in this match? I think they can hold on a little bit longer, right? Standard split 5-1, plenty of time here. It does feel like CL4L is carrying a significant amount of momentum in. It has definitely been all one-sided, but we still have got the opportunity here. Yes, that was the complete round rotate done. Now they've seen how this Challenger League for Life team is going to play out. all 3 of the sites here on Skyscraper, so they've got the opportunity to react, make some changes. And when we get to round 6, I'm going to be right there with you that Los is in a dangerous spot. They've already fallen 7-1 on a map here to the CL4L team. So that's the question. Can they hold on a little bit longer? Is this going to be the T1 squad that takes it further? We still got Sky, Consulate, and if required, Clubhouse coming up here in this best of 3 grand final.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Got to be careful here if you are Los. You really don't want to fall down too badly on your opening map pick. Remember, this is Los's map pick. And like you said, Consulate is up next. You have to be very worried if you're Los, if you lose this map. Because like I talked about earlier on, CL4L's best map statistically is Consulate. So you have to be very worried for their chances if they drop this one here. They really need to get this opening round here and get them some momentum and give themselves really a chance, because you and I talked about it yesterday together. If you can get that 5-1 split, you're doing okay for yourself. You really would like to get 2 to cement yourself a good chance going into defense, but as long as you can get 1, you certainly have a chance.
A little bit of a horizontal overtake here for this Los team. They're working on getting that office side main breach open and working on the house single, but got 2 of this the CL4L holding down that side, wasting time. It's one of the things we talked about a lot during that previous game. Los takes a lot of time on most of their attacking rounds to get set up, work the methodical attack over here. Not really taking too many chances, and more than once that cost them a round as it took just a little bit too long to get themselves set up.
Sexy Cake blown to bits by Giddy before it's quickly traded back by Farius. But still, you got to be kicking yourself for letting that one slip away. Although it is still a decent chance here for Los. It's the best chance we've seen from them in a long time. But an ill-advised hop onto the drones by Arthur nets Bino another kill, 8-2. Farius still trying to fight back, but now he'll have to do it from the back foot as it's a technical 2v2 with Tristan down over by the top of house stairs. Can somebody from CL4L work their way over there to pick him back up? Nope is going to be the answer to that, as Farius picks up his technical 3rd kill of this round. And with a minute left, Los are in probably the best spot we've seen it from them thus far.
The only problem is, I mean, we're still playing the T karaoke side, and they have not made that crossover to the all-important, like, drum shrine middle of the map. Plus, you still have Packer playing on the deployable shield. They didn't clear out that PC utility. This seems like a huge miss. And right now, they're going to just forego the rotation horizontal over and drop down maybe the black side, maybe on change up to a geisha push. No, they're still pushing in from shrine, so this feels like a really slow push. Well, never mind. Legacy gonna pick up Adam. That is huge in the last 15 seconds.
15 seconds left.
Now it's all left to the smoke of Packer in a 1v2. Where is he located? The answer to that question is going to be at the top of black stairs. He's trying to hold on for dear life, but it's Farius from long range.
Wow.
Him down, and Los finally get on the board with a great looking attack.
All right, so there we were talking about it. Los only needed to find 1 to make this look like a standard half here on Skyscraper. The big difference, though, was that one kind of felt like CL4L threw it away, gave it away. You know, it is not the David versus Goliath kind of scenario. Both of these teams, the top of T2 taking on the bottom of T1. It's going to be close across the board. But
Attackers need to locate
even if
and
you're
defuse the bomb.
CL4L on defensive Sky, you still don't want to give away one of those rounds. I thought they had the man advantage and could carry it through. So now we're going to get to see. Going to continue the round rotate rather than popping back over to the T karaoke side, continue over to the office exhibition side.
Bino 8-2, Giddy 5-2. What more can they do here in this first half? Los finally get on the board, but you have to wonder, how much more can they get? Can they turn that standard half into a successful half, quite honestly? Any more attacking wins, and we'll be thinking much differently about them than we were in those first 3 rounds.
The bomb.
Actually actually really like what they're doing here. They've got the Bravo. We haven't seen a lot of Bravo yet today, but I actually really like bringing that out here because you can maybe get some of those Bandit batteries. You can hack some of those Malusi Banshees. Maybe, just maybe, get some default cameras as well, just for good measure. So a little bit of value being brought out there by that Brava. You've also got the Blitz, so maybe, just maybe, if low spot a gap, they could take full advantage of that. The only problem is you don't really have anything to help you get some of those walls open, like the top of house. And you saw that Wizard has already lost some of that hard breaching utility to the Bandit batteries, and you got to be careful not to throw too much of that away.
Yeah, there's not a ton of super important openings, right? You got to get the main wall, you got to get that single on house stairs, try and give yourself a chance. But other than that, those are really the main pieces. Now, still got this the spoiler here potentially. The Vigil playing in Geisha. Got to watch out for him, and that's Tristan. But Bino at 8-2, just having an incredible game to start this thing off. And now CL4L a little bit on the back foot. They've already seen Los win one, and it was on what is definitely considered the primary site here on Skyscraper. So they've got to hold on, but you called it. Love seeing the Brava played out, but this Vigil so close here to taking one.
Ooh, Tristan nearly found the dome of Arthur. Luckily, that shield was there to save his life. But as the Blitz starts to push forward, it'll push Adam right into the crossfire of Wizard. A great use of the team chemistry there to force that opening pick going the way of Los. And now they can start to maybe push their way forward a little bit. But the only problem is, do they know about the fact that Packer has pushed his way forward into Dragon? He's also got the support of Tristan, so this could be a very interesting fight for this space whenever it comes.
Taking a look around and trying to figure out, pause, take your time, decide how you want to try and push this one over. You got 52 seconds left, but again, it feels too slow on the low side, getting this execute going. They're still working on making the push across, but Two Brow Packers still holding on to that Dragon area, and Abino still holding on to the terrace area. This just feels way too late to try and make the push over.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to run low on time, but an ill-advised swing from Packer will make things much better for them.
Oh, wow.
Not doing Tristan any favors.
Wow.
It's Farius to shut him down. 5v2 now. Los looking to storm their way through things. Gideon Bino left as the last two alive. Arthur left on such low HP, but now it's Gideon, a 1v5 with 10 seconds to go. What more can he do to try and make this winnable for himself? The answer is likely going to be not much, as he's getting lit up by the DMR of Sexy Cake and finished off by Farius. That's a great round from Los there, and they're back within one.
Boy, turning it around and winning 2 on Attack on Sky. This is a completely different conversation we were having at the end of round 3 when it looked like CL4L again was unstoppable. The only time we have seen them look vulnerable is when they played Los on their map pick. Here we are again. We said NIGHTHAVEN was the best opportunity that Los had to take down this team. That's where they won. And here it is again. Los's map pick making this X-Maker squad look a little vulnerable. It is early though. We're still in the first map of this best of 3. And I gotta say, really appreciate everybody in the Twitch chat helping to answer questions quickly that are coming up. You guys are all goated at helping keep the stream running. You know we are on a huge delay here because this is the open qualifier playoffs, so we can't respond directly and quickly, but much appreciated in the Twitch chat for answering all those questions.
Speaking of questions, I got a question for you, Mr. Whiskey Run.
Let's hear it.
10 seconds remaining.
Can Los bring this back to a 3-3?
5
And
seconds
how are we
left.
feeling about Los after 5 rounds? Because it certainly seems like they might have woken back up.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Feeling good about it. They have, as far as I'm concerned, they've already beat the standard. They already beat the 5-1 half, and this is definitely going to put Challenger League for life a little bit on the back foot when they go into their attacking round, because Los, very good team, right? We're still talking about T1, even if it is the bottom of T1. They have made it there and can put up a hell of a fight. And we've seen they beat this team. Los is the first team to take down Challenger League for life in one of the open qualifiers. So they've got that under their belt already. This just could be the second coming of it. But it is the first map in a best of 3, so plenty more time for them to come back. I'm feeling like right now, though, this is a Los map, my friend.
Bomb located by attackers.
That would definitely increase the chances of this going the distance, because like we talked about earlier, Consulate is up next. It's guaranteed that CL4L will get to go to statistically their best map. But Los are definitely trying to make a fight of it, but that's not a great start. Giddy met with a shotgun blast. Packer finishes off Arthur as he jumped into a frost mat. And while Los were looking to go fast, they quickly meet their demise at the hands of the M590. Such a deadly weapon at close range. Maybe a third one for Packer. The M590 reigning supreme. Let's just label round number 6 as the M590 Glory Fest. And holy smokes, Los are just put in the dirt.
Boy, I feel like I kind of cast or cursed Los off the board here by saying that I felt like this was a Los round immediately after I say that we see 3 get dropped, and it's a 5v2, a minute left. You still have got some time here between Dokkaebi and the Gridlock to try and get something going. Sexy Cake has had a rough time getting kills, and obviously a important support player, but just across all of the games we've seen him in today, struggling to get some kills on this team.
Sexy Cake and Wizard left as the last 2 for Los here. Just under a minute to go, and Wizard will meet his demise at the hands of Giddy. A C4 to finish him off for good measure, just putting pain to him, adding salt to the wound. Sexy Cake will answer back to punish Giddy for his crimes, but it's still a long way to go for him. With only 30 seconds left. He's getting lit up from long range by Bino, and how about it? Bino having an absolute monster first half, and he'll cap it off with an exclamation point, and that's a 3-3, or 4-2 half rather, secured for CL4L. Looking good.
Yeah, Los had a couple of prime rounds there, 4 and 5. We're able to capture it, swing this a little bit in their favor. This is their map pick again, but Bino sitting at the top of the leaderboard for both teams, 10-3 and 2, going crazy, closely followed by Giddy. So CL4L is going to have to pull out some magic, though, because a 5-1 half is a victory for Los here if they can continue that trend of what we typically see for Skyscraper. So now the big question, who is this attacking team going to bring out? You've got some of the shields available, at least the Blitz, and we've also got a little bit of a pause here on the observer feed again. There it goes. As soon as I say it,
Are we
jump
so back?
right in. We're so back. Let's go.
We are so back. Let's go. Let's go, go, go. If you're Los, you got to go and get some of
Located
these
by
rounds
attackers.
back. You got to get this game back in your favor. Of course, speaking of favor, they do get the more favored side now of Skyscraper. They get to go on the defense. One interesting thing that I'm already seeing that I really like that CL4L didn't
10
do
seconds remaining.
is they're immediately bringing out this castle here. Castle is one of my favorite operators. I don't know about
5
you,
seconds to
but
go.
I just love how much value the castle can bring with creating a lot of safe spaces, burning through utility as well, and just making it overall a lot harder for the attack to clear through portions of the map.
Defender
This is a crazy strat here from Los. They're not starting off on T Karaoke to start off their defensive side, almost unheard of in terms of defense for Skyscraper, and they're leaving the main breach open just with Warden covering that with a shotgun, and I mean basically primed and ready for a bit of a run out here. Again, playing behind that deployable shield. Kind of a crazy setup to start this thing off. I'm not even sure that right now CL4L knows that the site is over on the office exhibition side.
Well, no matter what, they are going to have to clear out some portions of the map here. Oh, look at that. They got the castle barricade paired with the mute jammer. That's a great bit of utility pairing there if you're Los, making it that much harder for CL4L to actually gain some initial control, fighting for literally every inch of the interior portions of the map. And it's going to be even harder for them as they're just getting challenged outside by Farius, who's just swinging everything. But Sexy Cake will die to Packer to open things up. Giddy tries to vault right into the building. Does he know that this is the site? It certainly seems that he does. Well, certainly staring the bomb chassis down in the face. Wizard and Arthur getting kills right back, but Giddy's just got full site control. Only good for one, however, as Farius is still inside of the site, holding things down. He'll get another one, and it leaves
Wow.
Tristan all alone in a 1v3, isolated, all alone, over by Samurai. This certainly seems like he's just moments away from death.
Moments away from death indeed. Wizard going to be the one to finally clean up the rest of the CL4L team. So, we talk about it. It's going to be a little bit defensive sided to start this thing off. And round 8, 4-3, as we walk in. CL4L, like we said, they've got to fight very hard here on this attacking round to try and claw some ground back. Los found their first.
Yeah, but you need more than one if you're Los. One is definitely a great start, but you know what's better than one? How about 2? Maybe even 3. Let's see if Los can string a few of these together.
Attackers need to
I
locate
definitely
and
think
defuse the
that
bomb.
there's potential, especially after what we just saw from them. They looked really good there at not only just realizing what CL4L were doing, but also repelling them once they actually did get some control over towards the site. CL4L definitely need to do a little bit better with their drone work here in this round. It seems as though they weren't quite prepared for what Los were throwing at them in the last round, and they kind of got not necessarily caught off guard a little bit, but they definitely had a couple moments where they weren't quite ready for a swing or a gunfight. And I think that that's going to be a big factor, is how
10
much
seconds to go.
are CL4L willing to drone here? And if they aren't willing to drone,
5
how
seconds
big
to
of a
go.
mistake are they going to be making by not doing that?
Attackers are
I
moving
think
out
on
to
the
locate a bomb
information
and
game,
defuse
we
it.
have seen CL4L and pull out some amazing things. We saw them get some incredible kills off the back of that intel. So I think they can and will. Question is whether or not they were feeling a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little overconfident starting this thing off. Lowe's showed up. I mean, it is definitely a defensive-sided map. So see them maybe change up the play style again a little bit. It's a cat and mouse game here of react, act, react, and try and adapt across the board. So I like the change up in bringing the Nook. We've talked a lot about how her buff has definitely increased her pick rate, made her a much more viable operator. And look at this, walking right up on the stairs. They're going to lose to Sexy Cake. Man, that's unfortunate. Going to try and block the bandit trick. He gets the kill, survives, bandit tricks, and takes down Packer. What a play. What a matter of 30 seconds here for Sexy Cake.
Yeah, Sexy Cake definitely flexing his muscles there at the top of house stairs. Tucking Tristan and Packer
Bomb
into
located by
bed
attackers.
the rest of this round. From a 3v5, it's definitely not over for CL4L. Like we talked about earlier, any one of these players are definitely capable of taking over a round and winning it right back for their team. Especially with Giddy and Bino having the type of game that they are and still being alive. It's definitely not over, but they need to be vigilant here and move with some authority to find a couple of these picks back to get that more equalized and favorable man count.
Yep, cannot take too long. Got a lot of information here. You talked about whether or not they were going to work on the droning piece. They do. They've got some, but just absolutely punished. Sexy Cake going crazy right now. The triple, and we were talking about him not having enough, not contributing enough earlier on in this match, and he is absolutely showing up now when it matters. Lowe's pretty close to tying this game up. You got 54 seconds left, and it is all down to Giddy. Yeah, he's 9-5, but you're still walking in the building. You're playing the striker, and really you got, I guess, no other pieces of intel really left available, and it's going to be a flawless. Lowe's showing up right now, my friend.
We have got ourselves a tie game, which definitely seemed as though it might not have been the case through those first 3 rounds. CL4L definitely flexed their muscles early on, but Los have weathered the storm to this point, and they find themselves building some momentum right back. They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds to get themselves this tied game, and as they set their sights towards this tertiary site, I'd have to think that with how confident they look right now, swinging some of these fights, challenging onto some of these CL4L members,
Attackers need to locate and
CL4
defuse
are
bombs.
definitely playing from the back foot right now. They don't necessarily seem to have much of an idea about where Los are positioning themselves and what it is that Los are actually trying to do. They're kind of just walking in and hoping that they can win some gunfights. Now, not necessarily the whole time, but it seems as though at least some points throughout each of these rounds, that seems to be the case. Particularly looking at last round, you had Tristan walking in on that Nook, and he didn't really seem ready for the fight on house stairs, which was a huge loss considering that he was kind of the X factor for that team in the last round. And not having him for most of that round, or not getting any value out of him specifically, was a huge hindrance.
Definitely seemed like a bit of a miscommunication, right? He was going up to put pressure on the bandit that was ready to trick on that house single, but you know, it was like Nook pushed up just a little bit too early before they were prepared. If Bandit was in the process of going for the trick, would have been an easy kill there for the Nook. So that just felt a little bit uncoordinated there on the attack. So getting back into it, CL4L, you know, they had that long 3-hour break, whereas Los has been playing continuously. The thing on the low side that I like, we almost saw, it looked like for a second there, they were going to pick the first floor bathroom site rather than the kitchen barbecue. I thought that would have been great. They're continuing to surprise us, bring up here. When's the last time we've seen an alibi in like a T1, T2 competitive play? That's also a pretty rare pick. So Los to me is feel like they are trying all kinds of different strats here to keep this X-Makers squad on on their toes.
Definitely said it. They are bringing out a lot of crazy operators. Last round they brought in Ella. They've been bringing out a bunch of other unorthodox picks. You look at the cap can, not one that we see all that often, but definitely can add some spice and some fireworks to multiple different rounds whenever you bring it out, especially if CL4L are not ready for it. And it seems as though this might be the perfect counter to this attacking squad because, like we've talked about, their intel has not been the best. They've been very aggressive. They've been trying to get in and take gunfights. And if you're met head-on with some cap can traps, you might find yourself dead before you even get a chance to find anybody. But that's a good start from Giddy taking down Sexy Cake. So whether or not they decide to get aggressive, well, it certainly might help that they've got this man advantage to work with.
Yeah, they've got the man advantage at least here to start with, and we talked about it seemed like Los was getting tons of those early picks as part of their previous game, and then losing. They did manage to come back and find it. There you can see the drones coming out. Los quickly cleaning those up though, but finally Adam getting a little involved. He's got that 3.5 KD, not quite. He's got to bump it significantly back up if he's going to match that 40K game that he had earlier against Los. Right now, leaving Giddy and Bino to do most of the heavy lifting, but it's 4v3, 35 seconds left, my friend, and this is a tie game.
Oh my gosh. Does he see the head of
What?
Wizard? It certainly seems like he does as he wins the fight there. Now a 4v2 in favor of CL4L with 20 seconds left. They've still got a lot of work to do, but Los are fighting heavily from the back foot. It's all up to Legacy now in a 1v4. We're stuck inside a pantry. What can he do here to potentially deny the plant? Oh, does he know the fact that the guy is right there with the diffuser? He gets one,
didn't.
maybe the second one. He did, but Packer's right there ready for it. Great bit of team play there to cover for the diffuser. And while sure he might have gotten away with a little bit of a crime, he will unfortunately be served justice.
CL4L is going to hold on to the lead there as they go up 5-4 here as we head into round 10. Boy, that one came down to it. That was close. The tertiary site, the best opportunity we talk about for the attackers to take the win, and they are going to do it. Boy, I saw them look like they were going to pick it on the previous round. They are going to go down to the bedroom. I am amazed. I don't think I have ever seen this site played in Siege competitive at like any level.
Yeah, it's definitely a rarity. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen it or not. I think I might have seen it like once in a TPL game, but I'm not sure. It's, like you said, very much a rarity, if nothing else. Mostly because of the fact that it's so hard to hold on to the site itself. Once you lose control of that top floor, all of the vertical all of the ceiling is destructible by soft destruction, like a buck, like a ram, like an ash. You know, there's so much that you have to worry about, and you get a little bit spread out if you're the defense trying to hold the top floor and keep the attack from gaining some of that crucial space. So if you're not careful here, you can very much find yourselves overextended and be a little bit vulnerable to a potential push from either the first floor or even really on the top floor if you're not careful.
I'm glad we were seeing Maestro make the rotate back down. I thought for a second he was going to be the one that they had holding on to the upstairs, and that, to me, would have been a definite problem. He needs to be downstairs protected to be able to try and use these Maestro Evil Eyes to great effect, but there's a huge opportunity, you know, downstairs. That basement site has got that double breach right into the bedroom. Is a big opportunity that that this attacking team can take, but it's almost like they're just trying to throw off this X-Makers team, right? Try something a little bit out of the ordinary, but it certainly feels like how good the defensive setups are for Sky that it's not worth the risk. That to me is the most surprising part.
Well, that's surprising. Bino off the board first at the hands of a C4. Packer looking to sneak his way in here to the top floor and maybe find a quick response onto that. There is a player nearby, but he's going to change positions at the last possible second. Is Packer aware of the fact that he might be vulnerable to a play from down below? The Evil Eye spots him out, but he'll go ahead and change positions, hop back outside here, and try to reset with the rest of his team.
Yeah, look at this hold. I mean, this reminds me a little bit of the when they had the extra event that was taking place where you were throwing kunais all over with people hiding in the bathtub holding on. But there's the Maestro waiting in the bathroom, and I don't know whether or not Ying has got that identified yet. She's tossing in all of those candelas, but oh yes, does know that Maestro is sitting there. That's Packer taking him down, and that is the plant going down as well.
Plant is going down. Tristan as well. Kills onto Sexy Cake.
Let's go.
Various is down. Wizard and Legacy trying to retake here in a 4v2 situation. A down on
down.
Adam. That makes it very much winnable. A second down for Wizard. Now a technical 2v2. But as the time starts to tick away, this certainly looks more and more bleak for Los. They need to go for a retake. They will get at least the 2 confirms onto those kills. But fighting from above, Makers, or not Makers rather, but CL4L are definitely in the advantage here. Lights up Legacy, although Giddy eats some damage right back there. Running out of time to go for this. Wizard will have to stick hit. He will get it down, but Tristan's there, and he's just better in that situation. Match point for CL4L.
Wow. Match point already. It feels early, and I know there was a little bit of chatter in the Twitch chat. Whoever wins Sky wins the series, and we talked about that during that map ban phase, that this was Los's map pick, and going into Consulate, going into Club, this X-Makers team was very good on Consulate. You mentioned it. They can find a win here. Los has got an incredible uphill climb. They were the only team, like we said, that was able to get a win on this team, show them to be vulnerable a little bit. But right now, after a double win on attack, Los needs to take this time out right now, regroup and reset, because so far at CL4L, they've answered back with 2 wins on attack and already busted that 5-1 half in the same way that Los did back on round 4 and 5.
Both these teams already kind of bucking that trend of what we expect from the Skyscraper attack. They've both gotten 2 attacking wins so far, but Makers will need to get their 3rd in order to push this over the line in regulation. Los are still definitely not out of this just yet. They get to go back to the 2 more favored sites, and they will most definitely be favored here as we look towards the back few rounds of this match. But I have to wonder, was going to bedroom a huge mistake? Because it seems as though that the defense never really had a chance in that last round. It just seemed like CL4L, I keep wanting to say Makers. It's just they were on that team for so long and so good for so long. You know, kind of gets ingrained in your head. But nonetheless, back to my main point. It seemed as though CL4L were pretty much in the driver's seat for all of that last round.
Huge mistake. That's the short answer is huge mistake. I mean, CL4L comes up, gets the win. They've won on both of the first floor sites. That feels like, you know, the 4th site in the rotation is that for a reason, is because it's the most difficult for the defense to hold on to. You had both of the upstairs sites available. You choose to go it. Yeah, you could take that chance. Really, the only thing that I feel like we can say at this point is both of these teams have already made it to the LCQ, right? They've already qualified. They're already going to get a chance to take on the rest of the NAL and for Los again. But still feels like there is a lot of ego and a lot of seeding in place for this, that it doesn't feel like you throw it away for nothing.
Attackers have recovered their
Great start for Farius, shutting down Bino. Just kind of tapered off a little bit here. Still having a great game, mind you, but he started out 10-3, falling off a little bit here, but that just gives way for players like Packer, Tristan, and Giddy to all start to wake up a little bit more. Oh, does Packer have good intel? It seemed as though initially he did, but Wizard at the last possible second changed positions and is able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer and maybe find the kill right back. A beautiful shot by Wizard on a Packer.
Wow.
And that's the buck off the board. A little bit of a taste of his own medicine. CL4L fighting from a 5v3.
And playing from down below. I know the vertical game, a really important place, but typically you're trying to go top down, not bottom up. I mean, the high ground is called an advantage, you know, an advantageous position on purpose. So Adam, Tristan, Giddy, yeah, they've got a lot of kills combined, but this definitely feels like a GG go next right now. You still got a minute 20 left, so they certainly can make something magical happen, but this is going to be a tough one, and it seems like we're going to hit round 12 here as Los continues to hold on, and nobody throwing bodies, nobody taking the extra peeks. They're playing this like a pro team.
You saw there for a minute that Tristan looked to walk his way up restaurant stairs. There's a warden right there. Can he win the fight? Yes, he can.
What?
Tristan's just better against Sexy Cake. It's 2 kills going the way of CL4L, but Wizard answers right back to shut down Adam. Tristan as well on low HP, so he's just moments away from death, it seems as though. And indeed, that M590 at close range is just such an impossible beast to counter. And how about a sequel from Wizard to capitalize off that round, putting a bow on it. Los send us to round 12.
And I believe that was a 4K from Wizard coming up clutch exactly when they needed him to. Yes, we're taking it to match point. We're for sure going to say now that that bedroom bathroom site was a serious mistake, right? You could have held on and maybe put yourself on match point on defense here. So now, even if they win, they're expected to. We're going to go to the 2FT and karaoke site again, very defensive sided, but you'd be talking about winning the match rather than sending it to overtime. Huge mistake.
Oh, what do we say, Whiskey? Do we go 5 for 5, you and I? What do we think? 5 for 5 on OT map?
100%. 100%. I hate to say it if you're a CL4L fan, but I mean, unless they pull out something special or Los makes some serious mistakes, they should be able to hold on to this site. It is very good from a defensive perspective. Sky, very much a defensive map, built on the back of the 2 top floor sites being very good. So we really have to see Los make a mistake to avoid the 5 for 5 OT map play.
5 seconds to go.
Certainly seems as though it might be in the cards, as Los on this defensive half, other than that bathroom site, have really proven that they're kind of in the driver's seat right now. You know, you've got Farius, who's 12-6, having a great game. Wizard right up there with him. Although, what can you get from a player like Arthur? 2-7 right now. Not having the best of games, but when you're at least this close and you've got some players who are showing up, it's definitely not the end of the world, especially if you're playing on support, which he is currently on smoke. So hopefully he can stay alive and have some impact in this round, as CL4L are looking to go faster. They've got the blitz, but not for much longer, as Wizard from above through the vertical holes shuts Packer down right away, puts him in the dirt, and it's Los once again, just 4 kills away from OT.
Boy, when you say it that way, 4 kills away from OT. We have certainly seen this Los team, though, not capitalize on that opening pick. Some of the stats that you were keeping track of for those opening picks was crazy that Los didn't have more kills, but you said Arthur, yeah, he had, I believe, 1 great map. I think it was back on, I'm trying to remember if it was Chalet, potentially for Los or Club, one of those 2. It was his only great map. And other than that, has definitely been struggling and continues that struggle here on Skyscraper. But he doesn't need to, right? Again, you talked about it, playing support. You've got two other members of this team in double digits, holding on to one of the better sites. So what are these guys doing? You're still looking at half the round gone. Everybody, except for Ash, still outside the building. They are holding some of these cross angles, but that shot down into top black going to make this a little bit difficult as they try and gain some control here in Geisha.
Wizards' health getting chipped away by the incendiary bolts of the Capital, but that just forces him into an engagement with Giddy. And the Capital gets felled by the player he was trying to flush out of that position. An M590 blast, that's such a common theme throughout this map. As Arthur levels Tristan before Adam repels in and shuts down Wizard. But still, it's a 2v4 with just under a minute to go. And Los with a lot of momentum building. CL4L need to pull a miracle out here and try to find something, but that'll definitely do it. As it's one kill for Bina, walking his way in through Geisha. Only good for one, as it's Legacy to quickly end him out. It's Adam, the last one standing between Los and overtime on map 1. Legacy will put a bow on it, ends it out, and Whiskey, we are indeed going 5 for 5. Overtime required between these two teams.
What a crazy stat that we're building up here in these open qualifier playoffs. We have made it all the way to the grand final. We are going to take a pause as Tristan unfortunately needs a little bit of a tech pause here, but unbelievable what we've seen so far. We're almost 7.5 hours into this cast, an incredible amount of time, and the amount of overtime games to me says how close these two teams are to each other, and not just these two, but all really that 4 top that we saw and the 3 that have qualified here in for the LCQ. They are so close, and going back and forth like this in each round, going to overtime, just shows how close the gap between the top of T2 and the bottom of T1 truly is. These guys are that close on the edge.
Yeah, you really can't get much closer at the moment. Such a great game already brewing between these two teams, but you have to hope that Los can close this one out and get us to map number 2 in the lead. Because like we talked about, Consulate might be a little bit of a playground type of map for CL4L. It's a great map historically for them. We'll talk about it more whenever we get to that point, but if you're Los, you really need to pull this one out here to give yourselves the best chance at winning out this series. And they will get the defense here in overtime. They'll start things out over inside of Office and Exhibition, a site that they have had pretty good success on thus far. They're currently 2-0 on it in their defensive half, and overall they've looked pretty dominant. You've had players just running around the map, finding those great kills and shutting down everything that CL4L have wanted to do.
Yeah, you talked about it, 2-0, and really 4-0 if you're talking about the top floor in general. They've just got a great hold. Again, not unexpected, though, on Skyscraper. Hugely defensive-sided, especially in the upper floors. But the opportunity there is well on the CL4L side. They're going to get to hold on to the top floor as well, but they've got to find one of these attacking wins to even have a chance to send it into that double overtime. So this is it, though, the best opportunity they have if you're a CL4L fan to take round 13 here, so that way you can close it out on defense. If you're a Los fan, same thing. This is it, gotta win here, and then maybe you can close it out on attack, or at least you get that opportunity to come back to defense. And Consulate, that is going to be dangerous for this Los team. Hold out and close out Sky before it's too late. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this round.
About 45 seconds in thus far, and so far it's the calm before the storm. Down below, Packer looking to get rid of those bandit batteries, and that will enable Bino to open that Geisha wall right up and at least give some initial control over towards CL4L. Legacy will instead opt to back his way up towards Drum. He'll reinforce it off. They put another bandit battery down for good measure, and it'll throw up another roadblock for CL4L to have to get through, and it'll take that much more time to actually push their way towards the site. A great little bit of utility usage by Los to just make it that much harder.
at least not dropping one of these early kills again. Here we are, a minute and a half, halfway through this round, and you still have got the 5 stack on the attacking side and the defending side. Nobody giving up anything easy yet, and you talked about that droning. This X-Maker squad working on it, trying to gain some of those positions, and mostly focused on that horizontal over, with the exception of the Buck playing from down below. And for me, that's a bit of a risk. Really had not seen that vertical up play, even with the Buck working out very well for this attacking team. So I'm a little skeptical. I'd love to see Packer get up and involved.
Legacy stayed in that corner. What
No
a great
way.
little hidey hole for him.
Wow.
He gets a second down out of it. How do you let that happen, CL4L? You had him dead to rights, and he finds so much value. Shuts down your attack almost single-handedly. Now, thankfully, you are able to get Packer back up, but still, what a crushing blow.
Oh, yeah, if you're a X-Makers fan, a little bit devastating, and it's close, though we still are in round 13. Plenty of rounds. Well, I shouldn't say plenty. There's just 2 more possible, and Los is just coming up strong here. So close to a TK. Holy cow, but Wizard going to continue that reign of dominance with a double at the end to close it out on defense. Continue to stay undefeated upstairs on that 2F site, but on the back of some heroics in general from Wizard across this entire defensive half for Los.
Yeah, they talked about it on Friday on the NAL desk after SSG's game versus Los, and they talked specifically about how good Wizard is overall. He's been so good for Los throughout this stage, and looking at this game in particular, he has been fantastic, having so many rounds with at least one, and a lot of rounds in particular with multiple kills. He's been finding those 2Ks, 3Ks, 4Ks even, that are keeping Los in the driver's seat right now. 15-9, having a fantastic map number 1, and a great way to respond after he had a little bit of a rough series against Space Station Academy. He's proving that he is definitely a player to watch for Los heading into the later portions of this LCQ run. You have to wonder if he can continue to have this much impact, even heading into the later maps. Is that going to be enough to potentially push Los over the line?
This is definitely a bit of a redemption arc here for Wizard as well. I mean, he was part of that NIP team post some of their SI heroics in maybe you'd call it the down era of NIP. So he can continue to push up a little bit, continue to show why he belongs, and help Los gain some ground, maybe make a run in that LCQ, bring that back, like we said, the redemption arc. But the interesting choice here on the T Karaoke side. The one site that Los did win upstairs, we can say that CL4L's not undefeated upstairs, was on the T Karaoke side. It was a bit of a crazy round, but all the way back on round 4. So here's the question, can they hold on? CL4L has to in order to take this round win. It's map 1 of a best of 3, so still plenty of time left in this series, but you want to take that first map, establish dominance early.
Oh, most definitely. They need to get as much control as they possibly can. They need this map win for themselves. Los are starting to get some drone work going in. Do they know about the fact that Tristan's here? It doesn't seem like they do, at least initially. No look to get aggressive. They definitely know he's there now as he sends some shots out towards Samurai, but at least some damage right back at the hands of Wizard. Trying to get aggressive here and shut down some of these early players from Makers. They got to be careful here. They don't want to give up too much time, and they don't want to spend too much effort and utility on clearing these players out, because if they do, they won't really have many claws to bear towards the site.
Yeah, that's right. If they're going to try and go for the half wall at all, but oh my god, Legacy taking down, that's another opening pick for Los. These guys are the opening pick kings. The problem is, like you talked about, the closing power. Is this going to be it? Are they going to turn it around? Show us the closing power they've got to close out Sky. It's the big question. Got just over a minute left. Full 5 stacked on the low side from the attack, but still working on that the office exhibition side, and not a ton of pressure over on the site. So again, it feels like it's maybe taking a little bit too long on the side of Los.
Los very much in the driver's seat here as we enter the final minute. They're starting to work their way into the building a little bit further. The next big obstacle is going to be dealing with Adam on this Warden. Inside of Geisha, how much value is he going to be able to have? Well, we'll find that out here shortly, but the next up is going to be Arthur versus Tristan at the top of Black Stairs. This is going to be a very important fight. Tristan sending some shots down range, but will instead opt to fall back here and give up that space.
Wizard.
And Wizard elsewhere on the map will capitalize onto Packer before it's a quick trade back down onto Arthur, but that's allowed Wizard to spot a potential gap here and work his way forward. Adam with one, quickly traded back by Wizard, who's still going huge. 17 kills for him now. What more can he do to send this map win away for Los? He's going to work his way in. A jump down from the heavens from Sexy Cake shuts down Tristan, and it's all up to Bino to save number one for CL4L. Lighting up Sexy Cake, does get the down, but he's still got two more bodies to find on 000's. Wizard will get that plant down. Adam will confirm on Arthur, but still that full 1v2.
What?
1v1. Bino versus Legacy. Map 1 on the line. Legacy hoping, just waiting for this plant to go down, the time to tick away. Spots the head of Bino for just a second there, but allows him to cross over. Does Bino know about his positioning? It certainly seems as though he has some sort of idea, but the Grimbees are going to be such a big problem here that he's going to have to work against. This time running ever more low, and Legacy can just continue to sit back and wait. Bino, you're running out of time, my friend, running out of chances, running out of hope. Just
No, there it is!
to win it. Legacy wins the 1v1 of 6-4 comeback, and it's Los to steal Skyscraper right back. It's 1-0, Los looking good.
Steal it indeed. I mean, all the way back on that round 5 when Los won 2 in a row. That was it. That was the moment that I think we realized Los was going to be taking this one. And incredible play off the back of Wizard, getting so close to that 20 bomb here in overtime. Boy, he just absolutely showed up when they needed to, and you called it. Los taking the first. If there is anybody that's got this X-Maker Squad number, it is this team. Now, though, going to have to do the same thing on Consulate here for Map 2, and that is a big ask for this team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, despite the fact that Los went up 1-0, I definitely think that this has the potential to go the distance. Consulate's such a great map for CL4L. But they got to take a second here to regroup themselves after they let that 6-4 lead just slip through their fingers. They couldn't quite close it out there. But Whiskey, you and I are going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Heyo!
Let's go. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. What a day it has been. Like we said, almost 7.5 hours of completely unpaid community casting here to bring you the Blast Open Qualifier playoffs. And we are here, the grand final, and it has been an incredible day of Siege and finishing up with one of the best games we've seen so far. Joined by Nomical, filling in for Whiskey Glitter, who couldn't make it this long into the day. We appreciate you filling in, my friend.
Absolutely, it's been a pleasure to join you here on the Siege Double Shot for the weekend. But I gotta say, you kind of milking that whole unpaid thing a little bit. Is it not payment enough
I
to get
just-
to watch some of these great Siege matches?
I want to make sure that everybody knows that, yeah, as part of bringing out, even when you're casting the T1 and top of T2, yeah, just doing this as part of a service to the community because we absolutely love this game. So appreciate everybody being here. We are absolutely trying to earn your follow and cast this thing through to the end. The teams, though, I believe are ready, and it is time for Consulate. And we talked about it right at the beginning of the map bans. This was definitely a map that the CL4L team is really great at, and this one could be the decider that sends it to the third map.
Yeah, it is a really great map for CL4L. I'm looking forward to seeing them bounce back here after they kind of let Skyscraper slip through their fingers. They had a 6-4 lead, but unfortunately, Los came back to win it in overtime. Now, Consulate is very much a different map from Skyscraper. It's a huge map, very linear, a lot of vertical destruction that you have to worry about, particularly on those top two floors. That top floor down to the first floor and that first floor down to the basement are going to be very important to watch for these attacking sides. And you mentioned it in our last map, Los banning out the Demos once again. They do not want to play against this operator, particularly I believe you mentioned Packer has been having a lot of impact on the Demos this weekend, so they'll get it off the board. And it's looking like an exact replica of our last map as Monty next to follow.
Yeah, we've seen this ban phase work out in this way. The Deimos, Monty, Azami. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be the Valk? Is it gonna be the Cade? Playing out on Consulate, there's a lot of different ways that this defense, this attacking team could set it up, and it's gonna be the Valk. Deny the intel to this Challenger League for Life team.
Let's get into it, shall we? Los starting out on the defense here. You have to wonder, how much is fatigue going to play a factor here for them? Somebody in the chat mentioned it while we were in the break, and I think it was very interesting that this is now 8 maps in a row that Los will have played today. Not even talking about their maps yesterday. So a lot of maps played. It's going to be very much a marathon for them. Let's see, how much is that fatigue going to get to them? How sloppy are they playing? Are they still firing on all cylinders? Are players like Wizard still going to be showing up, or is some of that fatigue going to be getting to them, and are they going to be making those mistakes?
I gotta believe that fatigue is setting in for sure. Because fatigue is setting in for us on the production side, and I gotta believe these guys are laser focused this whole entire time, right? We're seeing this game go back and forth because they're playing at, as peak of a level as you can after playing for 8 maps in a row. I mean, we see this as part of, some of like the LAN events where you see teams go from game to game to game, and there's an awful lot of playtime that happens. But I mean, even on a normal Siege grind day, 8 hours is an awful long time to just be playing at this level, right? No kind of break, not really even enough time to, take a break, grab some food. It's been, from a Los perspective, back to back to back.
All right, about 30 seconds in. I actually really like what CL4L are doing here. They've got the Grim, they've got the Ying, they've got a lot of operators dedicated to making an execute happen. But the question is, what can they do to set themselves up for said execute? We'll just have to find out, as they're still pretty much outside of the map about 45 seconds in. They don't really have much control going for them, and they do have a lot of utility that they will have to clear through. There's a couple bulletproof cameras. They got the Tachanka that you'll have to clear through. You got the Malusi Banshees. And really the only thing they've got to help get through all that is going to be those Rotero drones of the Flores. And you got to be very careful, because if you don't use those to their fullest extent, you will have a lot of utility staring you in the face.
You know what's surprising to me is that, or at least one of the things to think about, you're taking a look at this map. CL4L has been working on the attack here for a very long time, right? They had all of those, the end of the whole end of Sky and into this, so they haven't really had much of a break onto the defensive side of it. But yeah, what a great C4 there coming out, take one off. We got a minute 20 left in this round, and it sort of seems like CL4L slowing down a bit too much, right? We're wondering whether or not fatigue was going to factor into Los, but right now it looks like it's on the X-Maker side.
I mean, did you see that C4 Whiskey? That was like a thing of beauty. From like half court, he was out there looking like LeBron James, chucking that thing out the window, getting a beautiful kill onto the Lion. Los with a huge advantage here entering the final minute.
I love a great C4 toss like that. Glitter might have yelled out Kobe in the exact same way you said LeBron, because, I mean, it takes a special kind of player to get that kind of a perfect toss. And right now, Los is just absolutely on fire. Gideon Packer, all that's left for 30 seconds.
Yeah, so far, this round looking like an easy layup for Los here. Speaking of basketball terms, Giddy will get one, but maybe a little bit more than that. He's got a lot of work still to do. Not much time left to make it happen. He's going to push his way in towards the site, recover that diffuser as well. But still, multiple players from Los are waiting this out, trying to keep the pressure on him.
He's going to get the...
having any chance to get the diffuser down. He's going to try to get it, but with the time running low, a player will spot him, and Arthur will end out that round. A pretty easy layup, put that one right in the hoop. Nothing but net for Los, and they will start this off 1-0.
I was wondering whether it looked like he was about to go for the knife there as well, walking up to the defenseless planter when you run out of time. Unfortunate. So that's the 2F site. We're going to see Los take it. I definitely think you got a bit of attacking fatigue here for this X-Makers squad. Time for them to try it and put something together, though, on attack. In this first floor piano site, a lot of vertical play happens, both from below and above. I think that might play into the CL4L team's hand. So they just got to get a little bit of momentum going. When they do, they really seem like they're unstoppable. But Los is the team to beat right now.
I promise I won't bring out any more bad basketball puns in this round. Like we talked about yesterday, I got to do it at least once. Bring out a couple of bad puns, dad jokes, things like that. But looking at round number 2 here, we got a very interesting combination here, Whiskey. We've got the Pulse paired with the Solus. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Los utilize this duo of operators.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, that's that intel from below, both from a gadget and from an operator perspective, right? The double whammy. You can tell when they're using something electronic or they just get near that pulse. Playing down below, plus 3 C4s on the board and all those proximity mines. Yeah, that change coming out so the prox mines don't give off any points. Of course, it doesn't work in the Pro League HUD anyway, but I think that combination of C4s and prox mines has been a really a dangerous combo that we've seen defenses put together, both in ranked and certainly in the Pro League as well.
Well, so far, the intel definitely favoring Los to this point. Up on that piano site, CL4L not really being able to make anything happen just yet. They're still sitting outside. They've got the buck, they've got the twitch. They haven't really been able to make anything happen with that utility just yet. Legacy will spot one sitting outside as he's rotated over towards server down below, looking to give a lot of information over to his team. And with that pulse, Wizard will get a little bit more aggressive here. He kind of knows that Packer is here. Does Packer know, likewise, about this coming out? He does not. It's an easy jump out from Wizard. Packer off the board. The drone work was just not good enough. Wizard with 2 big kills. Close in the driver's seat. Once again, a 5v3 for them.
Yeah, I mean, on his drone, not hearing it at all, and it looked like right as soon as he hopped back in through the window after taking out Packer, it looked like he was staring straight at a drone, blinking blue. That was part of the attacker's setup, so that just seemed like an absolute miss on the side of CL4L. So they are really struggling right now just to get anything going, and Lowe's punishing him for it. To me, it just feels like I don't know, maybe playing scared. You know, all of the things that we talked about that Los was struggling with in that first best of 3 between these two teams. Los is adapting and coming back from it. We talked a lot about whether or not their mental was chalked after some crushing defeats, that 7-1 loss to this team on LAIR, but they're coming back and showing up, and right now it looks like CL4L is the one that's struggling to get anything to happen.
Well, nothing really happening for CL4L. Trying to find an answer back here. Just under 30 seconds left. They'll lose another body. The Legacy still hiding out in the basement on that pulse. Nothing going CL4L's way right now, but Bean over the top ropes will jump out onto one. Giddy adds another, but it's a quick shutout from Los as they just absolutely shut everything down that CL4L wanted to do, and it's an easy 2-0 start.
I thought we were going to see something advantageous there from the vertical play. We did see the hatch drop right at the end, but not enough players, not enough intel on where the defenders were playing to be able to try and make something happen in one of those late round pushes. So Packer, at least starting off, showing the blitz. Feel like, you know, I've talked about it a bunch, not as often with you, Nomical, to hear it, but I'm not a huge blitz fan, and you know, we're sort of going back and forth on it, whether or not it's going to be a good pick or a great pick or a bad pick. And I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Going to head down to this the split site. Consulate is one of the most interesting maps in Siege, where you get this 2-floor bomb site. And I love the fact that we're going to get a chance to see it here today.
Absolutely. Consulate, certainly a fun map to watch here. Although, I guess Packer heard you. He'll swap off the blitz. He's heard you say, Whiskey Run doesn't like blitz? Fine, I'll treat him to a Jackal instead. So a bit more of a conventional lineup coming out here from CL4L. Although, look to see them potentially go for a heavy roam clear, especially considering they do have the before-mentioned Jackal. They've also got the Dokkaebi being brought out here by Tristan. So a lot of value being put towards trying to deal with some of these players on the top and bottom floors. Or I guess rather the top and middle floor. Because you really have players from Los throughout the entire portion of the map. With how this site typically works, it does stretch across multiple floors, so you got to be very careful with how you go for the clear.
That's right. You got to pick the battles in the right places, right? From a defensive perspective, you spread very thin, spread out very far across this map. A basement all the way to the 2F site. Typically, you're seeing the attackers sort of focus on one or the other, and if they can get that done and react quickly enough that Los can't get themselves back into a position, that could be the quicker execute that's needed to make this happen. And they're holding on, though, really well here from a defensive perspective. We're 1 minute down and really haven't seen any pressure put onto this defense at all. And you're continuing to see all of the attackers, with the exception of Ace, the only one that's made it in the building.
I believe Adam's looking to get some value here down on the basement. And it looks as though maybe Packer saw somebody on the top floor, but the player just barely escapes. I believe that's Furious. C4? Not going to find anything. Jackal track going out. Dokkaebi calls raining out as well. Furious just getting pushed from all different directions. All sorts of utility dedicated to shutting him down, but he's still allowed to persist here. Packer from long range. Furious will get one. Sexy Cake quickly trades back with Packer, but still the mute persists here. There's so much time and utility being wasted. Shot from long range, or close range rather. Tristan wins it with the DMR, but still, CL4L have got to be kicking themselves for how long that took.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh, man. Wizard continuing the reign of dominance over the CL4L team. Right now, he is just owning them. 5-0 to start this thing off after Incredible round on the previous. Packer's going to find one finally and stop it. But just as I talked about him, he gets taken down by Packer. That's exactly what this CL4L team needed. Getting themselves set up, looking like the basement take, but oh no, Arthur's going to lose one. Adam, one of the only hopes left. You got 2v1. Arthur, he's got to hold on here from Visa.
Oh, they know he's here. Don't go for it, Arthur. He'll instead have to rotate and try and see if he can't stop this plant from going down. He's miles away from where Tristan's looking to go for this plant. And now with the clock working against him, Arthur will go for the retake down into the basement observer stairs, but Tristan's there with the DMR, and CL4L win on their tertiary site.
Yeah, if you had to pick a site, their best opportunity, that was it. And I know we were talking about, there's been a lot of chat in there, in the Twitch chat, about this being Los's map after they've won that first, and that CL4 was just on the verge of coming up with a great attacking round. Round 3, it's going to be. It's the one that they're finally going to get a win on that tertiary. You called it. Going to go back upstairs to the 2F site, and it's interesting. Haven't played the basement, and I thought traditionally we've seen teams certainly favor basement over the 2F site because of all the opportunities there are for attacking 2F. So this may be, one of the ways that we see it turn around. We talked about Tachanka on the defensive side, being a combination of the smoke and Goyo area denial, plant denial kind of an operator, but not always getting all the utility you need from him. So again, this could be a great opportunity here for the CL4L team.
Yeah, the only problem with that is you've got to be careful not to throw away too many bodies early on, because while sure if you can get to the late round, you will definitely have an advantage in terms of getting into the site. Last time we were here, we didn't even really see CL4L go towards the site because, quite frankly, they lost too many early fights, and it really hindered their ability to have any sort of strength when it came down to the execute phase. This round will need to see them be a little bit more vigilant with some of those early round fights and positioning, because if they aren't, they'll find themselves getting spotted out by a quick C4 from players like Sexy Cake again, and we saw how that story went.
Yeah, Los has had a lot of success using the C4, and they've also had a lot of success here on their defense, just across the maps. They're having a hell of a game right now, and really giving CL4L a run for their money, making them certainly look way more vulnerable than we have seen them at all in any of their games, really across the NA Open qualifiers and quite a few of their other league wins across the board.
Farius looking to take some space over by the top of Spiral Stairs. He's just going to hold on to that for a little bit longer. What are CL4L up to right now? It seems as though they're going to start to open up some of those split walls, maybe work their way in from down below. As you kind of got Packer sneaking his way around down here. See if he can't maybe find a kill from down below. But if he's not able to do that, it's not the end of the world, although you would like to at least use this to force some of those players out of position and maybe into a more favorable gunfight with some of those players that are up on the top floor. But instead, he'll have to work his way over towards Yellow Stairs and maybe see if he can't sneak his way through a gap in Los's defense. We'll just have to see what comes of that.
And just taking a look at some of those score lines, Adam is the big zero here on the board. That's the one we got to see from the attacking side really step it up. Compared to that, I know we go back to his previous round against this team was going absolutely crazy. Maybe Sexy Cake, maybe Farius on the other side trying to find some, but boy, the trade's coming out. We got 48 seconds left, 2v4, and CL4L falling apart a little bit as this defense is just, they're struggling to get anything going.
Yeah, I'm definitely having a rough go of things right now to start off map number 2, but Tristan and Bino are definitely not out of it just yet. They're still trying to work their way in. He spots the head of one, is good for one, but it's quickly traded back by Arthur with the M59, and it's a quick closeout for Los here. Starting to build some momentum here. They're up 3-1 on their defensive half.
Yeah, boy. We're on the this X Makers team saying we've got to get ourselves off attack and get onto defense and try and hold on to something. This is a not a do or die scenario. We don't want to put it in those kind of terms because both of these teams have qualified to the last chance qualifiers. They both have the opportunity again. This is just for seeding here. Who are they going to have to play from the NAL as part of that last chance? But you want to try and get as high a seed as possible. And really, it just feels like this Challenger League for Life team is fatigued on attack, and really love to see what's going to happen once they get their opportunity to move back onto their defense. They did a wouldn't say a great job on Skyscraper because they did go 4-2 on that typical 5-1 kind of a half, but at least they had an opportunity to get some round wins. Right now, it seems like they're fighting for their life and aren't coming up with anything.
We've got that deadly duo once again, the Pulse and the Solus being brought out here by Legacy and Sexy Cake as we head back towards the piano site. Interestingly enough, Whiskey, we haven't seen Garage played yet. I'm very curious to get your thoughts on that as to why. We have seen the split site of Tellers and Server, but we haven't seen Garage played as an actual site yet. And I'm actually really curious. What do you think is the reason?
My guess is because we talked about Los and between these teams, CL4L had been doing a great job of handling the vertical play, right? They were taking advantage of Los, and when they had some vertical control, were punishing this team when they were playing on defense. So that's my guess is they're trying to avoid that basement site because that was where CL4L was getting more success, right? So if you're playing the top site, you're forcing them to attack horizontally, forcing them or to take the shots up through the bottom of the floor, and that is a little bit of an advantage position here for Los, even though because there's so many avenues into attacking the second floor consulate, it just seems like it's not working out the way that CL4L wants. So I think that's why they're avoiding the basement, is to try to nerf that vertical play that this X Makers team is so good at.
Yeah, so far they've done a pretty good job. Packer hasn't been able to find much value off of that. And he's been playing the Buck and the Ram a whole bunch throughout this map so far. About a minute or so through the round, and once again, a common theme that we're seeing from CL4L. Very slow through the first minute. Very much not willing to overextend and take space early when they don't necessarily have to. Very methodical with the drone work so far, at least in this map. And they're now starting to steamroll and sweep their way through this top floor, getting set up for a little bit of that vertical destruction that we were just talking about. They will start to use those boogie drones, but they're getting challenged from down below by, I believe it's Wizard with the T5, sending some shots up through those aforementioned and made holes, I guess, with those boogie drones. So about a minute left, and Los are very much being aggressive.
That's where they start to shine, when they start to have a little bit of aggression and sort of catching this X Makers squad on the back foot and seeing them push down into Garage. Look at how many players you still have outside the building. We're still 40 seconds left. Dokubi Ace not even inside yet and just taking tons of shots from below. Bino's up there fighting for his life. He's got the diffuser, but 30 seconds left. Boy, Los is making this look easy right now.
Well, it certainly helps when you got Wizard going
absolutely
huge. Author off the bird first.
There it is.
First, but it's all going the way of CL4L for once on this map. They've got themselves in a very much advantageous position. Sexy Cake left in a 1v4 with the diffuser down, and it's an easy lockout for Tristan. With that DMR, the piano site going the way of CL4L, and they're back within one.
Not only back within one, but really I felt like as we were ending up in that round 4, it was feeling like a tremendous amount of momentum for Los. Now we've seen CL4L get their 2 attacking wins. If you're talking about Consulate as a standard defensive split 4-2 half, you've already got that point. So this is exactly what they needed. Now you can relax a little bit, settle in, and if you can find a win here on basement, you forced Los to go down to a site that we were talking about could potentially favor this Challenger League for Life team.
Attackers need
Could
to
be the
locate and
opportunity to
defuse
even
bombs.
up, and that gives you an advantage going into your defensive half. So the opportunity is here. Now they just need to
Attackers have
capitalize
discovered
on
the
it.
location
The
of a
problem
bomb.
is they got to deal with combination of that pulse, Tubrow, and the Cade. Going to slow down that entry and give them a little bit of extra information with the Mozzie and all those heartbeat sensors that Pulse is going to be able to give them access to.
Well, it talks about it in the last round, asking you why we haven't gone to the basement yet, and we finally will go there.
10 seconds remaining.
Last defensive opportunity here for Los in map number 2. They really
seconds
need to
left.
have it. They really need to get themselves that 4-2 half heading into their
Attackers'
attacks.
objective is to defuse a bomb.
Otherwise, it definitely will favor CL4L, and we'll start to look at it more about the fact that they are really taking control of, statistically, one of their best maps overall. You're kind of starting to see in some of these rounds as they build this momentum back why they are so good at it. They are very methodical with their drone work, they're very methodical with their takes, and they utilize that vertical destruction to great effect. They've got everything going their way, at least in that last round. And if they can continue to build off of that last round specifically, I think they'll have a lot of success heading forward.
You've got Bino downstairs playing that thermite, getting ready, plus the combination of the Hibana, so they've got plenty of a hard breach here to try and open up some of these sight lines. They've only got the impact EMPs though on Dokkaebi, so they're gonna have to try and clear off the Cade claws. Maybe from the top down. We've seen if the attackers can get a hold of Piano, then they can put a lot of pressure down from anybody trying to trick or hold on to that open wall. But for sure, I think the attackers need to get that one open, and a jump out, taking down Packer, and shooting the body to clean it up. Wow in chat indeed.
Oh my goodness, Farius is having himself a nice day overall throughout every map that you and I have done together. Well, you got to be careful there, Wizard. See, a grenade almost gets you. C4 goes out, but it misses its mark. With half the round left, CL4L are looking to work their way in here towards the building. Looking as well to get that main garage breach open. That's really the biggest thing that they still have yet to accomplish. At least when it comes towards that site execute. They need to get that wall open, or it'll be very hard for them to actually get this plant down.
The big piece I was wondering if, right, you've got the Pulse playing downstairs, but I don't know that he's going to be quite as effective. He's trying to watch out for those vertical plays, but the thing I was thinking we needed to watch out for was the Mozzie who's playing upstairs in that 2F, 1F kind of location, and then Sexy Kate go ahead and deletes one of this CL team off. Giddy's going to answer back, though. That's a great way to do it, but we are running out of time. 40 seconds left. Kills are coming, but is it enough time?
Well, I just gotta say it. Some of these shots that these players are hitting are crazy. Arthur through the smoke, mind you, levels Tristan, and it's another easy lockout for Los. All of the momentum that CL4L looked like they might have been building suddenly flushed down the drain, and Los will secure that first half win, heading over to their attacks.
Well, the 4-2 half, I got to say, we're calling it the standard. CL4L has now finally on defense. They get their opportunity to sit back, relax, and play out their map pick. Again, this was the X-Makers map pick here. So Skyscraper was Los's. They take that one an 8-6 overtime victory. And like you said, we've had every single map casted between the two of us has made it all the way to overtime. To me, that just says how closely matched this bottom of T1 and top of T2 truly is. And they're playing their hearts out, even in the seeding match. Neither one of them trolling or giving it up at all. They're playing it all the way to the end.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
You mentioned the stat of you and I having every map so far go to OT. I'll mention another stat to you. We've been talking about opening kills throughout the day and throughout the weekend. Los in this map, 5-1 on entry engagement, and they have won all but one round where they've gotten the opening pick so far. It's a good stat to look at heading into the second half. If they could continue to get those opening picks, look for them to have a lot of success of building that into a round win, because they are very much a potent force to go against. when they're playing from that man advantage and enabling some of these great fraggers like Wizard and Arthur to just go crazy and continue to find value.
Well, if you got to say there's only been one, that means that we've seen the CL4L team find one round win on the back of a round that Los got the opening pick. So if they can continue that kind of play, it's going to be one that they can hold on to and potentially put some pressure. And they have to again. We're in the best of two, or sorry, we're in the second map of this best of three. So all of the opportunity is there for them.
Just about a minute in thus far, and Sexy Cake down below, trying to do what Packer was doing in the first half, and maybe seeing if he can't do it a little bit better here. Playing with that buck, trying to get some value. Arthur reads Giddy like a book.
What?
Warden down off the board.
Another
That's a
opening
huge
pick.
opening pick to find. That's the main execute denial operator gone, and here comes the Amaru up through the hatch. Is Wizard ready? No, Adam catches him lacking. Adam's first kill of the game comes at a
The
perfect
plant
time.
going down.
But Arthur looking to get the plant down. Legacy with the coverage, doing great
Attackers
work.
activating
That's a post-plant situation for Los and a man advantage. Everything going their way to this point. A run out from Packer as well, giving away his position. CL4L look like they're trying to scramble. And they just look very much confused right now as to how this is allowed to happen. Where is the urgency? If you're CL4L, you have to find 4 kills, and you've only got about 15 seconds left to do it. There's 3 players here from Low still guarding this diffuser with their lives. Sexy Cake as well adds on to Tristan. Bino down below, Packer isolated, and it's just a matter of formality at this point. And there you go. Los will lock it out. A beautifully played attack.
Boy, Forrest really sounding like he had the script. I thought he was joking about it, but right now, Los is looking very good. 2-5 as we head into round 8, and that was an attacking win for Los on CL4L's map pick. After winning that first map, this is looking like a do or die kind of a scenario for this team. They have got to settle down, get themselves playing together, and start finding some weaknesses in the armor that Los is putting up. This is surprising, a bit crazy for this team to get this good after what was a fantastic best of 3 earlier in the day between these two teams. Really feels like Los is adapted better to that scenario than this X-Maker squad is.
Los just 2 rounds away from locking this one out. Very much close to ending out this open qualifier playoffs on top as the #1 seed.
10 seconds to insertion.
And that would definitely give them a more favorable matchup heading into the
5
LCQ,
seconds
potentially
remaining.
strengthening their chances at making a run towards the eventual goal of this
Attackers are heading
qualifier,
out
which
to the
is that all-coveted Montreal Major. The road to Montreal continues to grow a little bit shorter as we go throughout each passing weekend, Whiskey. And I've got to imagine that the level of competition will only continue to go up and up.
That's right. We've got our 3 teams picked already here from the Open Qualifier Playoffs. SSG Academy, the Challenger League for Life, this X-Maker squad, and Los are qualified. They are going to the LCQ along with the next bottom 5 out of that NAL playoffs that's going to be happening next week. So here's the question. Where are they going to end up? You know, if you walk in and say the one Pro League team that comes in should be the #1 seed, you know, a couple hours ago, I don't think anybody here would have agreed with you. But Los has shown up in a way that I think is surprising to us and to a lot of the viewers watching it. I mean, where are they coming from after how good CL4L was across these whole Open Qualifier playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but they're also showing that they're still in peak form after playing now 7.5, almost 8 maps. We are right in the middle of their 8th map played today, and they're still looking good. But Arthur almost meets his early demise at the hands of a C4 from Bino. He's on critical low.
There it
He's
is.
not ready for the swing for the Mira. Legacy's there for a quick trade right back. So we stay at an equal man count, 4v4 with half the round left.
This is so wild, my friend. Boy, 4v4. Yeah, you've got half the round left, but slowing down a little bit. And CL4L, boy, we've got to get an org to pick up this team. They are so close here to finding a spot, but Los making it look good. Packer finally taking down Legacy. That's exactly what they need to do to hold on for just another minute longer. A double from him.
Yeah, but look at this. Wizards made his way into the site, but he's not ready from Adam over by Pillar. Sexy Cake left in a 1v4. CL4L not dead yet. Still very much fighting, very much capable of bringing this back. Sexy Cake will get one on the way out, but Packer with a big 3K to end out that round, and they'll pick up their third.
Well, finally, on defense, that's what they needed. Slow this Los team down just a little bit. Holy cow. They've been looking nearly unstoppable. We're getting close, though. Getting close to the end. Los is 1 round away from match point. CL4L, the Challenger League for life. You have got one more opportunity here on Consulate to prevent going home in 2. If you want to force that third map and see how you're going to fare on Clubhouse, got to come up with another 3 rounds right now, my friends. And it's going to happen on that first floor on the piano site.
All right, down to piano. Very much an important round here for both teams. Like you
Attackers have
said,
located a bomb.
Los trying to get onto series points. CL4L trying to draw back within 1. Gotta be very interested to see how aggressive do CL4L decide to play this. It's gonna be very fascinating to see. Based off this lineup in particular, I would have to say, it leans more favorably to being aggressive. You've got the Fenrir, you've got the Capcan, and even really the Legion as well. All favor that aggressive style of play, getting in the face of Los, challenging those gunners like Wizard, like Arthur, who have really been showing up in this map, and seeing if you can't find an early pick or two that could really help cement you that round win.
A lot of setup going on here from the low side. I like bringing out the Brava. Again, trying to steal some of this electronic utility. One of my favorite things to see in the game of Siege, the reverse Capcan kill. Packer playing that Capcan. Got to watch out, though, for those Bravas. Going to steal them potentially. Plus, you got the Mute and the Fenrir charges. A lot of opportunity to steal electronic gadgets here as they work on making their way to this first floor site. And, boy, the standout player we really need to see to step up on the CL4L side, Adam. After that 40K round and that best of 3 earlier today, just sitting at a pair of kills here. Really, this team needs him to step up a little bit in combination with the team playing together.
Oh, absolutely. Very much looking for somebody on CL4L to step up here. They really need that extra little bit of oomph to get them over the line and get them back to a tied scoreline. About halfway through here, and thus far, Los are not really being given anything. You saw some initial challenges from CL4L, but they're slowly but surely starting to back their way towards the area above the site and back towards, in particular, the site itself. Various has an idea about a player down below, and it's actually Legacy to get the opener onto Packer, so that Capcan off the board early. And now Los, with an advantage, can start to push their way towards that site itself.
Still working on collecting information and intel, the IQ. It's a great pick here. Like we talked about, you had the Brava and so many electronic gadgets available. Having IQ available here on the attacking side to try and find all those, see if they can avoid them. And look at this, Adam getting ready for the potential run out. There it is, though. Brava continuing to hack, and it's 45 seconds left. Talked about Los just taking a little bit of extra time, maybe too much time, getting themselves set up for this execute. Still have got one outside the building in Brava. The rest getting ready there on the lobby side to push in.
Arthur looking to get aggressive here. Walking in over by Lounge. Wizard will join him. Got an avenue into the site, but are they able to take it is the big question. With 15 seconds left, they need to get Arthur in a position to get this plant down. They're just going to go for it here, but they have to be careful of the top floor coverage. Legacy adds on to Tristan, now off the board. The diffuser will go down. Bino and Giddy on the board. Two massive frags.
What?
It's all going
What?
the other way.
What?
CL4L. What is that? Just locking Lowe's out of the sight. They'll get that diffuser right back. And it's back within a one-score game. Holy moly, what a lockout.
Mission successful.
I'll be honest. I did not think that round was going to go that way. We talked about Los just taking a little bit too long to get themselves set up. They did get the execute down. They have been very good at working and getting the plant down across the board, across all of the maps we've seen them play today. Like we said, this is their 8th map in a row, but CL4L able to find 2 in a row on defense, get a little momentum back in their favor, and Los is going to try and ice the kicker right now with the timeout coming in. They needed to slow that momentum down because you could see, just even without the face cams, you could see the elation on this CL4L side. Shooting gadgets, spinning around, you could tell that they were happy to finally catch one early.
Not done yet. Looking to push us all the way to that map 3 of Clubhouse. But will we go to OT again, or can they complete this crazy comeback? Quite frankly, is what it would be, because it was 5-2 at one point. 2 rounds in a row won by CL4L, looking to continue to pile on to that total here on the defensive side of Consulate. And they're back out on the board after that Los timeout. What do you think they talked about during that timeout? Because it doesn't seem like they're really doing anything too wrong. Honestly, that last round, they looked really good up until the dying seconds. And then they just kind of had to run in there. And really, other than that, they just looked like they were in complete control of that round.
I'm thinking more settle the nerves, right? You're seeing overall Los play this Consulate map very well on both sides of the map. They won, they won 2 in a row coming out of their defensive half into the attacking side of it, and then losing 2 in a row. Just settle the nerves, continue to play the game that they have been doing so well across these 2 maps, right? And the pressure is on Challenger League for life, right? We've already seen Los is up 1 map in the best of 3. All they've got to do is hold on, and even if they lose Consulate, they're going to go to Club, and they still got a completely another opportunity to try and play this out. The downside is, obviously, they've been playing just like we've been casting here for 8.5 hours. So if you're talking about fatigue, certainly setting in at this point. Crazy that they're still trying to play at this level. So if you're a Los man, you definitely want to see them try and take down quick.
45 seconds in. We've got the blitz. You've got the Capital. Looks like Los might want to go fast here. But what is there for CL4L that can kind of hinder that speed? Well, I've got a good answer for you. They got a Smoke, they got a Legion, they got a Fenrir, all looking to slow down and cause chaos for Los whenever they try to enter the building here. Oh, look at this. M590 in the hand of Packer at close range. This certainly seems like it might be an absolute freebie of a kill, but the player's allowed to cross through as the flash grenades start to rain in. Los able to capitalize off of that chaos and take some early map control for themselves.
That's right. They got a little bit of this early map control, but is it enough? You still have got Packer holding on. Like you said, running that M590. They still have got the vending hallway, plus backed up by a little bit of the intel there from that bulletproof cam. So, yeah, they're working on it. You've got some admin control, but you got to make that all-important cross over the hallway between the site door and that vending, and got one of the defense playing on that site. Gonna look at this. They're so close to the execute. He got a double down.
Wow! Just wow! Packer through the fire. Nets 2 huge downs. A third one as Adam capitalizes onto Sexy Cake. Finally an answer back over, but still it's a 2v4 technically. Can Los maybe, just maybe, rotate over to pick up these 2 members? You have to move quick because you're running out of time here. If you're Los, and maybe Bino looks to capitalize on this. He's pushing his way forward here over towards vending and retaking a crucial position for CL4L.
There it is. They're getting one.
Nobody from Los will be able to
No
cross
way.
the Legion. They did get them back up, however. Like you just mentioned, that's so important because now we're back to a 4-on-4. With 15 seconds to go, Los are suddenly right back in this, but they still do have to be very careful of Bino. Do they know about him? They don't. Bino with three massive frags.
Let's go!
And Farius is all alone in a 1v4, 3 seconds away from a tied game. It's only a matter of formalities at this point, and indeed, the time will run out. It's certainly looking likely at this moment. Whiskey Run overtime, just 2 potential rounds away.
I can't believe it. Oh, the tech pause coming out there. We had to frame this this FPS issue multiple times during the day so far. So we are gonna take a quick break. But you know what? I feel like I want to just real quick say to the all of the people that have joined the chat recently. We really appreciate you coming in and watching and participating in this community cast. It's not often we get to have so many known names in the scene in here with the cast for us. And yeah, it has been a marathon, 8.5 hours, and we have been here with you that entire time. Certainly much appreciated that you're spending your Sunday evening here with us watching 2 fantastic teams duke it out for what is just a seeding game, and everybody bringing all of that effort both on the chat side and on the player side. It's been fantastic. We really appreciate all the follows and the support for the channel. Much appreciated, guys.
Absolutely appreciate everybody for joining us for what has been a fantastic day, Whiskey. We've had so many close games, overtimes, crazy clutches, crazy comebacks. We've had a little bit of it all. And CL4L are in the middle of their own little comeback right now. Like I mentioned, they were down 2-5 just moments ago, and now we're all tied up at 5-5. What do you think? Do we go 6 for 6 on OT maps between you and I?
I mean, you're talking about even at the top of the T2 scene, the bottom of the T1, that line so close between these two teams. I know Los really struggled in the NAL, just really could not find any traction either in stage 1 or in stage 2, but they're finding a little bit of success here matching up with the best in T2. I really feel like we're going to see overtime again. This is just crazy. They're so closely matched, and to me, that says why we're seeing it. Neither of these teams is trolling. That's been one of the best parts about what we've seen today. Even in the seeding matches, no trolling happening, right? They are playing their hearts out. We're seeing great stuff happen between them, and I feel like it, man. I feel like we're going to see that overtime.
Oh, man, the suspense is building. Like you said, in terms of importance, it's not the most important match of all time, but still, it feels like it with the way that these teams are clashing with each other, leaving it all out on the line. And it's amazing to see that we're still at this level of gameplay, considering, like we've said before, this is the end of the 8th map that Los have played today. All since 2 o'clock this afternoon, they have been playing Siege, grinding for this. CL4L have been playing a lot of maps too, but they did get the benefit of having some time off after beating Los earlier on today. So very interesting to see how these two teams are playing after what has been a gauntlet of a weekend.
This to me, this almost feels like the time off. And I know we used that ice that kicker sports analogy earlier during the timeout, but it almost feels like the time off was a little bit detrimental to the CL4L team, where they sort of paused, cooled down, and Los is a T1 team. They're in the NAL. They're used to that continuous pressure, and right now it feels like they're riding that wave just a little bit better. Now, the difference is we've seen CL4L come up with 3 in a row, rounds 8, 9, and 10, to come back and win it and tie it on defense. We knew they needed to get here on defense to hold on, get a little bit of a breathing room after so many attacking rounds in a row between Skyscraper and Consulate rolling in with having to play attack twice in a row. So this is it, the opportunity. I do think we're going to see overtime, because right now I can't tell you which one of these two teams is going to win it.
Going in.
It certainly seems like it might just be a coin flip at this point. You have to wonder, how important is that opening pick going to be? Through this map, more so than the other maps that you and I have done, the opening pick has very much determined the outcome of the round. Overall,
Bomb has been
both these
located.
teams, whenever they get the opening pick, except for 1 or 2 rounds to this map, have been able to push that over the line. In particular, looking at this half, right now, CL4L have won 2 out of the 3 rounds where they've got, or actually 2 out of 2 rounds when they've gotten the opening pick. And they won one where they actually didn't get it. That's actually one of the only rounds that Los lost after not getting it, was round number 9. But in this round, it's Tristan on the board first with Wizard taken down. Furious looking to get off the board next as one player, Packer, swings out onto him. There it is, 2 big picks for CL4L.
Wow.
A third one from
Wow.
Packer, and Arthur ascends the stairs and a cap can trap blows Legacy sky high. Everything falling apart for Los, and it's a 1v5.
Is Sexy Cake, I mean, we've seen him do some amazing things, but not when CL4L is floating. I know you said it earlier. What a round from these guys. They came off that pause and just have dominated. And I know sometimes when you see one of the players, you know, have a DC, the team that is complete can definitely treat that more like a timeout. Where on the side of the team that had the DC, you got a little bit of anxiety trying to get that player back in. I don't think you really get to focus on it like you do sort of a timeout, but that's 4 in a row for this Challenger League for Life team. And they are on match point and the opportunity to send us to that third map. If you're just joining us, we're in a best of 3. Los had already won Skyscraper 8-6 in that overtime victory. And now, Challenger League for Life, the X-Makers team, looking to send this one home and send us to Club for that map 3. Los, though, trying to find a way to take it to overtime and win without having to go to Clubhouse.
Indeed, Los do not want to have to play another map after this. That gauntlet surely has got to be getting them at some point soon. You need to see Wizard come back. He has fallen asleep at the wheel since having a great start to this map. Arthur needs to step up big here as well to push this game back into our 6th overtime that you and I will have done together if it so happens to occur. But what do CL4L have to say about it? Well, I'll tell you what they've got to say. They've got a Packer playing on a Capcan. They've also got a Giddy who's playing on Elysia. 2 very aggressive operators looking to get out and get active on the map, looking to get in the face of Los here and stop this potential rush that might just be coming.
Here's the question. You had the observer lasered in on the Amaru, waiting for that jump in, gonna try and burn some of this utility. The up, in, and out very quickly. Yeah, that's potentially it. And no, gonna take one. They trade. That's the plant going down.
It's a 3v2 with Furious getting the diffuser down. Packer, however, swings and spots him. Only good for 1 as it's Tristan left in a 1v3 with the Finka and the Blitz still staring him right in the face. This certainly seems like overtime might be in the cards, and indeed it is. We just cannot escape it. Overtime once again between these 2 teams, and man, oh man, will there be bloodshed.
I can't believe it. That's truly got to be an unbelievable stat for us to have 6 maps in a row casted where we sent it to overtime. That is just wild, my friend. Unbelievable.
I'm 100% win rate so far in terms of that. For those of you who like stats, I know our observer doesn't like that stat.
I think I need to go back and try and figure out how many maps we've even casted over this weekend. It has been an incredible amount, and certainly starting to feel the fatigue a little bit. But we really appreciate, again, everybody that is sticking with us all the way to the end. Boy, it is looking very close, like we are going to see a 3rd map this evening between these teams.
I went and looked at the Liquipedia, and right now you are on map number 15 for this weekend. And then again, you're the one who's done the most of it. Glitter hasn't been here for all of it. I've stepped in for a few maps. So
5
you're the
seconds
real
to go.
trooper. You and our observer, the unnamed gamer. Huge shout out to both of you. Major
Attackers
props
are
for all
heading
the
out
work
to
you guys
defuse
have been
the
doing
bomb.
this weekend. Really appreciate all that you do bringing this siege out to the community.
Well, that definitely explains why I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, but it is not over yet. Not for either of these teams and not for us. Tied up 6-6 overtime, and I think from the CL4L side, feels like a little bit of a good piece of fortune here that, again, they're on defense. They've had a great run on this defensive round. It was a 4-2 half on both sides, but that 4 rounds in a row really felt like a huge piece of momentum for this team. So now they get the opportunity. Los, though, trying to find a way to win.
I think Packer might have hoped he got lucky there. Maybe somebody with an ill-advised drop or peek through the hatch. Nonetheless, he'll get droned out there, and we'll probably have to fall back a little bit closer to the site, considering we are down in the basement. Great work so far from Los, I will say. They've done a great job of getting some of the initial destruction going. They've got that main garage breach open with great amount of time to spare. You've also got that blitz that could also facilitate a very quick push in through the site whenever that time does come, and whenever they feel like their intel is at an adequate level to be able to do it effectively.
I got one of the other things that I think is special here about the way that console is playing out is that nobody on either side of the map has really gone absolutely crazy, right? Neither of these teams are completely relying on a single player and some hero plays to try and get them to where they are. They've made it here, tied up into overtime on the back of everybody contributing. Again, that goes back to how closely matched these two teams are. That line between T2 and T1 is getting smaller and smaller by the round.
Are looking to have more value. He did find that opener onto Wizard, having a great resurgence here in the second half in terms of the killing department, but here comes the push. Smoke's coming in, Flash is going out. A C4, however, greets them at the door as Giddy shuts him down. Bino covers his teammate as Packer had gotten flashed, and it's over in a matter of seconds. Flawless for CL4L, and they find themselves once again on map point.
All right, this is the second time tonight here on console that they've made it, but now they're going to have to try and duke this out in overtime match point on the attacking side. And what do you think they're bringing to the table? They really, I mean, in general, I think struggled on the attacking side at the first half of this map. That definitely felt like a bit of fatigue kicking in. Now they've got some momentum. Now they've got some energy going into it. This could be a different set, a different attacking round for this team.
That's a good question.
Attackers
I
need to
mean,
locate and defuse
overall, it's been fairly well matched. I think there's just a few like little misplays here and there in terms of like information that are really hurting both sides. You saw in that last round, they weren't really vigilant with their drone work on the basement. We're Los. And I think, especially if we get to round 15, that's something that they'll need to do is make sure that they're droning all areas of the map. In that first minute, they did a good job of droning the outer portions, but as they started to push deeper and deeper, they just relied more on that blitz and their overall gun skill to try and win them fights. And that did not go very well for them
10
because
seconds
Packer
left.
was able to spot them out and isolate fights and get trades for his team.
5
And the
seconds
rest,
left.
or at least rather the rest of his team was able to get good trades. But for CL4L to get this over the top here, I think it's a similar story. In that first half, some of the rounds they lost were just due to a fact that they probably got a little bit overconfident and over-aggressive. So if they can kind of roll that back here a little bit and really reset some of their overall attacking timings and strategy, they should be able to push this over 8-6.
Oof, 8-6, boy, when you talk about it in that way, the Los fans out there are saying, no, don't count us out yet. Plus, they're playing on defense. So here it is. Are we going to see that double overtime, that round 15? I don't know. I still really feel like Wizard playing on the Tachanka, bit of a dangerous play. I was not overly happy about him playing it here, but there the nades taking out, boy, Bandit going for the trick. Sexy Cake deleted. That is a huge win here for the CL4L team.
Yeah, great start for CL4L. Sexy Cake off the board, no more
Attackers
Bandit.
have located a bomb.
You have to wonder, is that enough though? With still 2 minutes to go, Los have plenty of time to try and reset and find themselves a more stable position as CL4L start to push their way into the building. They do still as well have that very important operator in the Tachanka and the smoke, mind you. They've got a great duo of operators here for area denial. And if CL4L start to slow down here, which you're currently seeing them being a little bit more passive, that could really come back to bite them.
Yeah, that's right. That fine line between holding back, being cautious, and not pushing enough, wait too long. They've got to watch out for that. We got 1:12 left, so still plenty of time for this attacking team. Most of the team's still outside, though. IQ the only one that has really made any push in. So, I mean, looking at that, focusing on that admin overside, you've got Tachanka playing deep, so, and you've got to get rid of this player on the back, holding on to vending, and you've got that bulletproof cam, giving this defensive team all the intel they need as they make the push in. And Legacy going down. 45 seconds left, my friend.
Arthur gets into double digits, but like you said, 2 massive frags for Tristan, going huge in this map. 4 out of the 5 players on double digits for CL4L. But it's not enough as Farius is there.
no.
The equalizer onto Giddy, about to be swung by Tristan. Can he win the fight with a shotgun in hand? Yes, he can. Man advantage for Los with 20 to go. Bino and Adam need to go big here. They need to get that diffuser back up. They need to get this plant down. Are they aware of the player at the bottom of Teller's stairs? It certainly seems like they have some idea, but they don't have the time. They're being burned away at the seam. They walked right into the bear's nest, and they got met with a face full of claw. Bino planting on 0 seconds left, and round 15 is guaranteed once again between these two.
No way, my friend. I can't believe it. Round 15, the full double overtime at 7-7. It's going to come down to the very end, I think, my friend. I'm not seeing how these two teams so evenly matched can go down in just 2 maps. This feels like CL4L on defense, on consulate. This is their round. I know Forrest talked about the script saying Los is going to take it, but he did say take the series. That might mean we get to go to club to figure out which of these 2 teams is going to be the eventual winner.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Either we get 1 more round of siege or we get another hour of siege. That's what this round means. And man, oh man, it sure feels like the stakes are a lot higher than they are here, my friend, as this game is absolutely insane. I mean, we're literally at the maximum amount of rounds that could have been played through 2 maps. Will we see the potential for a third? The next 3 minutes or so will decide it. And CEO is the battleground that CL4L have chosen to take us to for this final round of consulate. And Whiskey, looking at this, I think it bodes very well for them. Look at what they brought out. They've got that Goyo and the smoke combination. A ton of area denial.
Well, yeah, ton of area denial. I like it, right? Slowing down this Los team just a little bit more. Tries to make it so that way they can't get anything done. If you can keep them out of the site, keep them from planting, that has really been one of the areas that they've been extremely successful on the attack, is getting the plant down. Yeah, there have been a couple counter diffuses, but the anxiety, the pressure that puts on the defending team when you actually get that plant down is something that certainly works in the attacker's favor. So putting a little bit of extra emphasis on that area and plant now, I think, great choice here from CL4L.
Oh, absolutely. So far, that area denial looms larger and larger as the time starts to dwindle. And as Los continue to burn through this time without any picks,
Oh,
it gets
no!
more and more like a red flag. Adam all the way in the basement, onto Legacy, the Twitch off the board. The one thing that could have potentially been their saving grace, the first one to die for Los. And now they have to press forward in the man disadvantage, and with the blitz, Lexi Cake, you need to go big here. Not the best game from the team captain, but still have a chance to bring it all back with half the round to go. Los are finally starting to get their feet in the building.
That loss of that Twitch early, though, that is huge. Definitely make it much more difficult to try and clear out all of this utility, especially those Goyo canisters, right? You get down into those last 30, 20 seconds that can absolutely deny either complete entry into site or take out these players. So that was a huge loss to lose. Legacy going down early. This is looking very good for this CL4L team. I know I feel like I'm being a little premature about it, but wow, look at this happen.
It now for Los. They're kind of being held at the gates here by the fire from the Goya. They've still, as well, got the Toxic Babes to contend with. A lot of work yet to be done. And as the time continues to go more and more in favor of CL4L, you could tell that Los are starting to get more and more frantic. But they have to keep pressing forward. They cannot afford to stall out here.
This is
so
going
close
too slow.
To potentially being over with this game, over with this series. But with 20 seconds to go, there's no urgency. Where is it from Los? Adam meets him at the doorstep. A 5v3 now. A third kill from Adam. Will it be a flawless round to send us to map 3? Furious is the only one left, and Giddy swings onto him. And indeed, map 3 is needed between these two. Flawlessly done for CL4L, and they will not go quietly into the night.
Honestly, I'm not sure we could pick a better storyline at this point between these two teams. You were talking about the knockdown drag-out fight between the T1 and the top of T2, fighting it here to find who's going to get that first place seed. What a way to just continue this weekend of Siege here in the open qualifier playoffs. I can't say thank you enough to everyone that has joined in to the stream, watching, chatting, being a part of it, supporting Namical and I and the Siege Double Shot here. Whiskey Glitter, my normal co-caster, as part of the community cast. We really appreciate everything that you guys have done. But to see these two teams play Siege like this, man, what a great evening.
Absolutely, my friend. What a great series it has been. What a great weekend for Siege in terms of the competitive scene. But we are not done yet. The open qualifier playoffs have one final map, and it's Clubhouse. And we'll see you after the break. Ayo!
Let's go. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. What a game and what a day of Siege we have got on our hands. Welcome to the Blast Open Qualifier Playoffs, the grand final between the Challenger League for Life and Los. What an unbelievable game. Joined with me today, not my normal partner, Whiskey Glitter, but Nomical. Thank you for filling in, my friend, to hold on to what has been a fantastic day of Siege so far.
Oh man, absolutely. We have had an absolute barn burner of a series and a barn burner of a day, quite frankly. This series is about as close as you can get. We've had all but one total round between these two teams that's been played. Los took map number 1 of Skyscraper 8-6 before CL4L bounced back on console at 8-7. A great showing and a great spectacle between these two teams. And now we set our sights on the final battleground of the weekend, the final map of the open qualifiers, and we've got Clubhouse on deck.
That's right. We went through and added it up on the break. So far, 96 rounds of Siege casted and observed just today for this stream. So much appreciate everybody continuing to hang with us. But it is time to start Clubhouse. Send it, my friends. This is fantastic. Now, what are we going to see on Clubhouse? Great question. We saw NIGHTHAVEN played out. That was the map that Los really wanted to play, and they did a great job on it, winning that one earlier in the day. So I feel like maybe just a little bit of an edge going to this Los team. And boy, would that make for a storyline that he called like more than 3 hours ago match up exactly.
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting to see. Very much anticipation building into this game. You'd think it would be like a grand final of some sorts that had more on the line than just seeding. You'd think this would be like elimination, all for naught. Both these teams, remember, have already qualified to the LCQ. This game is just to see who will get the quote-unquote better matchup when that time does come. But I do have to wonder, we talked about it in the last map, Los will now have played 9 maps today alone. That is a lot of Siege, and you have to wonder, is the fatigue going to start to build for them?
I gotta believe it is. Like we talked about, 9 maps, and here we are. This cast has been running for 9 hours continuously. I know that we're feeling some fatigue. I gotta believe that these guys are. Again, you are locked in, and none of this. We're not seeing any trolling. We're not seeing any throws. Both of these guys, both of these teams, fighting until the end. And that is giving us these overtime results because they're going so close, round for round, blow for blow, shot for shot.
CL4L just copy pasting their bans from the first 2 maps and putting them right in here. Los have been spicing things up a little bit. The first 2 maps, they banned the Deimos, not wanting to play that against Packer. Instead, here they value the Grim as a much more important operator to get off the board, and they will do just that. And Los as well, opting to get rid of that Mira. We saw them do this actually in their game just a couple hours ago against Space Station Academy on this very map. And I talked about it then, that it's very important that you can use that mirror window to kind of negate the impact of thermite on some of those hard walls like Platform and Jacuzzi. It's a strategy that you kind of see Dark Zero with the first one to implement here in NA. And I think it makes a lot of sense that they don't want to have to deal with the multiple uses that you can get with that Mira.
Agreed, and we talked about it in in our earlier matchup on Clubhouse, was that when you don't have the mirror available, it really completely changes up the way that this map is played because she's such an important part of holding on to those 2F locations and the basement. So it changes up the way that everything is played. I know one of the reason Jesse J's favorite part of going into the map was talking about which are the operator bans because of how much it changes the play style. CL4L here, I think running on just a bit of a high, but they really shone when they were on defense. So this is the bit of the risk for them starting off again on attack. They can't let Los gain too much momentum here on defense, but it is Clubhouse defensive sided. So we're going to look for that 4-2 split to start us off.
Yeah, absolutely. When they played against SSG a couple hours ago, they actually did get that 4-2 split on defense and then won it in and then won it, excuse me, in overtime based off of some strong defensive performances. So we'll just have to see if they can't get off to a strong start and maybe, just maybe, stunt some of that momentum that CL4L had been building in that last map. But if they aren't able to start off strong, you have to wonder, maybe the momentum starts to build the other way. Maybe the more refreshed team of CL4L starts to just build off of that, starts to get a little bit more confident in some of these swings, and maybe, just maybe, see the first map where a team runs away with it.
I love this. I love this aggressive peek out of the dirt, taking some shots up top. That to me feels like Los going in with a little bit of a confidence. They have not always been taking those kind of risks. When they do, that to me says that they're ready for this play. They're ready to take some shots here at this CL4L team. Not ready to give up yet. I love it.
Working their way in here, about half the round to go, and CL4L need to get that buck into position here. Adam needs to start tearing up that flooring over by Kitchen and getting good value for the attack to be able to push some of these defenders back into more cramped positions. Maybe see if they can't find a couple of picks off of some of that utility usage. But right now, Packer trying to find some value over towards blue. Will actually get the hatch open by Stock. But other than that, not really much happening. A C4 goes out from Sexy Cake, and it will do damage to Adam, but no kill. That's a crucial bit of utility there missed, and Adam's got to be thanking his lucky stars.
Yeah, especially because this defense only brought along a pair of C4s, so there's only one more that this attacking team needs to worry about. And right now, you've got Cade holding onto it, playing in church, so that really gives this kitchen and arsenal sort of play a little bit more, a little bit more safety with Cade playing over on the church wall.
Under 30 to play now in round number 1. Giddy looking to work his way into
Oh, what a trick!
Just barely missed the Toxic Babe. And that means that area will be untraversable for the next about 10 seconds or so. And that's unacceptable with only 10 seconds to go, Whiskey. They're running out of time. Los can just win it on time in this 5 versus 5. Bino, however, walks his way down the main hallway, gets one kill, but is flattened by Arthur. And Arthur gets another one under Giddy. Los with a statement in round number 1.
We're talking about walking in at 10 seconds left, fully 5-stacked on both sides. Talk about taking your extra time and getting set up and not over-peaking, not overplaying the hand, taking it slow and methodical. But that was a little bit too slow and methodical. The 6th man coming in strong there for the defense. Time winning it out. Really, even though it was an awful lot of kills and that feed showing up right at the very end, it was just way too much time wasted on the CL4L side. It's that first round, so still getting a feel of how this one's going to play out. Don't want to get too far behind, though, and it really feels like CL4L struggling on attack across this entire series.
Well, we're getting into round number 2. We're going to go to Gym Bedroom for our second round. Los bringing out that castle. We talked about it last time you and I were here in that previous series, and even on Skyscraper as well, when we saw a lot of castle. How much I love this operator. I know castle is an oldie and a staple of Siege, but no matter what, through the years, he's had so much great value. He's stayed relevant in the competitive scene because of how good he is at creating funnels and making attackers burn through so much utility to get towards the site. He's just such a great option to bring out. He also has an ACOG available so that you can get aggressive. I mean, he's pretty much the complete package. There's pretty much everything you could ever want with Castle. He's got a bulletproof as well for information. 10 out of 10 operator, quite honestly.
10 out of 10 indeed. Now, one of the things that we saw play out earlier here on the defensive side was a little bit of a mistake with that castle that they had between the gym and that jacuzzi wall not being fully prepped and causing the defender to have to rotate back through bathroom. We saw an attacking win come out of that, so see whether or not Los has been using that style of a play here. They're still going to keep this this bathroom wall fully blocked off and bandit tricked here to make it a little bit tougher for the Thermite to make the push in, but Packer's still playing the ace. They still got a little option, and Thatcher still has got all 3, now 2 of his of his EMPs coming out. I imagine they're going to be able to get those walls open as well.
Oh, big down on a Packer. Arthur with the opener there. And I don't know if you saw this, Whiskey, but other than the Deimos and the Thatcher EMPs, there is little primary utility available for CL4L. All of the Soma charges have been burned. All of the exothermics are gone. Both of the Ash breaching rounds are gone. And now Adam's gone as well. Sexy Cake with a C4 kill onto the Ash and everything coming up Los in round number 2.
Yep, that's going to be potentially 2 defensive rounds in a row here for this team. And like you said, sort of falling apart. Los and CL4L and Arthur finding Giddy, taking him off the board. This is 2 here, so yeah, really struggling on attack, and really I don't know that we can pinpoint exactly why, because this was certainly a team that was incredible on attack with that unbelievable unbeaten streak from map win perspective to start off until they met Los. And that has been it's been their Achilles heel throughout this entire stage.
Ooh, there's Tristan with a nice kill onto Arthur. So finally something going back the way of CL4L. Still a 4v2 here. Not very much hope for CL4L in this round. There's still a lot of work yet to be done and a lot of bodies to cut through on the side of Los. Tristan is working his way up the main staircase here, looking to potentially swing his way in here. Does a lot of damage to Legacy, but loses the fight in the process. Warden just better in that situation. And Bino looking to see if he can't find a few frags on the way out here. He will get one. Onto Legacy over by Jim, looking for a second. But Sexy Cake with the MP7 is just too good in that situation. And that's 2 rounds to start things off for Los.
That's not what you wanted to see if you're a Los fan here, or a CL4L fan here, to see Los take 2 on defense to start it off. But like we opened this thing up right at the beginning, 4-2 half the standard split, and now we get a chance to see how are they going to handle the CC cache site. And certainly this is the X-Makers team best chance trying to find a win here. You've got from the attacker bands, not having Grim, not having the Monty available, does leave Capital, does leave the Dokkaebi, and interestingly, we have certainly right now they're showing the Blitz Sens combo, which is, we haven't seen, I don't think Sens played once in any of the open qualifier games that we've streamed so far, and potentially going to get traded off there for a second. So take a look at that defensive lineup, and our Whiskey Glitter would say it, bringing out Doc, a bit of that cheese out, but for holding on to the 2F garage, I think he's an important one. The piece that seems like it's missing, though, a little bit of projectile deny. No Wamai, no Jaeger to try and help hold on to and maybe protect the Doc playing up there in garage.
Just getting into round number 3 here, starting to figure things out on Clubhouse. Right now, what have we learned? We've definitely learned that CL4L are playing a little bit too passively on some of these attacks. We've also learned that Los are doing a great job of playing for trades. Specifically, Arthur having a great start to this map. CL4L looking to get some of that drone work coming in here. They spot a player down inside of Lounge. Potentially look to see if they can't find a confirm onto that. But how much time is that going to take is an important question that we have to ask ourselves, as there's 3 players from Los down here, and if CL4L aren't aware of these other 2, it could spell disaster if somebody tries to get aggressive.
They've got this main wall already opened up, so a big piece of the attacking done. They've got that sight line. We're a minute and a half into the round. Feels like a little bit of a faster push in. Plus, they've got the con single open and getting ready to drop in Logi. So this feels like a little bit of a quicker execute here from the Challenger League for Life team. Finally, it's what we needed to see them work on. But still a lot of droning going on, looking for all of these defensive players. And unfortunately, losing 1 to start off with another opening pick going Los's way.
Packer having a rough start of things. 0-3 right now. Adam 0-2 as well. Actually, only 2 players from CL4L on the scoreboard to this point. To this point. But nonetheless, still needing to find value. They have to find a way back into this. Bino just decides to run right in. Legacy taken down. And now they have a chance back, especially with Tristan getting on the board with Arthur now felled from over inside of construction. Trying to retake is Furious, but Wizard goes big for 2, but he's quickly traded back by Tristan. Now Sexy Cake left all alone with Tristan and Bino trying to get in and get the diffuser down. Sexy Cake with an ill-advised swing, and finally CL4L with a really good-looking attack.
There it is, Los asking for another tech pause, but we talked about that 2F cash CC being the best opportunity that they had available to try and win on that tertiary site, and they come up big, finally get one. Really felt like they were struggling on attack until they got there, that one looking significantly better, and a couple great shots there just turning the tide. So a little bit of a tech pause. I'm guessing another frame rate problem. We've really been struggling a little bit here with some of those FPS issues. So I think we'll take a quick break to wait for those players to get back in the lobby, my friend. Sit back, relax. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. That tech pause done. No worries, no worries there. The hopefully the frame rate fix in sometime soon here for this game. Struggling a little bit in its what feels to be a little bit of old age as far as FPS shooters are concerned, but we're back into it with CL4L on the attack after winning on that third round up in the tertiary site. Los going to take it down to one of the primaries this time.
Absolutely, going back down to the basement.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Something we talked about earlier on when Los played this map was
5
how
seconds
important the Scopos can potentially be on this site. And Whiskey, I really like what they're doing here. You've got one of the Scopos shells down in the basement still. The other one off on the roam inside a strip club. You usually see something like this, or you see it on the top floor. And I have to think that maybe, just maybe, Sexy Cake could have some great value here. If, and only if, or not necessarily only if, but especially if, Los decide to go for a heavy roam.
Yeah, you know, we were seeing that second floor Scopos mute combo playing in the bathroom where you've got that little lip that really prevents any of the drones from making the push in, any ability to try and take some shots at it. That felt like it was good for maybe one weekend tops. Now that everybody knows that strat, they figured out how to be able to deal with it, and Tristan gonna take Sexy Cake down. That is huge. Finally, we're seeing CL4L get an opening pick. We talked about how often Los have been getting those, even if they're not converting them, certainly making life harder for this team. And, wow, going to take down the Malusi, almost gets his head taken off. And there it is. He's going to lose a little bit of life to the smoke as they push him out of the dirt tunnel.
That's a big pick with Sexy Cake off the board. One of the primary roamers dealt with, but you still need to find value from your other three members if you are CL4L I was just about to mention Adam. I was just about to mention Giddy and Packer. Adam, the aforementioned play, will be off the board next, but Packer and Giddy still with a chance to find value. Although Packer slowly but surely losing his opportunity, down to just 5 HP as he tries to tango with the smoke inside a dirt tunnel. And he's not exactly doing well in this dance. He'll find himself losing most of his life.
Yeah, continuing to focus on gaining intel here on the attacker side. And look at this rotate that that Packer has made. He was down in the dirt tunnel. Now he's upstairs making a push through the con side. And Giddy, what was the defender doing? He's just walking right across the open window into the waiting scope of Giddy. Just pads his KD, or at least finds his first here as we're just starting off on this map. All of the defense now bunkered back down into the basement. 40 seconds left, and I know we talked about it. CL4L seemed like they were taking a little bit too long on the execute. They need to get moving here.
Oh, absolutely. They really need to find something back. They really need to continue to put the pedal to the metal if you're CL4L. Otherwise, you're going to risk potentially taking disadvantageous gunfights.
20 seconds left. What are they doing?
Yeah, there's 15 seconds left now, and they just got the kitchen hatch open. Arthur's down here holding his turf, but Tristan is starting to make up for it. Gets 1 kill, but it's quickly traded back with 2 big ones from the final remaining members. 5 seconds left. You need to get the diffuser down. It's a 1v1. You have to go. Legacy wins the 1v2, and Los survive a scare in the late round.
Yep, seemed like an anxious, disorganized execute there at the very end, and Packer really putting in the work, covering so much distance, running the blitz. Yeah, he's fast. Yes, he's got that mobility, but still, you don't want to be having to spend that much time walking around the map. Of course, we are talking about Clubhouse 4-2 standard split. If CL4L had got a win down in the basement, that would have been a huge boost to them. Definitely putting them up a little bit of an advantage. Now we're going to go back to this 2F CC site, CC and cache, and that was the opportunity that CL4L found back on round 3. This is where they got their win off the back of a little bit of a misstep in terms of how, like we talked about, the garage getting played. This time, Los correcting the mistake. They're going to bring out the Wamai to back up all of those players, and potentially the Legion as well, tossing some more of those goos out on the catwalk as the attackers try and make their way across.
10 seconds left before insertion.
CL4L
5 seconds remaining.
Challenger League for life, trying to challenge onto some of these T1
Attackers are
teams.
moving out to locate a bomb
And they will definitely get the chance to do that when the LCQ comes calling, but you really want to take out Los once again. They already beat Los once today, but you'd really like to put the bow on everything with a second victory over them. But it's not looking too great right now as Los are building up this lead on the defensive half. One more round and they'll be looking really good heading into that side swap. Here on the CCTV, they're very much capable of doing that. You've got a very strong lineup here. You've got the Bandit looking to burn out some of this hard breaching utility from CL4L, but you've also got the Wamai and the Legion holding over by Raptors. A very important position, mind you, that Los will definitely need to hold on to, otherwise it will be very hard for them. Oh, that's a great find. Did he get both? No, he didn't. He only got the exothermic, but I think he'd be very happy to get that, especially with an impact grenade grabbing the Selma charge as well.
Yeah, what a play there, stopping it. And they got the second one? Yes, they did. The second exothermic gone. That wall is going to stay mostly closed. They still got an opportunity with 2 more Selmas left, but if they were expecting to get any of the other walls open, maybe the construction single, maybe into the cache wall, having that one open as well. Those ones are solid up, and you've only got 2 of those Selmas left. That is really unfortunate for this team. We thought this was going to be their opportunity. We saw them win here once, but Los doing a much better job defending as we are rolling into that final minute.
Got to be very vigilant with that remaining hard breaching utility. Bino may not have any utility left, but he's got a gun in his hand. He'll take down Farias. Adam as well on the board finally with a kill onto Legacy. Big two-piece there for CL4L. And that's going to put pressure on Los as we enter this final minute.
51 seconds left. Yeah, you're 5 stacked on the attacking team, taking down 2 more. So even though they weren't able to get all of that hard breach open that they needed to, they might still be able to do it just on the gunshots alone. And Tristan finding Wizard, that was huge. It's all up to Sexy Cake. He's got the bandits in place, making a little bit of a push in, holding on that Conwell, but they got just absolutely too many guns pointed his direction, and it is going to be a flawless. Wow, my friend. And we have crossed over that magic milestone, 100 rounds of Siege today alone.
100 rounds through 9.5 hours. Crazy the amount of Siege that has been played today since not even really the last 10 hours. Not even half of a day. And you've played 100 rounds of Siege. That is insane stuff right there. Now, Whiskey. After that last round, CL4L building some momentum back after the technical issues.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
Do
many
we think
bombs
that
as
they're
they
capable of getting this 3-3 half here? I feel like if they can get that, they'd be very much favored heading into the second half. Do we think Los can bring it back on Jim?
I'm thinking yes, right? We talked about that, the CC cache being the site that Los struggled on the most. Both times they played it on around 3 and 5. CL4L won it, and that's exactly, I think, what we had expected. Now, they won the gym bedroom site back on round 2, so there'd be a question, can Los duplicate the success they had? My guess is yes. I think they have done a great job of trying to hold on to, blocking the hard breach, keeping those walls locked up, and it's even more important on the gym bedroom site that you've got a couple more walls that you really need to open to put enough pressure, the split pressure or even ghost pressure across the map. So if they're able to do any of this bandit tricking, if they're able to try and hold on with the mute, it's going to make it much tougher. That's my guess, is Los is going to take this one. We'll see that standard 4-2 split. Of course, CL4L looking to prove me wrong, though, here as we're 30 seconds into the attack.
The
Bomb
L4L.
located by
I'm surprised that it's Tristan playing the Deimos here. Earlier, you saw Los and CL4L going back and forth in the chat, talking about specifically Packer being the one that really liked playing that Deimos. And I'm surprised they're sticking Packer on Hard Breach now. You don't really see that from him. You usually see him playing that more flex role, playing those different variety of operators, like Thatcher and things like that. But I guess that's the good thing about having a team like CL4L with all these capable players, is that you can have them all on different roles depending on who's gunning, and everybody's capable of doing well. And speaking of doing well, Sexy Cake has been doing very well on the Bandit the last few rounds. A great find there to get another exothermic charge. Did he get a second one? Bino's out of them. I'm not exactly sure, but it certainly seems as though he might have gotten both.
I don't know. Did they
get the jacuzzi?
Yeah, I was gonna say, were they able to get the jacuzzi wall open? That incredible and unfortunate. You had Giddy playing the Thatcher, and they're still losing the hard breach, still losing some of that.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, they've got jacuzzi open, so now, but you know, if you've got any of those walls on the cache side, you've got nobody right now playing cache, but CL4L not figured that out yet. They're going to waste a lot of time at trying to clear that side of the map, as everybody on this Los team has rotated back into those power positions close to site. A ton of time being taken up. Just under a minute left now. Los doing a great job of holding on and stalling time on defense. But CL4L got their assets in place now. A huge presence out on highway and nobody to challenge that on the Los side.
Let's see. They may have assets in place, but that means nothing if they can't push it over the line. Just about 30 seconds left. They've got to move. It's a 5v5, and as I say that, kill starting to come in. Packer with a big two-piece.
Wow.
As he flicks on the Sexy Cake, and now man advantage for CL4L. Things looking better for them as well. Adam inside of Jim gets another pick, and they just storm right through once again. CL4L coming alive, winning round number 6, and we got a tie game once again.
You know what? I'm not surprised that we're seeing another tie game, another 3-3 half. When you talk about how close we've been talking all night, the split between the bottom of T1 and the top of T2. These guys are. It definitely feels like fatigue is setting in, both for us and for them, as we're approaching that 9.5 hour mark. But evenly matched down to the end, right? Screw the standard split. These guys are going round for round, and whether or not anybody can get a little bit of momentum, generally answered back. We got to see Los take the first two, and then CL4L take the last two. Now we get to see how they're going to handle defense, and we said this was where they're potentially going to be able to shine because they were struggling on attack. 3-3 split on Clubhouse feels like it's a slight advantage here for this X-Maker squad.
Well, we swapped sides. We just came from gym, and CL4L will send us down to
10
the
seconds
basement.
left.
Down into the depths of Church and Arsenal. Round number 7. We've got the castle once again, but also you've got a very important operator in that Goyo.
Attackers
We've
are
seen
moving out to
throughout
locate
that
a
first
bomb and
half, and really just this game as a whole, that both of these teams like to take their time on some occasions, and whenever they do, that Goyo is going to loom very large in terms of an operator that'll be very important for slowing them down, just not only overall, but specifically the late round is going to be very important. And look at where he's placed one of those Vulcan canisters. He's got it right on the door of Dirt. And with Legacy playing on the Blitz, that specific canister should be very important for slowing down any potential fast plays.
Yeah, that Los attacking team is going to need to get to it very quickly. They're going to need to identify, push, and clear it out. The problem is you're going to give away the info that you're making that push in. So that's the dangerous part. If they wait too long, which Los has been known to do as well across all of the games we played today, it's one of the highlights. They have definitely taking it slow and methodical, and sometimes a little too slow. So you see Legacy taking this push right upstairs. Tons of the defenders upstairs, even though we've got the site in the basement. No way. No way.
Another one for Giddy on a sexy cake. And just like that, it seemed as though things might have been going okay for Los. Well, they fall apart in a heartbeat. Full top control for CL4L, and that means Legacy is just going to have to go for broke. One kill for Arthur, maybe a second one. Hang on a second, Whiskey. This one might not be over just yet. These final two members have something to say about it, and Giddy will have to fall back towards the site. He knows that they do not want to give this one away.
It's an unfortunate self-flash maybe there on the Blitz. I guess you're seeing both of them walk in. You've got plenty of intel here. The Fenrir, the proximity mines, and it's a 3v1. Abino taking down Arthur, and it is all up to Legacy playing the Blitz. I'm not seeing a scenario where he wins this, unfortunately. Blitz, not the play.
Well, Forrest is in Twitch chat, kind of that shield menace that has been known to do some crazy things with Blitz and Monty. But can he channel his inner Forest? No, he cannot. It'll be Adam to add on to his total, having a much better game than what we saw from the start, as he's rebounded nicely. Him and Packer helping bring CL4L back over the line. And speaking of good performances, Whiskey, I want to talk about a couple players on Los who have gone a little bit quiet, specifically looking at Wizard. He had a great map 1, remember, dropping 17 kills, but after that, he's kind of tapered off a little bit. What do Los need to do to get him back in this match?
He's got to get a little bit of his confidence back, right? Put him on the operator that he's feeling comfortable with. I know we were seeing some of the roles swap on the CL4L side, a little bit on the Los side as well. Get him on the operator he feels comfortable with, taking the swings, right? Does he want to play the aggressive attack? Does he want to play that support role? When he was fragging out, I think he was just feeling confident and carrying that through. Right now, not seeing it, not feeling it. Arthur, there was a lot of discussion about him not even being positive and he being the one to carry this team. That right there, the tale of two operators between Arthur and Wizard feels like one of the reasons Los might be dropping this map. On the other side, got significantly more contribution there from Tristan, one of his best games, and you called it. Adam picking up 4. It's not that like unbelievable round we had seen between this team, but it is certainly enough to keep them in it, as already the defense picking up 1, 4-3 as we head into round 8, and feeling, to me, much more confident playing this game.
You can definitely tell that CL4L definitely have some of that confidence back. They're playing much more fluid, being very mobile, staying active, getting in the face of Los. But can they keep it going? What can Los do to find an answer back? They've got the main breach open as they look to press forward towards Jim, at least over on the construction and CCTV side of the map. I'm not exactly sure if they've opened up Jacuzzi yet. It doesn't look like they have, based on the fact that Arthur still has one of those exothermics still in pocket, but still, they at least have a way forward into the building. They've got that spearhead to try and negotiate some of this control, but what can they do now that they've got the initial control to further plunge themselves deeper into the map?
That's right, working on opening up these hard breaches, and man, just running across the open highway window. That felt a little bit dangerous there from the CL4L team, but nobody there from Los to take advantage of it. Still stacked 5, half of this round over. Got that main breach open. Jacuzzi wall still completely solidly locked, and that construction single also closed off. That we talked about Los taking a little bit too much time going. Both of those are electrified. If they're going to make this all about the highway windows or the push in from Khan or from the doors, I don't know that this is going to be a Los attacking win.
About a minute left here. Los looking to press their way forward. They don't have the all-important opening pick yet. They do have a good amount of control to work with. And they've still got some utility in their back pockets. They got a couple flash grenades, a couple claymores, a couple grenades to work with. They've also got the all-important IQ scanner to help get rid of some of those potential Valkyrie cameras that might be lurking throughout the map. They also have spotted the Valkyrie herself with Packers down here, and they've sent Furious down below to potentially deal with him. It's a great read from the Buck, a great opener from CL4L, but what more can he do? Do they know Tristan's on the stairs? They do not.
No.
2 kills quickly, right back for CL4L. Everything going their way. Arthur isolated all alone inside of the site. Gets 1 more, but Adams there with a super shorty. CL4L up 5-3.
All right, now things are getting dire for this Los team. What a battle between 2 titans here in the T1, T2 scene in this this open qualifier playoffs. We're down to the last map, map 3 of the best of 3 between these two, both of the previous going all the way to OT. And right now, CL4L, the Challenger League for life, found just a little bit of an advantage, winning 4 in a row, 2 on the attack, 2 on the defense, to put themselves 1 round away from match point, series point, grand final point. So, Los taking the time out, hoping they can get a little bit of a buff. It has been very successful today across all of the teams that have played it. Timeout buff coming in strong. So the problem is, okay, Los a little bit behind, and they're on the attack. The good news is they're going to have to play on the CL4L side, that tertiary site.
That is indeed the good news. They will have a chance to potentially get this one back here. Man, oh man. Los looking like they might just fall short. But then again, who can necessarily blame them? They've been playing for such a long time. And it's a miracle that they've made it this far, quite honestly. I mean, you said it yourself. After casting for this long, the fatigue is really getting there. And I have to imagine, with the amount of pressure that these players have been under for the entire weekend, the fact that they're keeping it this close, especially with how refreshed CL4L have to be after getting that break, is just crazy.
Whew. All right, like we said, best opportunity here for Los on attack. We're seeing this this second floor cache CC site Talked about some of the misses that that Los had in trying to protect that garage. I don't know, maybe seeing a little bit of the same out of the CL4L side. No projectile denied to support the dock playing in garage, playing those top rafter side. I think that could be a bit of a miss. See whether or not the dock alone is enough to hang on. Really, you know, you're expecting that player to die. The question is, he's got to hang on long enough to just stall, stall, stall. Keep Giddy alive, though, and prevent that push-in on that main breach. We saw Los be very successful across the board in trying to bandit trick this one, but right now, Los putting a ton more effort and utility in to keeping the breach now away, and they've got it open early, finally making a quick push-in on the attacking side.
Great bit of time usage there, and great bit of utility usage as well by Los, but they're just going to go for it, running right in. Bino's there to greet him. Farius shut down quickly, but Arthur
Look at
looks
this
to get
plant
the
going down.
Unnoticed. It's going to go down
No
without a hit.
way.
Wizard with a quick trade right back. The rush working to perfection, but now is the post-plant positioning good enough? That's the big question we have to answer. Arthur's still in the middle of the site, kills one.
What
Arthur
was
kills
he
two.
doing?
Maybe a third one on Raptors, but no more than that as Bino swings to stop the bleeding for CL4L, but still with a disadvantage in terms of man count and a lot of time not left for them. Wizard outside on Highway gets one. Bino on critically low HP trying to save this round. Los looking to bring this one over the line. That tertiary site working wonders for them. Just a few seconds away. Bino out of time, out of options. Will get one more kill, but Legacy runs up red stairs and Los are not done yet.
Not only just a win there on the tertiary site, but the timeout buff in effect. They're going to take the round win and what felt like a quick execute. That was one of the fastest times I think we've seen that Los team open up that main breach, get that plant down, and just execute. That was what they needed to do, and if you're trying to stop the momentum, that is absolutely the way to do it. 4 rounds in a row for CL4L shut down on round 9. Los comes up strong, putting them 1 round away from tying this thing up. The bad news is CL4L gets to go back to those primary and secondary sites. We're going to start off on the basement, and that was a pretty convincing round for CL4L back when we played it on round 7. Los got their work cut out for them. Survive until maybe they can get back to that cache CC site.
Well, we've seen both of these teams pull off a comeback. We saw Los do it on map number 1 when they were down 6-4. We just saw it on the last map. CL4L came back after being down 5-2 to get on a match point, and then Los pulled it back to OT before losing it out 8-7.
5 seconds to insertion.
Will we see it a third time, Whiskey? A third time in all 3 maps. Potentially looking to go the distance once again. Los trying to keep themselves in it. They will get back out on the board once again. Round number 10 already underway. But I have to worry, will they be fast enough here? That's going to be the big question to watch. Because look who's back. It's our good friend Smoke and Goyo out for CL4L once again.
Yeah, and add in that Two-Brow. We've seen Two-Brow banned multiple times because I think this Los team does not like to have to deal with him. But look at this, the C4 coming out just a hair too late, though. And Wizard realizing he dodged the explosive there. But yeah, the combination of the Goyo, Smoke, and the Two-Brow really going to potentially slow this attacking team down, and Bino playing deep in dirt. That's a great place for him. It does not appear right now. We're seeing Los set up to try and push him at all, so he could definitely play the spoiler late in this round. 1 minute already down, and continuing to see them work it. Working on getting this kitchen hatch open. There they go. They've got that Cade Claw done. Now we're going to see the kitchen hatch pop.
Yeah, but is Packer in a position to maybe deny that for a little bit longer? He's still got 3 of those Zoto canisters in his pocket. Kitchen hatch will get opened up without a hitch, however. So now with half the round to go, Los finally have themselves a way to actually access the site, and they can let Sexy Cake just go to work. You hear that skeleton key going right in, tearing up this flooring. And as we get under the halfway point, that's going to start to put pressure down on that Arsenal site and negate a lot of the safe playing spaces that you otherwise would have had access to. And that's going to put CL4L in a very cramped position, holding places like over by dirt and over inside of blue. You got to be very careful not to overextend. Otherwise, you could find yourself beating away free picks.
They're working on it. They've got a bit of the split push here, a lot of pressure. You saw that Lion tossing in the nade, getting rid of that deployable shield. 56 seconds left, and you see those orange outlines. They are making a push across the map from a variety of locations, but that Tuberau still holding the final hatch closed. That's unfortunate. And Cade tricked as well. That one is going to stay close and force them to come down those central stairs, it looks like. And there you hear that Goyo pop, but
Oh,
the
no.
long shot. What?
Oh, but a beautiful shot right back by Tristan on Nefarious. Off the board quickly. That's the blue man gone. But look at this. Los has rotated to try and retake this space and maybe see if they can't build off of that momentum. But with only 15 seconds left, they just have to go. Legacy works his way in, shuts down
Okay.
Adam. Great shot there, but only one. Bino looking to respond. Tristan as well. 5 seconds left. Where's the push? Los, where's the plant? Nothing going their way. Tristan just holding his ground. CL4L gets series points. Los just run out of steam.
Ran out of steam, too little, too late as they try and push down to the basement. We said it. It was unfortunate, dangerous here for this Los team to send the CL4L team back to that primary and secondary site. And you guessed it, we're going upstairs to gym bedroom. And we are here, my friend, finally. Match point, map point, series point, and the Open Qualifier Playoff Grand Final point. CL4L wins it. They take the top spot and send Los down to number 2 here as that T1 team fighting. They both have earned their spot in the LCQ, but this is it. It has all come down to this. The end of the line at Clubhouse.
Oh, come on. Los, don't do me like this. We were on such a good streak, Whiskey. We had a bunch of OT maps. Surely Los bring it back here. We saw a 6-4 lead blown earlier on. They got to do it again. We can't end the night off like this. We got to go the distance. But Los are on the attack. Unfavored side for Clubhouse. Needing 2 rounds back-to-back. No more mistakes here for Los. Otherwise, they find themselves losing to CL4L back-to-back times in the span of about 8 hours. They will have lost to the CL4L team twice, although both were 2-1 fashion, so it's not like they got blown out of the building. But nonetheless, you really do not want to have that on your resume. You need to make this comeback and cement some momentum for yourself heading into that LCQ.
All right, hold on to that T1 pride. You're the team that made it. Yes, you ended up at the bottom of the NAL, but you're still there. Now, here's going to be the trick. Los had done a great job of trying to do these bandit tricks and holding on. CL4L's got to do the same. And did he... all right, he got the thermite, but they're going to use the Selma and get at least one of those open. So they've got a little bit of these sight lines in. Now they got to work on opening up that con single, gain a little bit more map control here, and a minute gone already. It was relatively quick, at least, opening up that jacuzzi wall. One of the faster takes so far we've seen from this team, but that's it. They can't be just that piece. They've got to be faster across the board with the entire execute.
Los looking to go quick here. They're going to run right in. Arthur onto Adam. Packer as well dead. 3 big kills going the way of Los here. And now a 5v2 heavily in favor of the attacking side. What in the world is this from Los? They seemingly have woken right up. Bino left all alone in a 1v5. Does get 1 down on Nefarious, but nonetheless, still a lot of work yet to be done, and he will run for the hills with half the round to go. Arthur looking to get that plant down to seal the nail in the coffin. And here comes that blitz, still chasing him down from the heavens. Farius jumps down onto him, looking for that kill. He was hungry for it.
What is going on?
But Bino still is able to capitalize on it, but not for much longer. Sexy Cake with the blitz ends him out, puts him out of his misery, and Los send us to all 12.
All right, they heard you. They heard you say you didn't want to see it go down this way. You wanted to see overtime on the last map, and they absolutely showed up. I mean, it was a bit of a A bit of an action-packed round there at the end, and now we're going to see it, the CL4L timeout. Boy, going all the way, holding on. This back and forth after that timeout. Timeout buff, though, has definitely been real, and here it is, the opportunity for them to close it out before even taking it to overtime. But Arthur has shown up big, 14-8, along with Bino, 14-6-2, double digits across the board. It has been an incredible matchup between these two teams.
Man, Ski, we've been talking about it all night, but you gotta be holding your breath for this one. Low stakes or not, this has been an absolute masterclass, a spectacle, one might call it, of Siege here in the Open Qualifier playoffs. A great matchup between two very evenly matched teams, it might seem. And boy, oh boy, do we have a treat in store. Either one more round or up to 4 more rounds to end out the night. Will we see it? Jim, the final battleground of regulation in this series. We go back to the same site that
Attackers need to
Los
locate
just
and defuse
stormed
the
through,
bombs.
utilizing that blitz. But what does CL4L have in store to potentially stop that potential push and close this one out 7-5?
The standard set of defensive operators, right? Bringing out the Warden, Castle, Malusi. This has been a very good lineup for this team with the addition of the Two-Brow. Used him to a great effect downstairs in the basement to help win back on round 10. Going to see if they can use him here to slow down, again, stop some of this hard breach, right? Keeping them outside the building, limiting their options, forcing them to use the doors and windows rather than having some of those lines of sight open to take them out. And boy, if they can hold on,
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
it's
it.
going to overtime. I can't believe, here it is though, if you're just joining us, we are on map 3 of a best of 3 in the grand finals here in the Open Qualifier playoffs. Who is going to be the top seed going into the LCQ out of this Open Qualifier playoffs? It's going to be CL4L, the Challenger League for life, or Los. One more win to send to OT.
Baby, which of these players is going to step up? Which of these teams is going to lay that knockout blow? Let's find out. 30 seconds or so in, just over 30 seconds. And Los looking to get this main jacuzzi breach open. They've got the Maverick. Sexy Cake being very smart.
Oh,
here,
the
utilizing those
the
Maverick
Mav!
legacy kills Giddy. And a great start to Los here, looking to push us to OT.
You're going to take down the bandit. No more tricking in place. The man down, plus they got that jacuzzi wall open in less than a minute. Like we talked about, that was an early start that they needed and was, I think, a key piece of why they won this gym bedroom site back on round 11 just one ago. Plus, no opportunity to try and stop any of these other openings. Yeah, you've got the Two-Brow who can slow it down. You see him playing over there in cash, keeping that window or keeping that main breach closed, but it's only going to slow it down. It can't stop the train.
That train is coming down the track. More and more going the way of Los's way. Packer will do some damage back, put a little bit of fear in Farius's heart. He'll opt to relocate here, looking over towards main stairs instead, trying to see if he can't maybe work his way back in and start to buck some things up from down below. But as he looks to do that, the rest of Los are trying to see if they can't negotiate some of this control over by the top of red. It's a minute left and they're yet to do it. They're going to have to move.
Well, look, you had the entire team still outside, and that was Buck just barely walking into stock. Other than that, everybody's still working outside in Ash, maybe pushing into garage. You got 46 seconds left in a gym bedroom site. What is going on? They had an incredible start there, taking down Gideon the Bandit with the Mav, and then it's sort of fallen apart from there. 37 seconds left. Los, you have got to come up with something special here in this final round, the final opportunity to send it to OT, or that is it. CL4L is going to win it, my friend.
there's no way the play is just jumping through the gym window. There's no way they're going to give a free pick over to Packer. Is this what we have come up with in round number 12 with a series on the line? 10 seconds to go. This is it for Los, the final chance. Adam on the board. Legacy trays it back. We stay deadlocked. Sexy Cake looking to run his way in here. The time looking to expire. Where's the diffuser? It's down, and that's going to be the win for CL4L based off of time. Los just barely missing out on this victory. CL4L are your number 1 seed out of the open qualifiers.
What an unreal finish, my friend. I can't believe that's how we got to see this one finish. 7-5 victory. We're not going to get to see overtime here at the end. Oh, crazy. That was it. We finally made it to the end of the evening. We are just at 10 hours of Siege being played today across what was more than 100 rounds, and I think fatigue at the end set in. I think Los just could not hold on any longer. They could not keep it together and fell apart at when they needed it most. They had that one last opportunity holding out of the gym bedroom. They did it once. CL4 was just better when it came down to it.
Man, what a day of Siege. Unfortunately, the streak between you and I of overtime games in this open qualifier is broken, but congratulations to CL4L. They beat Los, a pro league team, twice in the span of about 10 hours. 2-1 fashion, a barn burner of a series, a barn burner of a weekend. But my friend Whiskey Run, alas, we have come to the part of the evening where we must bid you adieu. So as the jukebox starts to sing closing time, just know you don't have to go home.
That's right, but you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.
You ain't about it. Greg, you on it.
I know it is incredibly late, but after, just getting a chance as the casters to scroll back through some of the chat that was going on, getting a chance to see everybody that was here, wanted to say again how appreciative we were for everyone that joined in for this absolute marathon day of Siege. Much appreciated. Just to know, we are so close to becoming Twitch partner here on the Siege Double Shot. Myself, Whiskey Run, Nomical, much appreciated. This has been an incredible day, and just wanted to say again, thank you to everybody that followed, subscribed to the channel. It's been an absolute pleasure. Getting a little tearing up occasionally, thinking about, what the community has done for us to make it this far. So just wanted to say another thank you, but it was late. We were ready to hit it, but just wanted to say it one more time. At almost 1,900 followers here and 250 of you that stuck around for more than 10 hours. It's been a fantastic day of Siege, and can't say thank you enough.
Absolutely, Whiskey. It's been an absolute pleasure, an absolute blast of a weekend. Huge props to you, Glitter, and the Unnamed Gamer, our fantastic observer, for a great weekend. And a huge thanks for letting me come in here and do some great matches with you guys. But also, I think it's worth noting that we gotta do Glitter the right way. We gotta close it out the right way. I cannot disgrace his name like that by messing up the outro. So, Whiskey Run, any final thoughts as we end out the day here?
I can't wait to see you all in Montreal for the major for sure. Come up and say hi. It's one of the main goals here on the Siege Double Shot was giving everybody from the T4, from the T5 up to T1 and T2 the opportunity to get casted, and we're just happy to do that service here to the community. So looking forward to meeting everyone as part of that trip to Montreal in November.
Absolutely. We're so appreciative of everything that you guys do for the community. But this time, for real. Alas, we have come to the part of the evening where we must bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo!
Let's go.